looking at the T26. Based on the request from Lemmy Mishk, Lemmy Mishk was asking where his car was at after he was involved in the incident with the 70. It is now up to 6th after pit stops. So, but I believe it's going to be one of the first ones to come down pit lane under the next pit stop cycle. So it's going to cycle out in an awkward place here. Speaking of the GT3, ironically, the GT3 that I would drive is also not present.
Oh, I'm trying to think which one that would be. Hold on, hang on.
Yeah, give it a second, just browse the list.
We've got the Mercedes, we've got the Porsche, we've got the Ferrari, we've got the BMW,
We got
and
the
Audi. The Lamborghini. Ah, okay. Makes a nice sound, I'll give you that.
It's
another one of those cars that I think handles strange.
It's the only GT3 I've ever won a race in.
Oh, wow. Okay. Congratulations, first of all.
It was at Suzuka too, so not easy.
Great track. Great track.
Yes.
I was driving at the start of the season this year. This season? Yeah, start of the season this season.
Yeah.
Driving the Acura there at Suzuka, and it was wet. It was really wet. It was so wet. It was pouring it down for the entire race, and it was horrible. And it was the first GTP win that I managed to pick up in about 6 months. And oh my goodness, it was something else. Like, the car just wanted to kill you at every corner. Like, the GTPs are genuinely dreadful in wet weather conditions, which I think is why we don't have any wet weather in this championship, because it would be a touch too hard for the GTPs to want to take on. But we'll see how that goes for next season, because I'd love to see them introduce the full extent of the Tempest weather system, because there's nothing I love more than sitting and watching a weather radar and waiting for the rain to come. It just keeps everything interesting, stressful, suspenseful. Like when we were racing, I'm going to bring it up again, we're doing the race records at the weekend, we had a forecast for some rain, and my teammate Alex Gerber was in the car, and he was keeping an eye on the weather tab, the black box, and he was asking me all the time, Taylor, where's this rain? Taylor, where's this rain? What's happening with the rain? And the second I said, oh, there's none on the radar, he went, oh, okay, fair enough, and just completely chilled out. Because that rain just brings a whole new level of like stress and intrigue, as we see Alessio Bernardini putting the 276 another lap down. But it brings the stress and the excitement of I don't know, it's just another element to make things interesting. It's all well and good just having a dry race, and it comes down to strategy. But once everyone's figured out the strategy, what's interesting about the race?
Well, whether you like it or love it, rain will not be a factor this season, at least, in the Platinum Endurance Championship. Just due to technical issues, with some having crashing issues and all that stuff.
Yes, I remember.
So, next season could be different, but this season, not so much. So they're gonna keep it pretty straightforward there. But also, when you have about 60 cars at Le Mans in 3 weeks' time, I don't think you really need that much rain to make things interesting. 60 cars at Le Mans is always going to be an interesting little event.
You have some Le Mans only entries next week. Not next week, next race, I believe.
Well, I don't think they're Le Mans only. I think some of them took part in Daytona. They either took part in Daytona or Monza, but. Yeah, most of them that will be returning for Le Mans did take part in a previous round of the season. I think there's maybe like a couple. Most of them are on reserve list.
That's definitely going to keep it interesting.
Yes.
Having that many cars at Le Mans, it's going to be constant traffic every single lap after probably lap 20, 28 or so.
Watching right now the battle between Johan Comte and Go Esports and Jorge Mendez Pinheiro for SR Technic. This little battle here for the 8th position in GT3 Pro. That's the 70 race to Esport car. Flying on by. Getting out of the way of them real quick as they approach turn 1. Ryan Hardinge for the Project Vibes Academy number 52. In that car, driver change there, the American in for the first time.
never mind that. Side by side for P8 in GT3 Pro at the moment. Yeah, Comte getting the run out of turn 1, exactly what they needed, as Pinheiro ended up on the marbles on the outside of the corner, just having no grip to fight it. Comte sliding through nice and easily to take P8 right from the jaws of Pinheiro. Breaks in. That's what we're here for, right?
I hope so. Oh, is it
It's really, really nice.
Otherwise, you're here to talk
It's
about.
really nice. Oh.
I think
Go on,
get this
Carmen.
right. I said otherwise they're here to talk about you know, cars that aren't on track, like the Lamborghini and the BMW and.
Great. Oh, Lamborghini bad, so it's fine. But yeah, Comte just doing exactly what he needed there, keeping his wheels on the racing line, not venturing out too far into those marbles, and putting the SR Technic well within his rear mirror, giving them all the dirty air that they don't want, and now starting the hunt down on Gonzalo Ferreira, just in front. 6 seconds, in fact, is the gap. But Comte has been the faster driver out of 2 over the last 5 laps or so.
Not a lot of close fights here time-wise, looking at where everything's at. Looks like a lot of strategy is going to be needed to pull some of this group together, with pit stops sort of, again, staggered, very much staggered throughout this race so far. Everyone now needing a little bit of luck to catch up to some of the class leaders.
Yeah, so it's just the case after almost 5.5 hours of racing, you're going to see the cream always rises to the top in these sorts of things, whether or not that's through just pure race pace or incidents happen to others. Multi-class and endurance racing is as much about how fast you can go, as well as it is about avoiding incidents and making your way through traffic cleanly. Most of the guys on track right now are doing a brilliant job of that so far, which is why they're so far ahead. Eyes to the front of the field for just a moment though. The gap between the two cars as an update just hasn't really changed much in the last 10-15 minutes or so. Jan Curbs currently still about 7.7 seconds ahead of the second place Magic Arrow Porsche of Balzaz Terozzi. Terozzi just not able to make a dent in that gap at the moment, not able to find the clean air that he needs to build some lap time and close that gap, whereas Jan's getting everything he needs to just try and maintain for the moment as they come round shortly to complete lap 180. Speaking of the devil, there is that Magic Arrow number 55 car, Balzaz Terozzi, just cutting through that battle that we just got to watch. The result in an overtake just over a lap or so ago. Let's just catch a glimpse of that burning orange sky again. Kind of hit him a little bit by the cloud cover now. One of the prototypes behind just getting on the flashes, letting that Porsche know that he's coming, and he's coming fast. The GT3's having no answer for GTPs. Completely different classic car, built to a completely different spec. Much, much faster, purpose-built racing machine. Not that GT3 cars aren't built to race, but they're certainly not built to race in the same way that, that those prototypes are.
There's a crash here. Let's see what's going on here. Alberto Ayen, this is the AM Carbono Esports car. Did he get a little bit of help? Oh, yes, he did.
Did he get pushed, or was that just the car?
Yeah, he got pushed by the 278, by the negative delta by Simgear car. That is show pop behind the wheel of that car. And Ayen got beached.
Yeah, it's a clumsy bit of driving. I don't know how those two even ended up together. Maybe the BMW started to lose it and gathered it back up again, and then... Or was it the Ferrari even?
Zaleski back in pit lane for extended repairs. Has been on pit lane for the last 14 minutes. as you're looking, sort of seeing what all the cars are doing on pit lane there. Down Corbs leads by 8 seconds, so the gap continuing to extend just a smidge.
Yeah, it's not Project Valorous' day today for that number 50 car. Those guys have been running so well, and just having a look at what happened here. Oh. Yeah, okay, that's a strange one to say the least. It looks like the GT3 of the Central United by EE, who we haven't really talked about so much so far this race. Carlos Nunez sort of seems to, he drives the, okay, so he drives the car completely by accident into the wall on the outside of turn 1 at such a rate of knots that it breaks the right rear suspension, severs the toe link, and sends the car careening across the track in front of the nose of Wesley Caspers in the Project Valorous number 50.
Wild.
That car has been so unlucky today. GT3s just haven't been kind to it at all, and just unable to react. Wesley Caspers just mounts the rear end of the Ferrari, completely destroying the Ferrari's rear end and sending himself into the wall for more damage repairs. They are back out on track now, but not without finding another further 6 laps of not without Young Curbs finding another 6 laps on them. That Young Curbs said it himself, you can't even call what's happening to these guys. Bad luck at the moment as he peels off into the pit lane to kick off another round of pit stops for the GTP field. Magic Arrow then inherit the lead once again at the start of the pit stop cycle. 6 laps behind Writer Engineering in terms of strategy. And there he is, Josh Tucker gets in the number 76 Acura for his first go in the car all race. They said they'd been keeping him fresh for the evening stages, so now we finally get to see what he can do.
Lights come on. This little lights flicker on here, so we're definitely now in the dusk stages of this race.
And Josh Tucker then pulling away off the pit lane speed limiter, as he said, as all the lights come on, casting shadows of the number 76 Acura all across the track as Tucker crosses over those horrible marbles at the on the outside of turn 1, wheezing past one of the lap down GT3 cars. He drives on into the night and to manage that gap to Balzaz Tirosi. Done everything he can so far to try and bring that gap to the race leaders down. Of course, we expect him to be handing over the car at this stage of the race after he gets out to Aaron Avenor, I believe, who we haven't seen in the car at all yet. So it's going to be Josh Tucker versus Aaron Avenor for the next hour and a half or so, as they both try to find their rhythm on this very quickly darkening racetrack. No night lighting here at Sebring, only on that start-finish straight. So it's going to get very dark very quickly as you make your way around the airfields, the old airfield service roads. Very difficult to spot your braking points. Fortunately, lots of reflective cones and cat's eyes, so you roughly know where you are, but momentary lapse in concentration, it's very easy to lose yourself in the track and then miss a braking point, and then it could be race over. Because this is it. This is when the race really gets difficult, as Balzaz Tirosi just making a move on one of the Carbono Esports GT3s. No trouble for him to leave that one in his virtual rearview mirror. He's back on the rear end of the Project Valorous 50 car, who lets him by with no trouble at all. Oh, actually, is that more damage for the Project Valorous car?
The number 50?
It is.
Yeah, it's a lot more damage.
Right, suspension damage. Oh, it's got involved in another incident. On the exit of Tower, it looks like... Oh, no.
Oh. Ooh. Just went straight off there. That's Jacob Zaleski off the road. And it's
it's the really slow motion racing Porsche getting on those marbles and losing the rear end. Yeah, just watch now as the really slow motion racing Porsche gets on those marbles on the outside. Car half spins, they collect it, but then as they save it, another car that just all of a sudden comes across the nose of the Project Valorous 50. I don't have words at this point. That's insane poor luck for those guys.
That's so unfortunate. So Zaleski now back in pit lane. Not the only one, though. Sean Brown in pit lane for a pit stop, as is Tobias Marpert.
Very much expecting that Magic Arrow car in a couple of laps as well. It's certainly been an interesting race so far, with Project Valorous 50 leading the way for a good chunk of it at the start before getting involved in an incident with a GT3. We've had a couple of fights between some other GTPs as well. The number 52 Project Valorous Academy car getting involved in a bit of battling with the number 70 Race 2 Esports car. Gomez and Eberhardt going wheel to wheel for a stint or so earlier on in this race, in which Gomez came out on top. The pace for the GTP lead, though, equaled out very much as soon as it was handed over to the Reiter engineering car, and these guys have been maintaining the gap to each other the entire way. The GT3 class strategies are still alternate at the front of that field. There's only a few laps between them at the moment, but we've got a couple of cars further down the field really going for some fuel savings, so it's going to be interesting to keep an eye on how that goes. But that Race 2 Esports car I was talking about earlier, getting into another bout of really poor luck for another one of our GTPs. A bit of a miscommunication with a GT3 on the exit of Tower Corner a couple of hours ago. The GT3 was spun to the inside after trying to hang it around the outside of a GTP at Tower. Both cars ended up in a barrier, and they were very lucky to not collect anyone else. It was a battle for P3 in GT3 as well, between XBD Racing and Old Firm Racing Purple. But the number 10 car, Old Firm Racing, had a disconnect that has put them down the order, and they haven't yet been able to recover. Currently sat at P5 behind the number 51 car of Project Valorous, Christoph Jachuris, currently on board.
Really staying out longer, permanently just on that overcut strategy. Wesley Casper's gotten back in the 50 car, but I don't think that car's gonna be very easy to restore.
No, not at all. It's going to be another at least 8-minute repair for those guys, especially if it's suspension damage. And as much as I rate Wesley Casper's pace, I don't think he's going to be able to go quick enough to make up what's now 14 laps, a 14-lap deficit on the current race leader, Balzaz Tirozzi. He still owes us a stop, a couple of laps before that though, but yeah, just really not that race. I can't help but feel sorry for them.
Yeah, right now Tirozzi. Last pit on lap 163. We're on lap 186 right now, so about that time. Unless he's going to try to go 25 laps here, so he's probably going to go to about lap 189.
Yeah, definitely expect a couple more laps from Tirozzi. He's about to complete lap 25, as you said, looking for 27 lap stints for these guys at the moment to match the Reiter engineering car. Just trying to keep a bead on the pace between these two cars at the moment. Tirozzi's actually been... It was actually a second faster than Josh Tucker last time around, a 46.4 compared to a 47.3. In fact, Tirozzi just banging in a 45.5 out of nowhere. The Reiter engineering car currently on the way down to Cunningham, so we've got a long while to go yet before we see what sort of lap time Josh Tucker can set. But I can't lie, it's not looking good for the Reiter engineering car at the moment to maintain that lead. It all depends on whether Tirozzi gets out the car at the next stop or not.
Yeah, remember, Tirozzi's got lower fuel too. These cars don't really fall off as much as you'd imagine other cars would on older tires compared to the fuel deficit. Lot lower weight on the car. Easier to push around with the older tires. It's not the age of the LMP1 where you can double stint or triple stint tires. Definitely not in that era anymore.
No, sadly not, as tire strategy's kind of been stripped away from this class a little bit, as I've touched on before. It used to be in top class prototypes that fuel and tires would have to be done separately. So if you wanted a fresh set of tires, you'd be taking a 15-second time penalty just to do that. So you had to really do the calculations to figure out whether or not it was actually viable, depending on the pace drop-off, to keep a set of tires on or to have to swap them out. Obviously, you could run different setups on the car that would be able to maintain the pace, but you would be suffering a little bit in terms of ultimate outright pace, because you wouldn't be running those tires as hard. But with how the current format of these cars is, the tire change happens at exactly the same time as the fueling. And it takes about the same time as it takes 40 liters-ish of fuel to go into the tank. So the only time you might be umming and ahhing over taking tires is whether or not you put less than 38 liters of fuel in the car or not.
Tirozzi expected to come in at the end of this lap. And this pit stop will get him over the halfway point in this race. Alberto Garcia Blasco back in the car for XPD Racing for the first time since the opening stint of this race. So he's back in the 33 machine. Meanwhile, the 51 will take over the third spot temporarily. Is this a pit time for Tirozzi? Yes, it is. Right on cue, 27 laps on the nose.
There you go. Expecting the same from the number 51 Project Valorous car. They should be in next time by. They'll be doing 26 lap stints for the last few, but have stayed out this lap, and I don't think they've accidentally forgotten to make a pit stop as we watch Baltas Tirosi pull into his pit box, come to a stop nice and easy. Car goes up on the jacks, and are we going to see a driver change? I don't think we are. I think Tirosi's going to stay on board. But the thing we're going to be looking out for now is, where is Josh Tucker? Josh Tucker currently on the way into Gendebien and Le Mans, and that section, if we can get a camera on him, if at all possible, extending the track very nicely, and comes out all over the curbs on the run down to Sunset. I think it's going to be really tight between these two guys coming out of pit lane. Baltas Tirosi still sat stationary in pit lane at the moment as Josh Tucker,
for another 6 seconds.
Yeah, as Josh Tucker makes his way around Sunset Bend now, just waiting for Tirosi to start moving again. Tirosi starts moving. Josh Tucker across the start-finish line is going to retake the lead, and it's still going to be by a good margin, despite the slight pace deficit Tucker has had to Tirosi over the last few laps. The gap's only come down by 3 seconds or so, and now it's up to Tirosi to bring it down by more and maybe even take this race lead. The fight is on. As is to be expected, Tirosi then perhaps struggling a little bit with tyre warm-up on that fresh set of rubber. The Porsche really likes to put some work into its rear tyres, and it often results in a little bit of oversteer for this particular GTP and a lack of stability. And Baltas Tirosi clearly struggling with that a little bit to try and keep it within the correct window, which just means his pace has been low compared to where it should be. Josh Tucker able to pull out another second this lap despite both cars rolling on the road, and Tirosi perhaps the faster driver at the moment. Certainly got the better average lap time as it stands, but of course these lap times don't yet both include the pit stop. So interesting to me to see where these two shake out in a little bit of clean air. Got 5.2 seconds on the line. Tirosi going very wide through turn one, off into the sand. Doesn't lose much time from it. In fact, gains time thanks to Tucker being stuck in a little bit of traffic, as it looks like there's two GTs going side by side through turn 6 in front of him. And they do just about get in line to give him a run through.
About how you manage this traffic here, Tirosi also at the tail end of it.
Yeah, and he's now got to keep his eyes forward and try and pick through this traffic in as cleanly, as easily as possible, because Josh Tucker in that number 76 Acura is all the way on the other side of it. He's going to get a nice little bit of clean air here to go through Tower Corner. I think it's exactly what he needs, because then he's got to get through these 3 GT3s. He's just got to pick one side to go to and try and force the GT3s to stay on the other, sweeping around the outside on the run down to Gendebien. And just tucking in between the two. Yeah, nice little bit of driving there to try and minimize the time loss as the gap opens up a little bit to 5.4 seconds. So we are seeing pit stops in GT3, I believe. The Writer Engineering Esports GT3 currently on pit lane. Gianni Peroni looks like they're going to stay on board for the 276 crew as they're down off the jacks and ready to get back out there on the racetrack. As I say, that Team Red X seemed to have run into some more issues. Their Cadillac currently on pit lane with no rear end. John Brown's still on board that car, but let me just try and wind it back and see if we can catch what happened here. Looks like it happened on about 184. The rear end of another GTP. Oh, he's been spun at sunset. He's had had an incident of some kind at sunset.
Lap cars
yeah,
here.
just getting on the bumps on the inside of Sunset Bend. It sent him wide into the side of one of the Porsche
70.
GT3s. Yeah, that's the Race 2 esports car.
Yeah.
Yep, just spun him around, back end into the tire barrier, rips the rear end off that Cadillac, and that's going to again be some lengthy repairs for that team. Another one of the cars that hasn't really had the look of the draw here today at Sebring.
Yeah, that's unfortunate too. Running off of especially bouncing off of a lap car like that. Just trying to shoot to the inside, and as you said, those bumps there on the inside, they get very aggressive there, where the marbles are at.
Mm-hmm. It's the interesting thing we saw from the BMW GTPs at the real life 12 Hours of Sebring this year. They were running right to the inside of that corner every single lap, whereas most of the other cars were just completely avoiding it. So Ray Hall, Letterman, and Lanigan clearly getting that car set up properly to take those bumps as fast as Teresi gets right up behind the Lithium Motorsports AM car.
Yeah, the leading car in GT3 AM.
Blake Aaron, yeah, nearly contact on the exit of turn 1 there. Well held from both drivers though to not hesitate or try and back out of that one and keep Teresi in it. 4 seconds though is Teresi's gap to the lead. He's closed that down by a second in the last lap or so. He's doing really well to maintain the pace, and Josh Tucker's got to be sweating a little bit under the collar.
Yeah, the gap's 4 seconds, but a little bit of clearance there. We'll browse through the field. There's not a lot of competition going on at the moment. At the front of the GT3 field for the Pro Class, it's 35 seconds for Alessio Bernardini leading the way.
Got to give them some credit for that though. They've done really, really well running consistent laps the entire way so far just to build that 35-second lead and hold on to it for now.
That's just their standard. Like, they do that so much. And of course, it's Sebring where you have handling be so much the factor. That team is just so well oiled. Mm-hmm. In that process. There's a reason that she's defending champions. It's races like these where it's just like, oh, yeah, they're not touching them. Tom Soggetto doing decent, just sort of on an island there in second. It's Mercedes 1 and 2. Soggetto started this race in 6th in class, so they're up a couple spots here. Biggest loser so far of the top 5 would be Vladislav Shopov and Native Delta. But they're on an island right now on their own as well. They are not close to Winston Eckel and Sim Race Sweden anymore, 49 seconds apart. And Dominic Hameder is 12 seconds behind as well. Shopov there in 4th, Hameder in 5th. Yeah, Johan Comte. There was a fun battle between Johan Comte and Ivan Spitz, but that's dissipated now by 15 seconds. In favor of Comte, who's now sitting in the 6th position. Gianni Peroni, as we mentioned, was as high as 6th, but realistically sitting right where he would be at the moment with all the melee that's happened there with the 276 machine down in 8th position right now. Peroni doing his best to try to salvage after that incident with Lemmy Mishk behind the wheel in the 70 car right in this corner. Peroni now having to salvage that real quick. Not doing a bad job of salvaging it, but you still have the damage on the rear of that car. It's not going to get a lot better than that.
No, of course, getting damage on the rear end of the car where a good chunk of the downforce is generated can really, really upset the balance. If that rear end isn't pulled or pushed into the ground as much as you're expecting it to be, it struggles to keep up with the turn-in of the front end, especially if that's where the grip balance has shifted to. It can generate quite a lot of oversteer. When we've got so many high-speed corners here at Sebring, that's when you're really going to start to struggle. It's going to affect your pace because a well-balanced car is a car that will always go well here. because you can trust it on turning, you can trust it when you pick up the throttle, you can trust it mid-corner. You can just trust it to do exactly what you need it to. Obviously, there's a fine balance. You can't have a car that's too understeery. You have to build a little bit of oversteer into it to get through those slow speed corners. But when that balance shifts, that's when your race pace can really be affected and it can really start to come apart.
Yeah, right now Peroni sitting at distant 8th, 37 seconds away from Ivan Spitz. In a lap down, obviously, the race leaders here, to Bernardini, Sachetto, and Eckel. Nuno Magalhaes for SR Technic, 17.4 behind Peroni. A quiet race. He's been around trouble, but trouble's not found him, thankfully. But sitting 9th place at the moment, that Porsche about to get passed by, it looks like the number 7 GTP, that is Salvatierra, pick up the pace. In the top 10, really kind of capped off by Marcos Valverde. He knows his esports. Blake Aaron in the Lithium Motorsports 334 leads the way by 45 seconds over David Narbonne, who we've seen both of them have some trouble. But those are the two that are head and shoulders above everybody else at the moment. Native Delta Academy, Yulian Dimitrov, almost a lap down to the leader in that class at the moment. And then Gilberto Ayen, definitely a lap down at the moment, in 4th. Of course, not a lot of competition going on right now in the GT classes. It's really been about the GTPs. Those are the ones that have been providing the closest action so far, at least of the last hour. As we keep an eye on this ever-changing battle between the Magic Arrow Camp and Rider Engineering. Defending champions and hopefully to be champions, depending on how these two races go.
Of course, winning in Spa last time out in dominant fashion, putting the entire field at least a lap down, almost as revenge for what happened to them in Monza after a brilliant fight. I don't quite remember with what team that was. You'd have to remind me.
For who?
Writer Engineering racing at Monza, contact final corner.
Trying to remember. I have to go back and look at the results for Monza. Give me 1 second. That was the 07 racing car. No, hold on, that's GT3. My bad. GTP was, I believe, oh, it's Emerald Racing. XPD Racing.
That was it.
Yep.
Yes, the Emerald car. I remember now. Yeah, they did. They had well, it was a fantastically entertaining fight. Lots of door banging, a bit of wheel-to-wheel contact, which is always tricky to watch in these sorts of cars because you never really know how they're going to be affected. But it really went down to the wire in that race, and they ended up coming off worse in a bit of a collision with the car that they were fighting for the race lead, as there's a very slow car through turn 1, that Porsche GT3. What they're quite doing there, they seem to have got it back underway though. And it felt like Spa was their version of the Princess Diana revenge dress, where they turned up, they showed up, and put the entire rest of the field to shame. And they needed that. I think they needed that to show that they could, and they would. And it just helped boost their confidence, and it's put them in a position where they can probably be quite chill and relaxed at the front of the field at the moment, despite the fact the gap is less than 5 seconds to their closest competition.
And this is the closest fight we've got. For those that are wondering, this is the only one within 15 seconds. So we're trying to pick them and figure out what we can talk about here. Obviously, we have lunch coming up here in about 10 minutes. We'll step aside for about half an hour. So if you got channel points, use them to control the onboards. We're going to be responding to those that use channel points to control the onboards. Right now, it's all about Tarosi trying to catch up to and hopefully see if he can get around Josh Tucker at the front of the field. As the sun is almost completely set here, almost completely drenched at nighttime now. Still see a little bit of sunlight there from the west.
Yeah, it's just peeking through. The track fortunately still bathed in a surprising amount of light right now. Nighttime not quite completely setting in yet, so still pretty perfect visibility for our drivers, but that'll end pretty quick as time goes on here. And that's when the race really starts to come alive. It's when the errors start to creep in, where the fatigue starts to set in, and it's what starts to make this race really, really difficult. Because this ain't an easy race, because it's in difficult conditions at a very, very difficult racetrack. Threading GTP machinery around GT3 cars without hitting them is quite the task, especially at night.
Yeah, we have one car in pit lane. Marcus Verde starting the current run of pit stops for GT3, pitting from 10th. Dominic Commentator will also do the same thing in his Audi from the 5th position, so 5th and 10th down pit lane together.
Yeah, these are going to be the guys to keep an eye on when it comes to pit strategy, because they are stopping very, very early. As we've alluded to a few times, if you're in a GT3, you want to be making it to the top of the hour every single hour. Like, we are approaching that now with 5 hours 57 minutes. Sorry, 5 hours 57. Yeah, 5 hours 57 minutes gone. But they're not going to be stopped long enough on pit lane to make it to that 6 hours to go marker. So these are the cars that are going to be taking an extra stop come the end of the race if they can't save that fuel.
Driver change, Moet Reina behind the wheel of the number 286. Meanwhile, Miguel Santos back out on track in the 274 for Enosis Esports there. Arthur Figueredo back in pit lane as well. I believe this is a scheduled stop as well at the halfway point.
Again, probably just a touch early for people who are trying to do a bit of fuel save. Again, these GTPs also want to try and get to the top of the hour at the halfway point, because that really dictates your strategy for the rest of the race. And just watching Josh Tucker thread his way through a bit of traffic again. Jakub Selesky has just made his way past him on the run up to Sunset about half a lap ago. With relative ease, Josh Tucker accidentally diving out of the way, getting a little bit of dirt on his tyres, going wide at Le Mans, just making it nice and easy for Jakub to get through as we watch the Race 2 Esports car slide through on one of the very few Audis in the field.
That's the Smurf Racing Team Audi, that's the AM car, that's the 391.
It's a good looking car, I can't lie. Sounds fantastic as well. Not only in sim, but in real life. One of the very few V10s left in motorsport.
Well, it's not even left in motorsport now, not officially.
It still races, to be fair. It's just not officially supported by Audi anymore.
Exactly.
Which is annoying. It's I've got opinions on that. I'll never, ever, in my entire life, forgive Audi for dumping the LMDH program. I think it's really silly because sports car racing is where they made their name in motorsport.
Yep.
Or made their name, full stop. People wouldn't really know what an Audi is without their many, many victories at Le Mans, and to just kind of throw all that away when they were about to actually build the car. In fact, allegedly, they had a car built, ready to be tested, and they pulled out to go and join probably the most elitist and unaccepting motorsport in the world in terms of F1, who are currently saying no to Andretti Cadillac, who are two of the biggest names in motoring history, on the grounds that they don't think having them in the sport would bring anything to F1. Audi bad. Come back. If Audi ever come back to sports cars, we'll welcome them back with open arms. But saying that, I am really looking forward to rooting for Audi in motorsport because I've actually never really had the opportunity to do it properly. As much as I love LMP1, I only ever actually watched 1 year of it. Well, no, hang on, it would have been 3-4 years of it. And that was, I started in 2017 after the RA team was already dead. It's really iRacing and iRacing's rendition of the Audi RA team that made me properly fall in love with the LMP1 class. And here I am, many, many years later, still in love with prototype racing. All it takes is that one spark and you're hooked for life.
I was always more of a Porsche fan in the LMP1 battle.
I can't believe you just said that.
Yeah. I've never really been a fan of Toyota and LMP1. Didn't like Audi.
The flywheel. How could you forget the flywheel?
Because I didn't care about it. Like, I don't watch racing for the tech.
It was such a cool solution to the kinetic energy recovery system, though. Engage a flywheel as you put on the brakes, spin that thing up in a vacuum, and then reattach it to the front axle when you want to deploy energy. And it's a flywheel that makes the car go fast. It's so cool. It's so unique as well. It's something no one else did. Toyota were always the supercapacitors, so their energy deployed very, very, very quickly. But then, of course, the solution that everyone settled on in the end, Porsche's lithium-ion solution with the big kinetic, big MGUK on the front axle, feeding into a big lithium-ion battery. Doing it that way ended up being the way to go, and is still the way we do things now. Of course, these GTPs, LMDHs, and some of the hypercars rolling around with MGUKs attached to either the front or rear axle, depending on the car, as we switch cameras to Alessio Bernardini at the front of the GT field. Recovering energy through that big MGUK and deploying it as well, only at different speeds depending on what sort of car you drive in, but storing all that energy in a big lithium-ion battery and then deploying it all through the same MGUK. Of course, it performs a little bit differently in both hypercar and LMDH, as in the LMDH GTP cars, it can only be a replacement for engine power. So when the electric motor is deploying, the engine power has to be cut. So it's more of a fuel-saving measure than it is a performance enhancer. Whereas with some of the hypercars like the Ferrari 499P, the Toyota the Toyota GR010, they deploy it through the front axle at above around 190 kilometers an hour, depending on balance of performance, as a performance additive. Granted, they have to take some power away from the engine, but having that energy go into the front axle and accelerating the front axle not only helps balance out the tire wear a touch, but just gives them that extra little bit of stability in the high-speed corners. So if they really want to, they can build quite a loose car to get through the slow corners, and it's trade-offs and payoffs is the name of the game in motorsport, and that's the solution that Toyota and Ferrari came up with. So Alessio Bernardini just getting shoveled off the road a little bit by one of the GTP Porsches as they take off into the distance. As Patrick Gannon exits pit lane after a pit stop for RPM Racing.
Now the American driver Patrick Gannon back on track for the first time, I believe for the first time today for RPM Racing. Also on track for the first time, Isaac Arvidsson for Simrace Sweden. And Isaac Arvidsson is Simrace Sweden's ace, that 219 car. That is their ace in the hole right there. So they've saved him for really late in this race as well. That's going to be very interesting to see how that turns out too, because they're in that fight for the podium.
This is what we were saying. You want to keep your best drivers fresh for as long as possible. If you can, put them in at the start to try and fight it out with everyone else's best, but sometimes it might just be best to hang back, save a little bit of, as I say, always save a little bit of fuel, and then save your best driver to last as everyone gets a little bit more tired as the race goes on. But we are really in those countdown hours now. 6 hours and 5 minutes to go, meaning it is 5 hours and, as it ticks over, 54 minutes to go until we reach the checkered flag here at Sebring International Raceway, with Writer Engineering leading the way and Magic Arrow chasing actually very far behind with a 24-second gap.
Let's see here, 24-second gap. Yeah, it is 24 seconds.
I will take a moment to figure out what happened here. They've had to take a pit stop.
Not recently. The last pit stop was on 189.
The drive-through, they got a drive-through penalty. Interesting.
Let me look to see what this looks like. Give me 1 second.
I vaguely remember them.
Hold on here.
It was with an incident with a really slow motion racing green car.
So there is that, and there's also the one with the RPM racing orange car.
Oh, they're under investigation for 2?
So the one with RPM racing orange car is what gave them the drive-through. The 293 got a drive-through for the incident with the 55, is how I'm reading that correctly.
I believe...
Because there's 2 different incidents listed, and it's pointing at the 293, whereas the 211, I'm seeing there's an incident with the 211 that was pointed at the 55 for the drive-through.
Interesting. Okay, that's...
And then there's one that 55 is under review for again, which is also the 293. So there's been 3 incidents with the 293 that they're still reviewing. So this could not be over. There could be more to this. But
so let's keep an eye on Carmen. It's really blown up our race for the lead at the front of the field with Magic Arrow now being nearly 22 seconds off the back of Writer Engineering. That's given Josh Tucker and co a lot of breathing room to just relax and run their own race now.
very interesting how all that's really turned around here. Yeah, they're under investigation for one more incident here. That's very interesting.
Yeah, I want to try and see if I can find the incident so we can have a gander at it. It said it was about 5:42:15. I can get back to that, I believe. Right, let's have a look, see if I can get an eye on this incident. Where are they? There they are. Not really seeing anything in the replay. Just trying to wind it back a little bit more and see if... Oh, right! Pit lane exit, no? Remember they had contact with a car on pit lane exit last time they came out. So I think the stewards are putting that on them for an unsafe rejoin, which, yeah, fair enough. I'll give them that one. It might be annoying to be a prototype driver having to tuck in behind a GT on pit lane exit, but at the end of the day, you're the car who's rejoining the racing line, so you better do it safely. And Balzaz Tirosi definitely did not do that. So fair penalty, I think.
That's going to be it. So Tirosi behind the 8 ball here.
He's already turned up the pace though, because he's starting to bring that gap down where he can. It was 22 seconds. He's taken a second out of it so far, but as we know, it's a long race. Lots of things can happen. So we keep saying, so that gap could easily start to come down again. an interesting late development in the fight for the win here at the 12 Hours of Sebring. Magic Arrow 55 picking up a mid-race penalty for an unsafe rejoin, having to serve a drive-through, putting them 20 seconds currently off the lead. Balzaz Tirosi turning up the wick very much in the last couple of laps though to make up for that transgression. Picking up a penalty isn't something you would have wanted to do, and it's not something he would have done intentionally, but he is very quickly running out of time to turn this one over. Josh Tucker in the car for Writer Engineering Esports at the moment at the head of the field, setting a 1:46.9 last lap and just doing his best to bring the car through this stint safely and probably through the next one safely as well. Currently staring down the barrel of a pit stop, but I'm sure him and the rest of the Writer Engineering crew will have been taking a huge sigh of relief with the news of that penalty from the 55 car. As I said, 21 seconds is the gap. Their job now is to just take a breath, do their thing, set their laps, and try and expand the gap where possible. These two cars are now going to have very, very different traffic because they're on two completely separate parts of the circuit. So expect a nice little ebb and flow between these two cars over the next 5 hours and 45 minutes or so as we inch closer and closer to the end of the race.
Yeah, they're going to try and cut down 22 seconds here. But now all three classes are sort of in the same boat here, with 22 seconds the gap between first and second in GTP and GT3. It's Castellani leading by 43.6 seconds over Patrick Gannon. And they're both on the same pit stop cycle at the moment. There's Patrick Gannon in second place there. Chopin a further 16 seconds behind in third. Blake Aaron in GT3M leads the way for Lithium Motorsports, and they've got a minute 31 over Yulian Dimitrov in Negative Delta Academy, who has another 12 seconds over Stefan Henrique, who's actually about to go a lap down here in about... He's about 15 seconds away from being a lap down to Blake Aaron. Gilberto Allen is a lap down in fourth in that 366 machine, who just had a 2 of 3.012. Not a personal best lap time. His personal best is a just like 2:87.
Yeah, we're getting to that part of the night now where we've got through the track, just the track temp coming down, but we're starting to see the air temp take a massive drop off as well. And so how that affects the conditions is the air density starts to shoot up. So as well as these cars having more grip from the tires and, you know, just gripping the road better as Josh Tucker takes a little bit of a detour off the road, as much as the colder track temps help the tires grip the track more, the more dense air it's actually calculated in sim. It generates more downforce on the car, so they have more grip, but paired with that, the cars also get a lot more drag. So expect the top speeds to drop off by quite a lot for the rest of the race. And in fact, the lap times will start to stagnate again as well. In theory, we shouldn't see another 43 before the end of this race, as the track conditions and the environment just aren't in the right place for it. But I've been wrong before, and I'm willing to be wrong again.
Oh, we got some interesting stories to see if they follow up, because now everyone's got to close in gaps here on their class leaders. And again, it's going to be difficult when you're looking at Lithium Motorsports, who have dominated this season so far for the most part in the GT3 AM category. Blake Aaron in the car now, trying to just make sure that car stays where it's at right now. Doing a good job of that by a minute 31 seconds. Not a lot of pressure for the 334. Just got to keep that in mind as he gets ready to be approached by Miguel Santos and Enos Esports again in about the next hour. It looks like 13.6 the gap there between those two cars. Looking at Vladislav Chopin third place, about 11.7 away from Isaac Arvidsson, who's sitting right now in 4th place. Looks like he's about a minute away from Castellani. Gannon is 100% in the still 43-second mark behind Castellani. As it says, Pedro Oliveira Vigario has made a tow back to pit lane. I don't believe it's a tow. I believe that's just a regular pit stop for the 222 or for the 220 A0 Motorsport car that is down in the 16th position. Not really in contention for much, not even contention really for the top 10 at the moment. Just trying to grab some consistent points. If you can, if you finish the race within 90% of the race leaders, or the class leaders' laps, and you take the checkered flag, you score points. And that's everything. I think everyone's objective at this point. Try to make sure you finish the race and take the checkered flag. That is obviously the game plan there. There's 2 reviews still going on. That's the 293 and the 55. Their incident. And then you've got we'll say the number 70 and the 86 under review for an incident. So a couple of issues there that are still under investigation at the moment.
Yeah, she was working hard as always during the race to make sure all of these protests get looked at.
Both the leaders are in.
Schedule pit stop for Writer Engineering.
So Tarosi, and by the way, Tarosi just went wide on the exit. Was that another drive-through for Tarosi?
Certainly worth having a look at, but let me have a quick
Give me 1 second.
gander.
I think this is another drive-through. I think that was the resolution of that investigation that we weren't given.
Yeah, that's another drive-through.
Yeah, so that's 2. I was wondering, because the information I saw, it had not been resolved yet.
It goes from bad to worse for
so Josh Tucker got a free
Arrow.
pit stop out of that, and they still had to come down pit lane for a drive-through.
Yeah, the gap only 30 seconds, and Magic Arrow still has a pit stop.
That's horrible.
So that's going to put Josh Tucker and the Writer Engineering Esports crew way out in the lead at this point.
50 seconds by the time it's all said and done.
If they weren't already breathing a sigh of relief, they're breathing an even bigger sigh of relief now.
Yeah, Josh Tucker's sitting there. He is moisturized and thriving in his lane.
It shows you just how much consistency and keeping it clean is and should be valued in endurance racing, because the Magic Arrow 55 car have made 2 relatively small errors, but errors nonetheless that have cost them really a shot of the win as it looks at the moment, which is a shame for those guys, but you know, it's part of the game. Part of the game is keeping it clean and keeping it smooth and keeping your nose out of trouble, and they just haven't managed that so far today.
Right now we're looking at Slipper's Racing Team, 5th place car in AM class at the moment. Thomas Burling behind the wheel. They are, right now, they're trying to see if they can catch up to the 366 of the Carbono Esports GT3 AM car. They are, I think, a lap down to the top 3, and there's trouble for Burling.
I love that we finally go to show them some love, because they were saying they only get any attention when they have an incident, but the second we cut to them, they have an incident, and it's completely unrelated to any sort of replay.
Yeah.
It feels like it's not commentator's curse, it feels more like a broadcast curse. And I do feel sorry for them.
Turns out our cameras shoot lightning bolts.
Could you imagine? It'd be like Cars 2. You just point them at something and just keep the race interesting. Blow a tire.
Oh, that's unfortunate there for Thomas Burling. Still 5th, obviously no damage. That's I think the positive part of that. There's no damage. It definitely could be worse. I mean, you look at the cars that are 41st on down the order here. Definitely a lot of cars that it could be completely a bad idea for. They are sitting right now top 5 in class. Not bad for where they entered this race. Let's look at what the points. Or look at the points, because I didn't look at the GT3 AM points that heavily. So for GT3 AM, Slippers Racing Team, they're right now sitting in ninth with 30 points. A0 Motorsport White, they're ahead of right now. So there's some points gained on immediate positions there. Unlucky Luke Racing is, I think, out of this race. Those are the two cars in front of Slippers Racing Team, so they're going to gain some points here on those immediately around them in positions. Team Race Gator Blue, are they out of the race as well? They are not out of the race, but they're wounded. Lars Leighton is behind the wheel of the Team Race Gator Blue, so they're gaining points on everyone from 6th to 8th in the points right now. Team Race Gator, Unlucky Luke Racing, and A0 Motorsport White, they're gaining on, as well as, making sure, I think they're also gaining on the 323, I think? Yeah, they're gaining on 223. 223 is the first one out. So they're gaining on just about everybody that is right around them in the points. And then obviously we talked about a little bit the GTP battle going into this race. GTP battle, it was a 1-point difference between Ryder and Project Valorous. That is going to be split in, it's going to be split wide open by the time this race is over. Project Valorous has been in nothing but trouble. Jacob Solarewski back in the car now and on track, but down in 14th position and really out of it here. They are behind Sean Brown, who also had issues in that 86. They are behind Sean Brown by 6 laps. They are behind the race leader, so they are at 194 laps. Our race leader's on 212, so they're almost 30 points behind, or 30 laps behind. That's not great. Old Firm Racing Purple is 5th right now. They're 3rd in points. They're injured 3rd in points, so they're looking pretty decent there. Magic Arrow looking good as well. At least to gain points. They're not going to be in position, I think, do much as far as the actual race win with those 2 drive-throughs. XPD Racing GTP, they're 3rd right now on track. They're 5th in points with 45. It was really a 2-horse race there in the class, and it looks like Ryder Engineering is going to take home a huge spoil of those points here tonight. If things keep going as they are, again, a lot of race to go, but they're looking really good at the moment. Knock on wood. Looking a little further down the order, Dead Bull Racing not having a great race. Charlie Monroe back in that car now, the American driver for the 16. They are 10th on track, 7th in points. Really Slow Motion Racing Red is, I believe, out of this race. Double checking here. Yeah, they're out. They're 17th in class. They're out of this race. They only completed 83 laps. So they'll definitely gain on them. They'll definitely pass them in the points as things run. 07 Racing GTP also out of this race. Same with Team FFSR out of this race. They were top 10 in points entering. Project Valorous Academy is still running. That 52 car is 6th, so they'll gain some pretty significant points in that fight to move themselves further up the order. Carbono Esports JD GTP also running. Guanyo Gregera in the car for the 66 in 7th. Magico 56 is, I believe, out. They are out. So they'll drop down the order a little bit more, pick up the pace. Is still running. That's the number 7 machine sitting in 11th. Asia Motorsport right now, 14th place in points, I should say. Asia Motorsport GTP, they're 8th right now on track, so they gained some pretty good points as well. So, a lot of points set to do some shuffling, but right now, Ryder Engineering set to extend their gap going into Le Mans next week, which is going to be very important for them. Again, they've never been champions in the Platinum Endurance Championship, looking to do so for the first time. After finishing Season 3 runner-up, they scored no points last season. Right now, they're looking at putting themselves in potentially a points record situation if Le Mans also goes well for that team. And it will have been earned by that team. GT3 Pro right now, 07 Racing has a 10-point margin over Sim Race Sweden. That's looking to possibly be expanded pretty widely here. Castellani leading by 45 seconds over Patrick Gannon RPM Racing. Sim Race Sweden right now 4th on track, will lose a substantial amount of points there to 07 Racing. They will gain on Carbano Esports JD GT3, but RPM Racing is going to gain on them a little bit. So it's been a topsy-turvy battle in that GT3 Pro class as far as second through 8th has been topsy-turvy. But 07 Racing, again, going for the three-peat, trying to go back to back to back as champions of that class. And it's hard to deny them when they've been as consistent as they have been so far in this racing. And we're looking at Tarosi, who has a pit stop to make. He's going to lose a lot of time here to Josh Tucker when that pit stop happens. Castellani second place, or leader here in GT3 Pro, sitting 15th overall in the race. 45 seconds ahead of Patrick Gannon. And then Blake Aaron leading the way in GT3 F. Just there behind Lorenzo Castellani, funny enough. Working on everything there.
Just following a little bit of a battle that might be emerging on track. I'll keep my fingers crossed and not hope too hard. The Carbano Esports, the number 66 Porsche GTP, currently closing in on the number 52 Project Valorous Academy car. The gap only 1.4 seconds at the moment. The 66 car been about half a second or so faster than P6 in class at the moment, and the gap is still coming down. A little bit of GT and GTP traffic to deal with here, but that gap, as I say, is still closing. So a little bit of a lull in this race as everyone's settled into a bit of a rhythm. We've had a driver change that's really brought the race back alive again, as Gregera really starts to close the gap down on Hardinge.
Yeah, that gap now back to about 2 seconds, but I'm not sure if they're on the same strategy call or not. We'll have to look and see here real quick.
They're not. There should be Carbano's in lap, if not the next one.
Yeah, I was just saying that. I believe Hardinge was not really that close. Gregera, obviously, to his credit, trying to just punch above where he's at right now. Pablo Alvarez back in the car for XPD Racing GTP and sitting in third. So there's that to it.
Alvarez has been very fast all day, currently holding on to that third place position that they sort of maintained when Old Firm Racing Purple had their disconnect earlier in this race. It's that highlight of consistency and cleanliness, keeping your nose clean, that's got those guys where they need to be right now, and they've done a great job of it. Especially Pablo Alvarez, I think one of the MVPs in that car so far today.
Alvarez right now sitting third place by a significant margin. Julian Harmon in pit lane for a pit stop here. Should be joined here momentarily by Guanyo Gregera.
I believe so, and not too far behind them should be our current race leader.
Yeah.
That pit stop going to very much eat into the current 32-second lead they have over Writer Engineering Esports. Of course, suffering from a couple of drive-through penalties in the last half an hour or so has really reduced the pit stop cycle gap down by a lot. They've lost a good minute or so just in drive-through penalties as it stands, and have put Writer Engineering Esports not only looking to keep themselves at the top of the point standings right now, but in the lead of this race quite easily. And there it is, Magic Arrow pit from the lead. Writer Engineering now closing that gap and should take it back in the next few moments.
Norbert Thomas getting back in that car. I think they know it's time to go, and Aaron Avener still has not appeared for that car at all either. So that's going to be interesting to keep an eye on as well.
Yeah, I'm surprised about that, to be honest. I would have thought he'd have made an appearance
This would have been
by
the time
now.
to do
Yes. Yeah, he's signed up in the car, but perhaps he's going to be the team's closer tonight and do the last few hours and try to bring that gap down. Also, driver availability changes, just in general, because fortunately this is just a hobby and we don't all get paid to do this, so we can't always make time to do sim racing all the time. So perhaps a little bit of that going on for that team at the moment, but we'll have to wait and see.
Arden had an issue off track there through Lamont Corner. Now rolling around back on track here. Sitting right now 6th fastest is Peter Matuzik in pit lane. He'll lose a spot here to, I believe, you actually just might be on a lap ahead of the both of them. Thought that Julian Joy's a little bit closer, but he's not. Magara in pit lane, Charlie Monroe in pit lane as well. So GTP's having themselves some pit stops here. We've been at this for 6.5 hours, 7.5 hours, including practice and qualifying there here on Avian Esports 1. It is, for those wondering, it is 2:43 on the East Coast here in the US. I believe over in England is 8:43?
Quarter to 8 in the evening.
Oh, 7:43. Okay.
Yeah.
See, I'm so screwed up on the time change and everything still. So, but we're gonna step aside for lunch / dinner break. It'll be about a half hour. They'll be at the bottom left where you see our names. I'm Carmen, Sienna, alongside me Taylor Mills. You'll see down in the corner when our return time is going to be. But we're going to have to get something to eat because we're not doing this 13 hours straight, or 13 plus hours straight without food. So we will step aside for about half an hour, get some lunch. We'll have onboard cameras in that intermediate time. Obviously, there's channel points in the live chat here. Also, if you subscribe on Twitch or you subscribe to us here on Avian 1, you can also make your request to view an onboard that way. So there's 2 different ways you can kind of control the onboards here during the lunch break. But we appreciate you spending your Saturday evening with us here, Saturday morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world, here on Avian 1. This is the Platinum Endurance Championship, 12 hours of Sebring. So stick with us. We'll be back here in about half an hour. We are back, non-stop coverage here on ABN1 of the 12 hours of Sebring. The Platinum Endurance Championship continues here. We're down within the last 5 hours, 4 hours and 54 minutes remain here in the 12 hours of Sebring. The track is covered now in darkness. We're running on board with the GT3M leader, Blake Aaron. We were able to rely on board with all the leaders except for the GTP class leader during our lunch break here. But you see on the right-hand side of your screen the weather as it is right now. 22 degrees, the air temp, track temp, not far behind at 24 degrees. 84% humidity. It is nothing but gone up. It's going to be very sticky, very humid. And if it continues to rise, it could get foggy here at Sebring International Raceway. Going to be interesting to see and keep an eye on that humidity level as it continues to fluctuate here in Central Florida. Wind speeds continue to fluctuate, but largely the same direction here as we roll through now the 8th hour of this race. Again, for everyone tuning in, I'm Carmen Sienna alongside me, sports car champion and enthusiast Taylor Mills. Taylor, you've obviously in the lunch break, you had a little bit of information come your way. Walk us through what's going on right now with the leader of the GTP class as Jan Corbs comes down pit lane. Seems like there's something interesting going on in that 76 camp.
So, funnily enough, Jan Corbs is exactly who I was talking to before we came back. Missed his message by a few minutes, so didn't quite manage to get all the information out of him that he was offering. But I might be able to get in touch with Josh Tucker and see what he has to say. But Jan reporting that he thinks they may have screwed up the strategy in some way, shape, or form. So in the booth, we're theorizing that they may have to make an extra stop as compared to the Magic Arrow 55 car, which wouldn't normally be, well, it would be a problem. It'd be a huge problem. But they do have this gap to Magic Arrow at the moment. However, if this is anything to go by, imagine in the final stops have happened and this is their last stop, the gap to the leader would be about 45 to 50 seconds.
Yeah.
Which would be really difficult to claw back. But as I say, I'll try and get some more information out of the writer engineering squad if I can. But for now, perhaps a little bit of late race drama being set up for us in that writer engineering haven't quite got the strategy right.
And now Jan Korb's out of pit lane. Again, sequence is different between the leaders. And for those that are just now tuning in, it is a different situation here on the track. Norbert Thomas, last pit on lap 216. Jan Korb's pitting 20 laps later on lap 236. So Norbert Thomas going to have about, looks like about 7 laps of overlap there. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly how much that 76 crew is off by, because if it's less than those 7 laps, then that could be very interesting. So right now we're keeping an eye on everything as it sits right now. Pablo Alvarez on the lead lap as well, just by virtue of where everything's positioned at the moment. Alvarez and Thomas still on a similar strategy, the third and first place cars. Now we're watching as we see Pablo Alvarez third place here on the track in GTP. Julian Joy a lap down right now, sitting in fourth. Slowly recovering to where they once were, although I think it's still going to be a little bit before they actually get to Alvarez and XPD Racing to battle for that fourth spot. They also pit on lap 214, but they are in the same camp. So very interesting there. Peter Matuzik also in the same camp, 215 there for them. So that was the last stop, so they'll be pitting again. Looks like lap 242, lap 243 for Matuzik. Jeffrey Arroyan for Product Valorous Academy pit on lap 227. So they're right in the middle between the top two in the battle at the front of the field. Carbano Esports JD they last pit on lap 214 as well. So a lot of cars coming in on lap 214 is what we're seeing here. 214 to 215 is when a lot of those pit stops are going to be taking place. A little bit further down the order, this is Lorenzo Castellani back in the car that he started earlier in this race.
It's almost strange to me that we saw the 10 and the 33 going at it earlier in this race, and now Pablo Alvarez is coming to put those guys a lap down. Because the 10 squad was so quick in the early phases of the race to be challenging for P3, but just a bit of a lack of pace as the nights come down. Perhaps the driver fatigue, perhaps the setup not quite working at night has let their pace just dwindle a little bit in the last few hours, and allowed Pablo Alvarez and the XBD Racing crew just pull away a little bit. Now only 9 seconds away from putting them a lap behind him.
Well, Castellani comes down pit lane, as does Matuzik. Matuzik coming down pit lane. Matuzik coming down pit lane, I believe, a little bit early here.
Just trying to get a bead on that one. Yeah, it's about on schedule. It's about on schedule. It's 1 lap earlier than expected, but there could be a lot of reasons for that. If they're comfy, they think they can go to the end anyway. This is absolutely fine. They've been extending every single stint so far, though. So they've got enough of a margin that they can kind of play with their last few pit stops to decide where's best for them to stop so that they can come out or pit in as little traffic as possible. More news from the 76, though. Apparently, when Jan Kurbs pulled the new Reiter car in to try and pit to overtake the Magic Arrow car, which they did end up doing, he miscalculated it by a couple of laps. So Reiter are staring down the barrel of having to save 2 laps before the end of this race, which is fine because these guys have done a couple of stints of 28 laps, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue to get these guys to the end with plenty of stints to go. Jan Kurbs, if he just manages his pace as he's so good at, I don't think he's going to have much issue getting that car back home.
So keep an eye on the 76 and the 55 in that battle at the front of the field. Thomas right now leading by 51 seconds. Again, penalties and separated pit strategies have really kind of put a lot up in the air for that team.
Actually, Carmen, if we just cast our eyes forward a few cars ahead of Jan Kurbs right now, there is a fight emerging in GT3 for P7. Comte is just 0.2 of a second in front of Canio Lopez. So Go Esports and XBD, the GT3 squad, going at it now for 7th place in GT3 Pro.
Reigniting a fight from earlier in this race as well.
Yeah, Canio looking to try and get underneath Comte at turn 1, but they're both going wide, carrying the speed. Whoa, much later on the brakes for Lopez, managing to get a wheel alongside, a little bit of contact at the apex of turn 4, but Lopez keeps the car in there, doesn't carry the momentum mid-corner, and slots back into the slipstream behind Comte, as that's P4 in class. Isaac Arvidsson putting the pressure on Lopez, looking for a way by.
Arvidsson not on the same lap over the car behind. Arvidsson that's Sergio Vieira, who's also going to be in the mix. That's Technic, that blue and yellow car.
Yeah, plenty of cars to come through, though, in terms of traffic. Miguel Bento going to want to try and get through some of these GT3s.
Lane, yeah.
Yep, that could put one of them offline, especially since that's going to be a GTP on cold tires. Yep, there it is. Canio Lopez sent wide by the recovering Miguel Bento after just taking that pit stop and now on fresh tires. So that's going to open this gap up a little bit more and perhaps create an opportunity for Isaac Arvidsson to squeeze through. Saying that, though, Miguel Bento squeezing through Comte at Tower, just allowing that fight to be reignited as Lopez is back under Comte's rear wing. Into Genda BM we go. No one going for any moves this time, but Lamar could open up an opportunity depending on the runs through here. Lopez looking to maximize the exit through Lamar corner. Apex is nicely, but getting on that throttle is going to be the most important part. The BMW with a slight straight line speed advantage, but Lopez is going to move over to try and let Arvidsson through to perhaps try and throw a spanner in the works of Comte and put them offline a little bit. So let's see how this works out. 0.4 seconds is now the gap between Lopez and Vieira, who is also chasing down for P7 in class right now. So just as suddenly as this race went quiet, it suddenly ignited again. We've got a 3-way fight for P7.
Yeah, it's about a 4-way fight in this. Well, obviously with Arvidsson in the mix of it. Arvidsson got ahead of Lopez here, trying to get past Comte as well. Just really trying to get clear of this battle because he sees what's around him.
It's just a question, is Comte going to do what Lopez did and let Arvidsson through cleanly? If he does, it's going to leave him susceptible to attack from Lopez. So if I'm Comte, I keep that Ferrari behind at all costs. They're running relatively similar pace around, but no, Arvidsson's going for it on the brakes, and Lopez is going to try and follow him through, and he does.
Open. Right
hooking
there,
that curb on the inside.
Technic in the grass. That's Sergio Vieira. That was forced into the grass. Big time avoidance there by Vieira, who had to drop a lot of time off of that.
Yeah, but little to no issues. He's still about as far back on Lopez as he was, and is now going to start putting Comte under pressure. Comte, who just lost the position to Lopez as Arvidsson went through, is now having to deal with Sergio Vieira. What a fantastic little bit of driving from Canio Lopez, though, to let Isaac Arvidsson through on the back straight on the run down to Sunset, to try and set up Arvidsson to make a move on Comte, knowing that Lopez can keep up with him, and then just following through when the move is made, and he made it work. That's P7 for Canio Lopez, because he used his head.
So Lopez around Comte. Comte trying to stay ahead of Vieira. And Lopez going to try to pull away here with 7th spot.
Sergio Exposito looking to get involved here as well. The number 366 Amcar currently a little bit faster than Sergio Vieira, looking for a way through into turn 1. So, does Vieira notice the pace difference? If there is one, let's the Carbono Esports JD Ferrari through to maybe try and copy the move that Lopez made.
Perhaps, but also you look at with you can't really guarantee it because again, Esposito's a lap down too. Actually, a couple laps after this group.
It's one of the AM class cars, not a.
Yeah,
oh, making up a load of time on the brakes though.
So this is where it's interesting because Esposito does have a race to battle for here because he's battling to try to catch up to David Narbonne for 3rd. Because the gap there is, if I'm not mistaken, the gap there is about 40 seconds. Narbonne and Dimitrov are about 5 seconds apart though, so it could become a little bit more interesting depending on what Esposito can do, but there's a reason why Esposito's pushing the way he is.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, Vieira,
oh,
even all on the marbles. Wow. All on the marbles there. That's far from ideal for the Porsche driver. Just no grip on the rear tires after that, and dropped back now to 0.7 of a second.
And you don't often recover those that quickly.
No, so really good job from him there. But in all that, the Magic Arrow 55 car has now pitted 8 laps or so after the Writer Engineering Esports car. But after the pit stops have cycled out, the gap's only 15 seconds. That gap's closed up by 20 seconds in the last stint.
Dead Bull Racing in the pit lane as well. Kajime Murrieta behind the wheel of that car for the first time tonight. There's Corbs in the 76 leading the way, and yeah, the gap has come down by about 10 seconds, about 12 seconds it looks like total.
Yeah, wondering if there was anything untoward going on there. Open up now to about 18 seconds, but that's the tire warm up. So did Jan have a bit of a tangle or get held up by some GT traffic there? There's a question mark up in the air for now.
Well, you see the GT cars that are in clusters right now, clusters like what we're looking at right now on your screen, could very well be a reason why, because that could take an entire lap, if not more, out of you.
Yeah, but is that worth 10 to 12 seconds of track time? That's what's confusing me.
Looking to see if he went off track. I don't think he went off track. I'm not seeing anything there. No off tracks there for Jan, so it has to be lap traffic.
Yeah, it looks like Magic Arrow have just nailed the last little bit of the stint or so. I'm just still really confused as to what, because they're matching on lap times as well. I'm literally just looking back at their lap times, and there isn't anything in there that suggests to me that Reiter would have been particularly slow in the last stint or so. That is a confusing one. I'll keep an eye on the pit out, pit in lap times and see what those are saying. Yeah, perhaps a little bit of concern in the Reiter engineering camp now, because, or I hope at least they know where those 10 seconds have gone. Go Esports then still trying to close that gap down to the SR Technic Porsche. Not making up too much ground at the moment, but still have Sergio Exposito for company. Louis Gaspar, who we've seen can be really, really fast in these GT3 machines. We saw him at Monza not a month or so ago. He's linking onto the back of this little train here as well, looking to try and get through. It's laps down on the GT3 Pro fight, but is looking to try and get some of those back, and he certainly has the pace to do it at the moment, but not really able to find a way through on Sergio Exposito at the moment, as Comte is starting to drop back from Vieira a little bit. Vieira, though, who's been very slow compared to Lopez in the last few laps, only really, not even really able to stay with him. The gap now open to 2.8 seconds.
Right now, Comte leading a line here that includes Sergio Ochoa Esposito, as everyone tries to find a way around the now 9th place Go Esports machine of Joan Comte.
Luis Gaspar, though, looking to try and make something happen there, side by side with Luis Gaspar. Sorry, with Sergio Exposito. Yeah, Louis Gaspar and Louis Gaspar both side by side with each other. No, Louis Gaspar just looking to try and unlap himself from Sergio Exposito, but not quite able to make anything happen on this particular occasion. Might be able to make something happen soon, though, depending on what sort of run Exposito is getting out of these corners right now. Comte, though, massive drop off in pace in the last couple of laps. Lapping over nearly a second slower than Sergio Vieira right now. That gap opening up to 2.2 seconds. And coming under loads of pressure from laps down GT3 AM cars, as the number 70 Race 2 Esport Porsche tries to make their way through the GT3 traffic.
It's very fascinating how this battle's really sort of broke apart here just a little bit. You have to look at Lopez and Vieira, XPD Racing GT3, and SR Technic. To see if that battle closes up again, now that they've both gone around the Go Esports car.
I'm just following this battle in chase cam at the moment on my end, and it's really funny to see the number 366 of Sergio Exposito just kind of disappear off the screen as the cars accelerate, although he's got a really nice run here, and then close up loads into braking. I think he's going to look for a move into Sunset Bend here. Yep, Comte just lets actually both of them go. He's going to slot in behind Luis Gaspar. Is Vicente Lara going to be able to find a way through? No, not this time. Looking to stay to the right now. Just push through his Jan Curbs. Wow. Comes slicing through. Jeez. Wow, straight between the two GT3s. What a bit of traffic management from Jan Curbs there. Doing everything he can to keep hold of the optimal racing line. Avoiding the GT3s perfectly. And getting very, very close to the Ferrari of Sergio Exposito there. Heart in the mouth stuff. And it wasn't even for position. So just a couple of stewards reports to catch up on in the last half an hour or so. The number 20 AZR Motorsport GTP has been, I believe the number 20 AZR Motorsport GTP has been handed a drive-through penalty for causing... It doesn't say why, it just says they've got a drive-through penalty. May have been for contact, that's certainly what it looks like, but the steward's room handing down some penalties now. And as we continue to follow Sergio Exposito here, you can see how much Comte's dropped off the back of this train and how it's spread out as quickly as it came together. Canio Lopez currently 3 seconds ahead of Sergio Vieira, who's already pulled 6 seconds on Comte. Louis Gaspar, who slid through in all that as well, a second and a half ahead of Comte too. So these guys really starting to pull away from the 9th place BMW, who seems to be really struggling at this stage of the stint. A little bit further down the field, we have David Narbonne, who is only 2 seconds back on 13th place Negative Delta Academy, currently with Yulian Dimitrov on board. 2 seconds is the gap as it stands, but Narbonne has slowly been closing that gap down. About 0.4 of a second faster per lap at the moment, but with all this traffic that's currently looming for Dimitrov, that gap could close very quickly, and we could see another fight developing, this time for P13.
Right now, looking at the situation here, 2.73 seconds between Canio Lopez and Sergio Vieira. Not a lot closer here. We got one that's closer, and that is David Narbonne, about 2 seconds away from Yulian Dimitrov. This is Negative Delta Academy and Smurf Racing Team battling for second in GT3 AM, and they're in this same group together.
So Carmen, you're primarily a single-seater driver, self-admitted, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yet you are a 24 Hours of Daytona champion. So did you find that there was much carryover from the single-seaters to the sports cars that kind of helped you? I know you admit you were carried a little bit to that victory, but you've got to have played a part yourself. So did you find there was anything that carried over from sports cars to these closed-top sports car prototypes?
Not particularly. So the dirty air, at least when we won Daytona a couple years ago, the dirty air in the LMP2 wasn't horrible. And that's something that you face a lot when you're in open wheel. It doesn't matter if it's obviously the Champ Car machine or, you know, Super Formula. Obviously, we know how bad the F1 cars are with dirty air, even now with the new regulations. Dirty air, having to manage that is so important. You don't deal with that a lot, at least in the LMP2. It may be a little bit different with the GTP, with it being heavier, producing a little bit more wake. And the speed difference there may be a little bit more different. But it was obviously unique. A lot more of my tendencies racing stock cars on road courses, it really kind of came through when driving the LMP2. Not because of the weight, not because of anything like that, but just like learning the braking tendencies at that time. And I'm sure that was before we had the GTP at all. So I'm sure that's changed with the new regulations for LMP2 that slowed it down. And has really kind of changed the way that car behaves. But I found myself doing a lot more stock car tendencies, doing the trail braking, doing a lot more, you know, bumper to bumper, wheel to wheel stuff that you typically don't do in open wheel stuff. With open wheel, the racing, especially at the speeds that obviously we're seeing right now with the GTP class, it's very much point and shoot. You're setting up a pass on the exit of a corner, hoping that you pull it off entering the next corner. That's not quite the way LMP2 was, and I don't know if it's changed. I don't know how much it's changed. I've literally not touched the car since. But the way it was before, it behaved almost like you'd imagine the Super GT, the GT500 cars is a good representation of what you sort of saw in that race, where you were able to really hold it and stay nose to tail, and your passing really kind of came anywhere. If you had the momentum and you had the speed, you can kind of just do whatever you wanted, whenever you wanted. And it wasn't difficult to force mistakes. In open wheel, it's more difficult to force mistakes. You have to force sort of an over expectation to make passes happen in open wheel. You don't have to do that in in sports car racing as a whole. But that's a different thing. Like, we see a lot of side-by-side racing here. Like, we'll see, you know, GT3s or GTPs. They'll go side by side and they'll swap and go and over under each other, you know, multiple times a lap. You don't do that in open wheel racing, at least not nearly to the same degree. And you don't have to overdrive to do it either. So it's a very different thing. It's a lot more closer to the touring car racing, the stock car racing on road courses. You find a lot more of those traits come through, which is why a lot of stock car drivers have a lot of success in sports cars, because you do have that racing mindset. You do have the skill set that comes from stock car racing and the close quarters, side to side, wheel to wheel racing all around the lap that comes there. Open wheel is a little bit different. Now, the thing, and especially the thing that I've noticed with GTP, is that GTP is more momentum based, that's really close to how open wheel racing is. It's very much momentum based. If you lose momentum, it takes a little bit to get it back. But it still leans a little bit heavier into the stock car realm, and obviously like the touring cars and your super silhouette cars like Super GT.
I was going to say, I think the momentum based is due to the fact that these cars now weigh well over a ton, and GT3s are very much the same sort of thing.
Okay. Yeah, the thing with GT3s, I think the GT3s gained a lot of grip though compared to what they used to have. When obviously I thought about winning in the Lamborghini, the Huracan. My first ever GT3 win came in that car. There wasn't a lot of grip. It danced around a ton. I do know the Lamborghini's changed a decent amount. It's a little bit more understeery. The balance isn't quite there, at least not in the same way. But it was very much a dance. Like one of those cars we talked about the dance earlier, like with how these cars end up braking, like to sort of dance around. That was sort of what the Lamborghini did. It just was slower. Now these cars are pretty well lined up and on rails to start. So it's not quite as I don't think it's quite the same. Obviously, a lot's changed in 2 years. Well, 2.5 years now. But I look at the GT3s, and it's easier to recover in the GT3s than what it used to be. We talked about missing the GTE era, right? The Corvette, the BMW M8, the Porsche 911 RSR, the Ferrari 4. I think it's. We had the 488 GTE at one point, but it was the 458 for a period of time. You had the, obviously we didn't ever have this in iRacing, but the Aston Martin GTE, the V8 Vantage, the Ford GT, it's 2017 Ford GT. Those were the cars where it meant a lot more. And I'm happy I was able to race the ending part of that era, because I got to really appreciate it. Those are a little bit closer to the momentum-based sort of driving style compared to the GT3 now. The GT3 now, it's very much, as we see this battle going on between Narbonne and Dimitrov, if one of these two make a mistake, it's going to take them about a lap and a half to get right back to where they are right now. If you messed up in like a GTE car, it took you like 3 laps. It was double the time. And obviously with GTE, you didn't have the ABS or anything like that. With these cars, you have ABS, you have traction control, almost all that stuff's on all the time. Even if it's like a turn dial, you can't really ever hardly turn it off. So you still have some effects of that. So it's still not quite the same. It's still very easy to recover, and it should be. This is where you have pros and amps driving, right? GTEs are just a lot more difficult, and a lot more driver centric. This is sort of, you just kind of plug and play them now, which is why I've never been a super big fan of them. But obviously they're popular for a reason, because anyone can jump in and kind of just drive and make it work, and we're seeing that. But yeah, it's a lot different. Obviously, I hate sounding like a boomer, because it very much is. I come from a different era of racing where these cars were harder, but that's 100% sort of what it was.
No, I completely agree with what you're saying. I think as much as I love GT3, and I really love GT3 because there's so many different body styles, as said, David Narbonne just staying behind this time into the hairpin. I don't think really going for anything at the moment. But there's so many different body shapes. What have we got now? Just running around in WEC. We've got the Mustang, the 911. The Aston Martin, the Ferrari, the Corvette, the Lexus over in the WEC now as well. BMW also joining the fray. But we've got all those cars racing in GT3 on the world stage in the World Endurance Championship. But I think what we're missing is a proper professional class GT category, because we used to have it in what's it called, in IMSA with the GTLM class, where they ran the GTEs, and then you had GTD, which was all of the GT3 cars. And I thought that was fantastic, because we had 3 very differently, or even 4 very differently paced classes of cars. And then we had that pro level GT class with no ABS. They still had the traction control, but they had none of the ABS, like much less driver aids in much harder to drive cars, that really let the individual driver skill come through. The new generation of GT3 car doesn't really have. Like, I'm okay with traction control. I can live with traction control being a thing, because it lets us have these really wild, crazy sorts of race cars with insane torque curves on the engines and 1,000 horsepower and whatever else it is we need. Perhaps they're not so much necessary with the way you can set up a car nowadays, but I think traction control is so ingrained in sports car racing at the moment. I think it'd be hard to get rid of it, but maybe they need to do something with GT3 to bring back the sort of pro side of the class, like ban in ABS, maybe give them a little bit more aero and power. Like, I'm not sure what needs to be done. This is almost a little bit of contact between Chart Augusto and Yulian Dimitrov on the way down to the hairpin. Fair play to both of them for keeping it on the road. But perhaps just something, a more professional level GT3 class, where those GT3 drivers can, or the GT drivers can really show off how good they are.
Yeah, and that's why I think a lot of people sort of advocate for having things like, at least having stuff like ABS turned off. Require a little bit, because you see, and that's something I think at least I've noticed in the races I've done. GT3s can bomb it right into some really heavy braking zones and get away with it pretty well. That's something you couldn't do. You couldn't do it with GT1, you couldn't do it with GT2, you couldn't do it with GTE. And I think that's part of, and I think you talk about like the driving standard issues that sometimes occur. I think that sometimes that the ABS is a big part of it, because it gives you that false sense of you can just make any sort of attempt work.
As you look at David Narbonne going down the inside of Sunset Curve on Yulian Dimitrov.
He was telegraphing that one to try to get that second place position, and he does so successfully.
He was doing that laps ago.
Yeah.
Laps ago. He's been setting that up for absolutely ages. He's been saving a lot of fuel in the last stint or so, but has now decided to go for it, but pins Dimitrov right to the outside line, right on all those marbles, takes away every ounce of grip in the road surface, and just slides right through into second place in class with zero issue. smart driving. Very smart driving. We've seen some really smart driving from the GT drivers right now. But you were saying about driving standards and ABS.
Yeah, remove ABS. I say remove ABS. Remember, I drive in Champ Car racing where we don't have ABS, and we also have some of the dumbest restart rules known to mankind. So maybe don't quite take all of my advice. You know, maybe don't quite do that. No, I think overdoing some of the electronics and the telemetry here, I think really does have a detriment to the class of racing that we're seeing.
Because it becomes a crutch.
Let's
be honest, it becomes a crutch.
It 100% does. And that's sort of why I think some people are excited about the new GT2 series, which is technically in between GT3 and GT4. Make that make sense. It's a little bit more raw. It's a little bit more production based, a little bit more unfiltered, and that stuff's fun. I think GT4 is actually quite fun as well. I love the Aston Martin in GT4. But you 100%, like, I think, you know, everyone works up to this class. There has to be a reason why they've worked up to it, instead of it feeling like it feels like, as far as racing enjoyment, it feels like a step down.
Between GT3 and GT4?
Yeah. Obviously the speeds are faster. There's no doubt about. These are some of the fastest GT cars we've ever seen, minus Super GT, GT500.
I don't count those as GT cars, to be fair. They are prototypes.
I mean, the silhouette cars. I mean, and I think they're in the same class as Stock Car Brazil. And what was supercars? Supercars are now, I think, more on the touring car line now that they're actually independent models.
I mean, I was going to say they've always been on the touring car level. Like, they are touring cars through and through. I think they are the most extra. Apart from GT500, supercars is about as extreme as a touring car can get.
And that's why I think the Gen 7 speaks so well to some of the people now that obviously come from the stock car or from the sports car world, because the Gen 7 stock car, the Gen 7 NASCAR Cup car, is almost identical to the V8 supercar. The big difference is the tires, the flat floor, and the lack of a rear wing. That's the big difference.
Yeah, I think that's why we were able to see Shane Van Gisbergen succeed so well in those really tricky conditions at the Chicago Street Course last year. Because a lot of people were saying it coming into it, they were like, nah, these Gen 7s are quite similar to supercars now, and I don't think some of us quite believed they were as close as we were being told that they were. But I think, especially for me, I stayed up to watch that race through all the rain delays, through everything. It didn't end until like 4 o'clock in the morning my time, and it was the best NASCAR race I've ever watched in my entire life. It was insane to watch these guys who had so many years experience doing stock car driving, that some bloke from Australia came over and just absolutely trounced the field. He didn't make them all look like idiots, because some of them put up one hell of a fight, but Shane Van Gisbergen is an absolute alien in terms of real life drivers. You could put that man in anything and he's going to be quick. Like, he's competed at the 12 Hours of Bathurst. I think he may have won it as well. I'm not 100% sure on that. I will fact check that one myself, but to see that he came over, did that, and had such a fantastic result, and is now a full-time NASCAR driver, and is succeeding over there as well. It's really cool to see, because that man deserves everything in the world, because he just seems like a lovely bloke, and as I say, he's an extraordinarily talented race car driver that could win in anything. But genuinely, he could win in anything.
Well, you also think Shane Van Gisbergen is not the first driver to do well in NASCAR from outside the U.S. You look at Marcus Ambrose was the first, and he won more than once. It's unfortunate that by the time he left NASCAR, he was actually starting to get really good at the ovals too. I think this car just kind of speaks naturally to Shane a little bit better, just across the board, because it feels so similar. But I think the biggest difference is the tires. You know, I think Shane and Shane brought this up in a podcast at one point. The tires that they use in the Supercars Championship are not great, apparently.
Just a quick follow-up. He did in fact win the 12 Hours of Bathurst in 2016 in a McLaren.
Yeah, but Shane Van Gisbergen was very critical that I think the tires in the Supercars Championship, and preferring this for him to prefer Goodyear over the tires in the Supercars Championship says a lot, because we bash on Goodyear here in the U.S. a ton. So that was a wild sort of eye-opening experience. But yeah, but that's sort of, and that's the direction NASCAR wanted to go in. That's why they did the Garage 56 car, and it was so successful in terms of putting eyes on the NASCAR experience. Because it's not just Van Gisbergen. Now it's Kobayashi. Now it's Jenson Button. You've got Danny Kvyat. Kimi Räikkönen. Yeah, you've got several drivers now from well beyond just supercars doing it.
Jordan Taylor as well, actually. Jordan Taylor did a race in COTA. Yeah, did it last year at the road courses for an injured Denny Hamlin, ?
So he did one for an injured Denny Hamlin. He also did, I think he was a part of the 2311 team for a race at, I don't know if it was a Circuit of the Americas or if it was at Indy. I'll have to double check on that.
Indianapolis.
Yes, yeah, I thought it was
because COTA was the Denny race.
Yeah. But that, I mean, that sort of just kind of speaks to how that NASCAR platform is now. And kind of looping all that back, that's kind of what I feel with the sports cars, that you get a lot more of that stock car experience now, in terms of just how you drive the car and how you battle with other drivers now. It's a lot closer now than what it was. So it's all fun, and that's the big thing. It's all fun. We're sitting here, we're talking about, these cars that, I'm almost certain you look at all the drivers that are involved in this race, at least 30 of them have also done a substantial helping of stock car stuff.
Yeah.
At least.
Well, we already know how the skills transfer over, because current race leader, Writer Engineering, one of their drivers is primarily an IndyCar driver in the Dallara IR18 and iRacing. And look how those skills have transferred over into the Acura GTP. But from what you're saying, and the way I understand it, are you saying the way you drive the prototypes and the sports cars and iRacing is more similar to stock car racing than it is single seaters? Hard-hitting question, I know.
You have to repeat that. I didn't hear all of it.
I have no idea what you just said.
I said you have to repeat it. I didn't hear all of it.
Oh, so would you say then that racing sports cars on iRacing is more similar to the stock car racing experience than single seater? A
lot closer, yeah. Especially at tracks that NASCAR also goes to, like Watkins Glen, Sonoma. Yeah.
I think a lot of there's a lot of tire saving strategies that come across from the stock car as well that I don't think I've ever been able to really get a grasp on.
I think a lot of that's the power difference, because the NASCAR Cup cars have 700 horsepower, 750 horsepower.
No traction control as well.
Correct, no traction control, no ABS, and their power steering system is a lot more different too. So the feeling's not quite the same, but the skills you need to actually drive the car are. So it just having to make that adjustment, and I think that's the biggest challenge. I think that's the biggest challenge for those that are coming over, is just the feeling, because it does feel so different. Once you get over the feeling, and once you're able to associate the feeling with the skill you need, it becomes a lot easier. Like, I'm running, like, and I'm going to be doing, HTL Cup Series on Monday nights now. I'm going to be racing on that. I'm willing to bet once I go to, like, Sonoma for the first time, or Watkins Glen, or Daytona Road Course, that's going to come to me a little bit. Being able to sort of associate those skills that you need and how to actually translate it across, and that just takes time. You give someone a proper amount of time, like Shane Van Gisbergen, like Kobayashi, like Jordan Taylor, they'll be able to translate it because they are elite talent.
Oh, definitely. It definitely helps though that the Gen 7 Cup car has much more of a, I want to say, proper suspension setup, because those Gen 6 cars were very skew-if.
Yeah, luckily they've taken away some of the asymmetry from the 7th gen car, because like the Gen 4 car especially was wild. They've taken away
There's a
a lot
reason
of
they call it the Twisted Sister.
Yeah, it's taken away a lot, because a lot of it is now, like, it's not made by the teams anymore. It's made by actual suppliers and delivered to the teams. That's been a big positive change.
Certainly helps bring the cost down. As a national stock car, touring car racing should be relatively low level and very affordable. And it's a lot of championships seem to be taking their eye off the ball in that case and just making motorsport more and more expensive. I think I'm quite grateful that over the last 5 years or so we've seen organizers start to bring and rein those costs in a little bit, having more spec series cars as the Randale racing car comes into the pit lane for a pit stop, but to kind of rein in the spending and make it so that your Ferraris, Mercedes and Red Bulls of the world can't just outspend everyone else. I think there's much more nuance to how, in particular, you develop a Formula 1 car nowadays, because you have to spend your resources accordingly. And it helps like the cars lower down the field actually be profitable nowadays, which I think is, as I say, a fantastic change. Affordability in motorsport should be an absolute priority.
Watching Florian Appicelli get back on track here in that Randale racing car. Pitting off sequence here, lap 254. I believe on the next cars that'll be coming down pit lane here momentarily will end up being the race leader Jan Korbs, who pit on lap 236 last and is currently leading by 17 seconds. So the gap's not really changed a whole lot. It's changed by about a second since Thomas has come out on track from that last pit stop.
Interestingly enough, the gap was down as low as 15 seconds about a lap ago, but it's only really in the last lap that it's gone back up to 16 seconds or so. Jan doing exactly what he needs right now to keep those guys behind for the moment. As we know, the 76 team reporting that they might not quite have enough fuel to get to the end. Like, we know a lot of cars are going to have to make a lot of stops between here and the end of the race, but we're specifically talking about that last stop of the race. Writer Engineering currently think they may have to take a splash and dash, but Jan Korbs is currently on his has currently completed 27 laps, coming round to complete his 28. So I'm expecting him to come in this time by. If not, he's saved all the fuel he needs to get to the end of this race. And would you look at that, Jan Korbs stays out again, finishes his 28th lap, and is going to make it 29. That's the distance that our previous race leaders, Project Valorous, were doing. Maybe that explains some of the time loss. You were talking about it earlier, Carmen.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very, very possible, and I think for where that team is right now, they've got to try to protect that advantage that they've got, because I mean, you've seen how easy it flips. It goes from being a 17-second advantage to a 50-second deficit. Now is Ryder's in a positive situation regardless, because they know that Zaleski is 20 laps behind, or 19 laps behind, I believe. That was their biggest competition in the points, by far. And if they finish second and they lose 5-6 points to Magic Arrow, that doesn't hurt them. They still enter Le Mans with a huge advantage with that race coming up. It just, you would like the most points possible going into that. You'd like to maximize those opportunities. And again, you look at Monza as a place where that could have been very, very, very bad if the 50, if this was the 50 we're talking about, not the 76. That's a position that could be horrifying for the 76 crew. But right now, they're looking confident, they're looking poised, and they're in the right spot to try to defend that advantage. If they feel like they've got to save some fuel, they've got that runway now. And here they come. Here comes Scorps.
They've done it. They've done all they need, but at the moment, Jan is still going to have to, or Jan and the Reiter crew, sorry, are still going to have to take a significantly longer pit stop at the end of the race, because you count the laps now between where we are now and when Magic Arrow pit. That's how much less fuel they're going to have to have. That's how much less fuel they're going to have to put in the tank at the end of the race. It's looking like Reiter are going to basically have to take a full tank of fuel at that final pit stop unless they can save more, and Magic Arrow may end up in the hot seat very late on in this race. It's another something I've been watching as the race goes on. I like to keep my eyes up and down the field watching for any other fights that might be emerging, and actually one is at the tail end of P10 in GT3 Pro. Jorge Pinheiro is being caught by Rubens Lorente at a rate of knots, about a second a lap as it stands. The gap currently 1.2 seconds between the SR Technic and Carbono esports car. This one has been coming for a while. That gap has been closing for almost a stint at this point, and finally Lorente has that 213 Porsche in his sights.
This is 4-9 in GT3 Pro. I think we had another car bite the dust in GTP. Sean Brown, I think, is still in pit lane, 35 minutes now. And I believe that car may officially be out. Certainly out of range, I think, of scoring points here tonight. In pit lane, Sergio Sanchez Cachaferro back in the car for Go Esports. So that pit stop's taking place now. In fact, Cachaferro leaving pit lane now.
Yeah, so that's going to promote Carbono Esports up into that P9 that they were chasing from SR Technic, but going to open up an opportunity for them to gain another position. Yeah, 0.4 of a second gained since we last checked. Well within a second at this point and still gaining. The lap time comparison last lap, a 2-minute 2.1 for SR Technic and a 2-minute 1.6 for Carbono Esports. This move is happening whether Pinheiro likes it or not.
Yeah, Pinheiro just struggling to keep the pace in that Porsche at the end of this run. You're seeing the fall off be pretty dramatic here.
But GT traffic going to try and squeeze its way through here. Doesn't threaten to split this fight up at all because it's going to slide through on that run down to Cunningham Corner. We do have current race leader Norbert Temas coming up behind all of this. He's going to be looking through for a way through into Le Mans as he peeks to the right hand side and around the outside. Clears Rubens Lorente on entry, but holds Pinheiro up an absolute treat. Lorente looking for a run out of Le Mans as it stands, getting all the draft that they need from the flat six powered Porsche in front. The inline six BMW pulls alongside of their side by side on entry, but Rubens Lorente just out braking Pinheiro into Sunset Bend, makes the move stick, pulls ahead by 0.4, and that's Carbono Esports up into P8. A brilliant bit of driving there for Lorente to take advantage of the GT3, putting Pinheiro offline on the exit of Le Mans, then just picking up all of that slipstream up the straight as another GTP files its way through, splitting them up once again, but just carrying that momentum all the way from the apex of Le Mans and pulling out at just the right point to make sure they still have the overlap and the momentum into Sunset Bend, stealing away that inside line, forcing Pinheiro to take to the marbles, and then just stealing that position. Very, very smart bit of driving.
Canio Lopez in the car. Ivan Spitz now taking over for XPD Racing GT3 from Canio Lopez. As pit stops happen now amongst the top 6. Charlie Lund Nilsson also in pit lane at the moment. Both pitting about the same lap time here. And for Ivan Spitz, it's about trying to stay ahead of Dominic Commentator, who came in a lap before. In fact, Commentator's going to go right bomb by. Let me Asha back on track here, and we'll also pass Ivan Spitz.
I think that gap's going to be a little bit closer than you might otherwise like. It's only going to be 4 seconds or so when Ivan Spitz comes out of pit lane, or 5 seconds as Ivan tries to get that Porsche back up to speed. Leon Misch just held up an absolute treat by the RPM Mercedes in front, also on cold tyres. So he's very much going to be looking for a way through on Charlie Nelson into the hairpin, maybe. You know, I've just realised there is a Leon and a Lemmy Mishk.
Lemmy is Leon.
The same person?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so they are. I see that now. Never mind, ignore me.
Meanwhile, in pit lane right now, Isaac Arvidsson for Sim Race Sweden in pit lane. Pitting from the 2nd position here, and Vincent Awesomes will take over that car. The Dutch driver, as we watch Vladislav Shopov try to make his way around to try to battle for that 2nd spot again. And Shopov and Shopov and Nielsen not far apart either. 1.8 seconds between the two.
Oh my goodness gracious me, could it be racing in my Sim Racing Motorsport event? No way.
I can't believe it.
I'm in disbelief, genuinely. It's been 84 years since we saw the last on-track battle.
I mean, we literally just saw a passing happen 5 minutes ago, but yeah.
You're joking. I'm being overdramatic. That makes a change. That's new. I don't think I've ever done that before.
We're all drivers, we're all over dramatic at some point.
Indeed. Vincent Olsen's on board the number 219 of Sim Race Sweden
He's right
Esports.
behind this group.
Yeah, he's coming out only 4 seconds behind this pack.
No.
What a lovely bit of driving from the Sim Race Sweden Esports team there to get themselves in this position. Charlie Nilsson, though, slowly gaining on the back of Vladislav Shopov. This is going to be one heck of a fight. Average lap time difference, 0.2 of a second between these two at the moment. So Nilsson just bringing that gap down gradually. Going to be within slipstream within about 5 laps or so. So definitely something to keep an eye on. But Shopov is going to have the 14th place Negative Delta Academy Miroslav Sotorov car to kind of drag them along a little bit, particularly in that final sector, and maybe protect some of those time losses to the car behind. Vincent Olsen still getting those tires up to temperature, not really gaining on this fight at the moment as it develops. Shopov starting to pull away from Charlie Nilsson a little bit, and perhaps leave that RPM Racing Mercedes in the dust a touch.
Past the 8-hour mark. We're now in the hour 9 here In the 12 hours of Sebring, Norbert Thomas is in pit lane, as is Pablo Alvarez, both of them in pit lane.
That stop well on strategy for Magic Arrow, and they have to just sit there waiting for the fuel to come on board, whilst Writer Engineering keep catching. Jan Curbs in Sunset Bend now, heading quickly towards the start-finish line under the Michelin Bridge, crosses the start-finish line, and under the Chevrolet Bridge. Norbert Tamas still not moving yet though. Are we about to see a really big bit of time gain from Jan Curbs as Tamas now gets moving? Remember the gap before they pitted, 17 seconds. So has Jan been able to take advantage of that fresh rubber and extend by a significant margin? Let's wait for it all to shake out and settle down. I don't think by much. I think it's stayed similar, but Norbert Tamas now has to get those tires up to temperature, and we've seen how the Porsche 963 has struggled throughout this race, and now with the colder track temp, is this going to be where Jan Curbs can pull out a pretty decent gap on this other GTP?
We're going to find out. Thomas out on track here. The gap is 16.3 seconds, so again, it's going down a little bit, as we kind of expected it would if Ryder's trying to save a little bit of fuel here, but it's not going down by a significant amount yet. So very interesting how all that's playing through here.
And I think if I'm in Writer Engineering's car now, I'm seeing how the gap hasn't really changed whilst I've been going for 29 lap stints. So I think that team's aim for right now should be to try and knock out those 29 lap stints all the way until the end of the race, because they're the ones currently at a deficit in terms of how much fuel they're going to need to take on at the end of this race. So if they can keep Norbert Tamas at arm's length and still make those 29 laps, those guys are going to be in a really good position come the end of this race. I'm honestly in a little bit of a disbelief that it's suddenly turned into a strategy race.
Gap's opening up right now, 17.6 seconds, so it's back to exactly where it was before the pit stops took place. Back to exactly where it was.
Keep an eye on it though, because the Porsche's still got another lap of tyre warming to do as Norbert Tamas comes down the start-finish straight and under the Chevrolet Bridge. The pit wall taking a dive to the right in iRacing, unlike what it does in real life. There are pit garages down there nowadays, so in real life they want to make sure they have the space to fit cars down there 2x2, so they have straightened out that wall in recent years, which is, I've got to admit, when it comes to watching the real life 12 hours of Sebring, it's one of the strangest things that takes me a while to even notice, and then when I do, I can't unsee it because I'm so used to the wall just making that dive to the right, and then it just doesn't do that in real life, and it's like, oh, all right, okay, that's different. I'm just trying to think if there are any other major differences between sim tracks and real life tracks that you've noticed that always freak you out when you see them in real life.
Sim tracks that freak me out in real life?
Like, there's differences that uncanny valley. You know how, have you ever heard of the iRacing curse?
No.
Okay, so every time iRacing scan, build, and release a track, something about that circuit changes significantly, or it gets shut down. Sometimes it happens to cars as well. So iRacing announced the SRX, and then SRX died. At Silverstone, they repaved it and made the straight skinnier. I'm trying to think of other examples off the top of my head. Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, they completely changed the final sector.
Yeah. That wasn't immediate though.
No, it took a while, but it wasn't too long after it released that they rebuilt Turn 10. I think that was 2021 that they changed it to the faster Turn 10.
Let me see when it came out, because they have a little bit of desync. They really don't having desync now of all times. Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. It came out
It was 2020 for the sim. No, 2019 for the sim track. And the real life changes in 2021, 2022. So it struck eventually.
Yeah, I don't know how much of that's actually cursing. Like, I know that's like some of the cars have that curse, right? Because you have like the Jetta, you have the SRX, SRX, you have to come out for that series to close.
Mm-hmm.
You had the Solstice, which he added, and then Pontiac closed.
Wow, that's an extreme iRacing curse.
Yeah, a little bit on the extreme side there. Yeah, I think if it's longer than like 3 years, I don't think it counts as the curse. Because it takes a while for them to scan that track to begin with.
Yeah.
Like
It's a full 3-day work.
Yeah, so
for some of these
just to
venues.
scan it, and then it's months to build it. Like we're still getting like Magello was scanned back in 2021, and we just got it.
Yeah.
So like it's
And we're
hard.
still waiting on that Le Mans rescan as well.
Yeah, I think we'll be waiting a while.
Yeah, for Le Mans, to be fair, all they really need to do is exactly what they did with Road America and just update some of the scenery. Like, just move that wall back, and then everything will be fine.
Right.
I'm trying to think if anything else has changed around Le Mans in recent years. I think the only part I can think of is that wall on the inside of Porsche 4, that right-hander towards the end of it, that has moved back a significant amount I think that was in 2018, which was only 2 years after iRacing got Le Mans.
Yeah.
So, you know, iRacing curse, I'm telling you, it's real. Whilst we were rambling about the iRacing curse and uncanny valley of real-life racetracks compared to their sim variants, Vincent Olsons, who was threatening to overtake Charlie Nilsson for these last 5 laps or so, did actually get it done. Yeah, Vincent Olson's now up into P3, even after making a very bold move down the inside of Sunset Bend. Lots of drivers struggling to keep it on the island at that section of track with so many marbles built up just off the racing line, and with the varying lines through that corner, people are really struggling to get that corner tidied up and get it right. At the start of this race, we definitely had like 10 or so different ways you could get through that corner, but now it's just, there's so many marbles out there. There is one line through the bend, and if you don't get on that line, you are going wide.
Josh Tucker, driver of that GT4 Pro. Facts. Absolute facts. Give me GT4 Pro.
I think Josh Tucker also needs to refresh the stream because that conversation was half an hour ago.
Yeah. In fairness, he was racing a decent amount.
I think he probably paused the stream and it never truly caught back up. But we'll have to welcome him back to the present when he eventually realizes.
Yeah.
Unless he's just one of those guys with a really slow reaction time.
Lots of hats. Oh, okay, no, yes, he is up to date. He just had lots of hats to wear, so easier.
Okay, fair enough.
For 30 seconds is accurate. That's adequate. Daniel Larson back on in pit lane for Project Valor's number 51 car. The gap between Corbs and Thomas keeps rising up a little bit. 18 seconds still.
Yeah, I think maybe perhaps at this point, Jan Kurbs has stopped fuel saving. I don't know whether I agree with that strategy, but at the end of the day, it's those guys in the car. They've got to decide how they want to run their race. But with this pace that Jan's got on tap, maybe they're deciding now's the time to use it. We'll have to ask Josh Tucker and see what he says. Nudge, nudge. Oh, okay, they're still saving. There you go. See, I like Ryder because they're just willing to give us everything. It's like next time I'm just going to ask them for their strategy sheet and see what they do.
Makes it more fun, yeah. You go by feeling, which is fantastic. I feel like we need to save fuel. What's that feeling? The
Vibes.
internet.
To be fair, the thing is though, as much as you say it is by feel, I think we've got to appreciate just how many years of prototype racing Jan Kurbs has under his belt. If you can rant and rave about my achievements in sports cars, Jan Kurbs has at least doubled or tripled that in exactly the same amount of time. He's got the same, if not more, sports car championships. I'm sure he's got a 24 Hours of Le Mans win under his belt or two. So it's one of those things where it's less just vibes and just feelings. Like, it is a feeling, but it comes from the experience, and it comes from the muscle memory of doing it in the past. And as much as we're just like, that's the vibe it gives off. Like, yeah, that is the case, but it's also the vibe it gives off because we're like, hang on a second, I've done this before at this track in this car on a similar strategy. Hey, this is what we can do. It's how Alex Gerber, my teammate, and I think unofficial title of lead strategist of TMR, it's how he came up with the strategy that won us the 1-2 at Mugello. He was like, maybe these tires aren't quite doing exactly what we need them to. How about this little strategy because of some things that are different about Mugello that might open up this alternate strategy. And he was actually the same guy that came up with the Indy GP strategy with the fuel saving that I was talking about in the Acura a few hours ago. That ended up netting us a P2 in the IMSA Endurance Championship. So Alex works with numbers on a day-to-day basis. So he's kind of got those mechanics in his head already, that when he gets a feel for things, it's not based on pure vibes or guesswork. It is from informed past experiences that are telling him now, this is what you should do and this is what you should try. And it works. It's working for right now. It worked for us back then. Also, I'll say it on stream so there's no ambiguity. Jan Kurbs is a better driver than me.
Awesome's trying to close in on Batislav Shopov. Shopov pulling away here by 9 seconds here.
Yeah, Shopov has been absolutely rapid. We thought perhaps a little bit of a battle was going to emerge between Shopov and Nilsson, but Nilsson not really able to make that materialize. The pace just really dropping off in these last 10 laps or so. Same phase of strategy as Simrace Sweden esports though, so you wouldn't really expect that sort of drop-off, but here we are. Perhaps it's that driver fatigue we talked about earlier, just settling in for Nilsson now, who's done a very large chunk of driving in that RPM racing machine today.
Vince Awesome's here, and he's pulling away from Charlie Lund Nielsen in this battle. So right now he's kind of trying to solidify that third spot at the moment. He's kind of in the middle of no man's land, though. I think Nilsson's, and Nilsson has been in this car for a while. I think fatigue's beginning to get to him a little bit here as we look at everything going on.
Actually, has he been out of that car at all? He
I
must
think so.
have by
Yeah,
now.
yeah, he's definitely been out of that car.
I'd expect as much by now. Trying to catch up on a couple of penalties, not penalties, but stewards' reviews that have popped up here. Just struggling to find when it happened, to be honest with you. But it's been reported that Race 2 Esport and the 51 Project Valorous car have had some form of incident. I'm just trying to search through and see where that might have been. A couple of potential spots, but I'll keep you updated as to whether I find it or not. The only thing I can see really is Char Gusto in the Race 2 Esport car, squeezing through a gap between a GT3 and an off-the-road Daniel Lawson in the Project Valorous 51 car. So I don't quite know what that penalty might be for, but it's going to be something to keep an eye on because it was pretty inconsequential, to be honest with you. And there was something a little bit later between them and the number 276 Racer Engineering car that I can't seem to find. So we're just waiting for a full report on that one. But as I say, as they come in, I will keep you updated and we'll go from there.
Yeah, Vladislav Shubov back down pit lane here. Pit stop, so he'll drop from second down to fourth. And back out rolling he goes.
Yeah, really, really good stint from Shopov there, really putting on a show and showing what that car is capable of. I'm sure there's some sort of pun in there. Something along the lines of he's Shopoving off. I don't know. I tried. I really tried. Because that's a DTP off the road in the background. I don't quite know who that was. Thankfully, no wreck. They keep it mostly on the island, and a lot of that doable thanks to iRace's new grass model, introduced a couple of seasons back.
Shubov sitting in fourth position at the moment here with about 3 hours and 33 minutes left to go here in this race. Pit stops, again, kind of spread out here a little bit. Ivan Spitz, I think the next one set up to make a pit stop behind Louis Mishk, who ironically is just in front of him by about 10 seconds here. Mishk will be the next one to come down pit lane of those near the front of the field. And then it'll be Ivan Spitz still expecting at least one more driver change out of this.
So in the pit stop cycle and adding a little bit of intrigue perhaps to this part of the race. RPM Racing Orange now right on the tail of that Slippers Racing team. Although very quickly, there has been a drive-through awarded. Let me just double check who that is for. I believe that might be for the number 70 Race 2 Esport car. So definitely something to keep an eye on, and I will let you know if they come down pit lane so we can see that in real time. I'd be interested to see the steward's reasoning behind that, because I don't really see why they got penalty unless I'm missing something here. But yeah, there was apparently a frivolous protest from Project Valorous on Race 2 Esports. So this one is for something that happened between Writer Engineering and Race 2 Esports. So yeah, as I say, didn't really see that one, so I don't really know what happened. So be interested to see if we could just get a little bit of insight as to why Race 2 Esport have been handed a penalty.
Meanwhile, further up the order in the GTP field, there is the number 52 coming down pit lane. Jeffrey Arroyo behind the wheel of the Project Valorous Academy, number 52, to make a scheduled stop here. And it's going to be a driver change, riding Ryan Hardinge behind the wheel now of the 52 car. Meanwhile, down the order here, Drew Glover and Yashal Yunus about to duke it out for not really anything other than just track position at the moment, but Drew Glover is closing in on this fight. Yunus and RPM Racing Orange have struggling early in this race when we had the sun out, but it's been quiet since the sun went down. So I think RPM Racing Orange kind of happy for that one, because they are still carrying some damage from that earlier incident.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see that they haven't had that repaired. With how the pit stops work, as soon as those 4 tires get changed on the car during the refuel, typically those 2 mechanics then transition over towards fixing the car. So they'll still be virtually speaking, there'll be one guy working on the car to do any damage repairs as the car is getting its tire changed. But it's then, as soon as those tires are changed, the 2 pit tire changers jump on the car and start making those repairs. Hence why you see the timer tick down at full speeds. And typically you can get about 20 seconds of repairs done whilst the rest of the refuel is happening. So I've got to say, it's quite strange that those repairs aren't getting done during the pit stop.
Keeping an eye on this battle here. Trying to see, there's not a whole lot going on at the moment. Trying to figure out where everything's at the moment. Everyone very spread out, because those that need to make pit stops have not yet made them, which is going to make everything over the next few minutes very interesting, because those pit stops are going to see a lot of overcuts and undercuts take place. Leslie Bernardini leading the way still by about 90 seconds in the GT3 Pro category. 3 cars on the lead lap at the moment. They've been pretty well untouchable.
Yeah, I think at this point they've saved the stop over everyone else. Only 9 laps into their current stint, everyone else behind 13 and 14. So these guys have been killing it all race. They've been on that fuel saving strategy. Saying that actually, I think they only saved fuel at the start of the race in that first stint, and then have just carried that momentum all the way through. So as long as they've been getting to the top of the hour, they're absolutely fine, and they've just been able to push for the rest of this race, matching everyone else on fuel strategy, going 30 laps on the tank before having to pit for more. But they've killed it. Just that extra pit stop at the start of the race has kept them in clean air, let them run on their own and let them run their own race. And now here they are, a minute and 90 seconds, a minute and a half in front of the rest of the field.
Done an outstanding job in this process here. Yankar's back at the lead of the race. The gap has gone back down 15.4 seconds. It was 18 at one point, so lap traffic beginning to go back in the way of Magic Arrow in this fight.
And that's sort of that ebb and flow that we talk about every time we go live here on ABN, is how things change as the race goes on. Sometimes the traffic's going to be in your favor, and sometimes it's going to be working against you, and you just got to kind of deal with it as it comes and deal with the gap as it changes. But for now, Jan Kurbs and the Writer Engineering crew are doing exactly what they need to do, currently on that fuel saving strategy, trying to go those 29 laps like Project Valorous 50 were doing at the start of this event, to try and maintain, or to try and gain, a pit advantage on the Magic Arrow 55 crew. Now, I can imagine if you're the Magic Arrow team, you've noticed that Jan Kurbs and Reiter are going for that alternate strategy, so perhaps it's time to change onto the fuel save to try and maintain your pit advantage. Because at the moment, they're not gaining anything with what might be a full push, so it might be worth just backing down the pace, doing a bit of lift and coast, and trying to extend in the same way. Again, if you can protect that pit stop advantage, it's only 15 seconds between these two cars at the moment. I think they could win this race if they switch, but they've got to do it now.
Meanwhile, down further in the order, Pablo Riesta for Carmen Esports JD just set the personal best for that car at 145.44 for car 66. A little bit faster than Thomas, faster than Mark Hagel, who's sitting in third, Randy Martin in fourth, Ryan Hardinge in fifth. So yeah, definitely one of the faster cars in the, at least the fastest in the top 6. Minus Jan Kurbs, who set a 145.25 last time around.
Yeah, Carbono Esports still looking to overhaul a little bit of a deficit on Project Valorous Academy if they can. The gap currently sits at 1 minute and 40 seconds, but if you flip that, that means the Project Valorous Academy car is only 5 seconds behind them on the track. In fact, you might be able to see them in the background of one of these shots. Valorous Academy is just doing everything they can to try and hold on to that P5 at the moment. A little bit of alternate strategy going on for them. They're running slightly shorter on the fuel stint, but are running a lot harder than the rest of the field. But at the moment, it's working. I don't know if they'll lose 1 minute and 40 seconds to Carbono Esports in the final pit stop, but that's still to be seen as we approach the 3 hours and 20 minutes to go. Honestly, that's going to fly. We've still got a lot of questions to be answered here at the PEC 12 hours of Sebring. Can Writer Engineering save the fuel that they need? Can Project Valorous keep a hold of their top 5. Is there anything that All Firm Racing Purple can do to get back in that podium position? Can any of the GT3's top 07 racing without incident for the lead car at the moment? And will there be any change for position at the front of the GT3 Anfield? The gap currently sat at 47 seconds and the pace very much in favour of Lithium at the moment. I don't think so.
Yes, so right now, still setting some pretty fast lap times at the moment. Wyatt on pit lane, minus the 86 car that has not been out of pit lane for over an hour and 15 minutes now is what Sean Brown's been on pit lane for, so that car's got to be completely out of it at this point.
Yeah, I certainly think so. There's almost no point in that car coming back out on track, especially when you're that far down, because you're not only going to have to hope that something happens to everyone else, but you're then going to have to claw back all that time that you've already lost to them. So someone would have to go to gain a position. People only have about an hour or two to actually crash out of this race for TeamRedX.com to gain any time. So I very much think that car's out of it by this point. Following along with that Project Valorous 51 car, of course, the sister car to your old race leaders from the start of this race, who ran in, both cars actually have ran into some trouble in this race, both getting tangled up in various incidents. The number 50 been the faster car, Project Valorous being one of the few teams opting to run a different car per team that they entered. Of course, the 51 running the Porsche 963, the 50 running the Acura ARX 06, and the Academy car running a Cadillac. Almost rhymes with it as we jump to Ryan Hardinge in that Project Valorous number 52 car. Carmen, as an experienced racing head yourself, do you not think it would be more convenient for all three of the teams to be running the same car, or do you think there's more of an advantage of running 3 different cars depending on Bob?
I have the OCD that requires me to have my entire team run the exact same model. So I would definitely be along the line of like, okay, we're all choosing the Acura, we're all choosing the Cadillac or the Porsche, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
or the BMW in your case.
Or the BMW in my case is probably what I end up choosing. But I do like that there's teams that are taking the chance, because you talk about the BOP, and I think that's a big part of it. The BOP can change. You know, we've already had one major update during this season. It very well can change. And you want to be able to keep at least one of your cars tabbed ahead of that change. So I see it. I really do. I see where they're coming from with that. You want to have tabs on all the cars, how they feel and everything, and sort of just be able to go with the flow. It does limit how much you learn from your team. Mm-hmm. Your team almost operates in pockets at that point. But, I mean, we've seen with Project Valorous, something to keep in mind with this team was Project Dynamic great going through the last couple seasons. they expanded. These are a lot of the 3 of the cars in this series were not here last season. These are different groups. These are not the same team. They're not the same, like, they're not the same pocket of the team. They came from different series to race in the PEC, so these may be the cars that they were running prior to them joining PEC, and that's just what they knew the best. There's a lot of different reasons that could be the case, but this being a team that expanded massively, I think that's part of it. But I can't really discourage it because it gives us variety too. Like last season it was almost entirely Cadillacs. Now we have a healthy amount of Acuras. We have a healthy amount of Porsches. We obviously have Cadillac's still a dominant car. But we have that variety now, and there's teams like Valorous that have given us a little bit of that variety because they've given us all 3 manufacturers in one go. So, personally, as a team owner, I would choose one model just that way we can all work together. But you also think like these teams, as much as they want to work together, they're also working against each other too, because they're all working for the same thing. There's no driver style here; it's all team, it's all car. So you definitely want to compete and contend against your teammates as well. And it's easier to do that when everyone's in different cars. When everyone's in the same car. We talked about this earlier when it was Mercedes versus Mercedes or Porsche versus Porsche. It's harder to do because the equipment's so similar. It's about figuring out where your opponent is weaker. What have they not set up that you have? And likewise, what do they have over you that you don't have, right? Now you can kind of just telegraph it by car. And it's a little bit easier to plan out when you're doing that too. There's a lot of layers to why I think that's the case. I'm not against it. I wouldn't personally do it, but I'm not against it. These are all drivers that would run laps around me. Like they could be in LMP2s and I could be in the GTP and they'd still lap me. But I think ultimately you got to cater to what your drivers are also comfortable with, and this could be that too.
I think it's important to highlight that the answer to that question might change depending on whether or not it's a completely open championship or one where you're locked into your car choice.
Yeah.
Because I feel like if you can change car event to event, it'd be more advantageous to keep everyone in the same car so that you can all garner the same amount of learning from the same amount of data. But as you said, it does limit you to how much you can realistically learn over the course of the weeks leading up to the championship. Like look at Chip Ganassi and the Cadillac in the WEC and IMSA. They've been really struggling to get a proper bead on that car, and if you ask me, it's because they can't get the same amount of data as the rest of the teams. Like look at Porsche, they've got 4 or 5 cars in both series. They've got the 2 factory cars. Jota are running 2 cars each in the WEC. Proton Competition have a car in each series, and then there's a JDC Miller Porsche running around in IMSA as well. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Porsches that are running somewhere around the world, basically on a weekly basis, gathering data, so they can funnel all that into some massive data pool. Like, remember what Jota did with that thing at Le Mans, where they had such a pace advantage compared to the Penske's, but then they were able to pull that data with Team Penske and the rest of the Porsche crews, and able to find some pace together. Like even the Proton Competition Porsche that's really been struggling over the last year or so, was able to start to fly at Fuji. Like there was a real shift in terms of pace advantage between all of the Porsche teams, because Penske started flying out of nowhere and were very much in contention to win that race. And if you ask me, that's because of the data that they're able to gather from 10 different cars across 2 different series. But I can't even begin to calculate the amount of kilometers that those 963 chassis did over the course of last year.
Yeah, they were definitely expansive going, through their testing, because they spent we heard about Porsche testing before we even heard about Lamborghini testing.
Mm.
Like we heard about Porsche testing it well in advance. So that was a wild. There's a wild amount, and obviously Porsche took it seriously. They wanted to come back in style the way they left when they left LMP1, and I think they've done a decent job of doing that. Obviously, it's more competitive now, but I think they've done a decent job of coming back and being competitive. Right now, watching the AM class leader Milo Spielman for Lithium Motorsports. AM leading by about a minute. Smurf Racing Team sitting up in second now with Stefan Henrique behind the wheel of that Audi in second in AM. And then Sergio Ochoa Esposito for Cabano Esports JD GT3M sitting in third right now. So, and that class is kind of flipped upside down a little bit, minus the leader.
It's important to mention how much the gap has grown over the last few laps between Reiter and Magicaro. The gap up from 16 seconds to 18 at the moment. So, what do you think, Carmen? Has it happened? Have they made the switch to that fuel saving strategy? Certainly looks like they have, looking at the lap times.
Look here. Looking at Robert Thomas. See both leaders at 146s. It's interesting because they were separated by 5 laps on their last pit stops. I have no idea. 294 pit stops coming for Jan Korbs here in about 6 laps.
We're really going to find out what the answer to that question is when we see where Magic Arrow pit relative to Reiter Engineering this time by, because Jan Korbs about to pit this time around on lap 28 of an expected 29 laps. Again, a brilliant bit of fuel saving and mileage garnered from that number 76 Acura over the course of this stint. So just keep an eye on that now and see where they come out relative to the other car.
Almost sitting second. The gap is expanded again to about 20 seconds. As here comes Korbs. Korbs is in.
Yep, just as we expected. Jan Korbs trundling down pit lane now at that very painful 72 kilometers an hour. Again, another fantastic stint from him to what's it called? You know what? I actually don't know. Hold on, pause, rewind. No. He's done absolutely brilliantly to get another 29 lap stint out of that car, as I do think he's going to be staying on board that 76 Acura for now. Hearing a revving engine behind him, I believe that's one of the another one of the cars
that
on
is the
pit lane.
I believe that's the Reiter Engineering GT3 with Peroni behind the wheel.
Yeah, brilliant sounds from that car. But yeah, just waiting for Jan Korbs to pull out of the pit lane now. But the big question is, how many laps is that Magicaro number 55 car gonna go? To bear with me just a second. I believe the cat wants letting into the living room.
So we're at 25 laps right now for Norbert Thomas. Jan Korbs went, I think, 30 laps. Yeah, he went 30 laps on that one.
No, it was another 29. It's not including the outlap.
Oh, that's right.
So the stint ends when you come out of the pit lane. It'll be on 28 as he came into the pit lane, and then ticks over to 29 as you cross the start-finish line. And Jan Korbs back out on track now on a stone-cold set of that Michelin rubber. You know, interestingly, I was looking at this. So this is the level of nerd I am when it comes to making liveries for the team. I like to make them as realistic as possible. So when I updated the GTPs and made the LMP2 livery, I got up the IMSA sporting regulations that tell you exactly where, exactly where the stickers are supposed to go and how many of them you're meant to have. And interestingly, per IMSA sporting regulations, you have to have 4 Michelin stickers on the car, 1 on each corner, because there's 4 tires on the car and 1 at each corner. So they have to be next to the tires, which I thought was like, it makes perfect sense. But it's just one of those things that you don't think about. And then after you've been made aware of it, you spot it everywhere. I'm trying to think what other logos are stuck on the car in strange places where they have to be there by regulation, but they're kind of weird. I think the one cool thing I've always liked though is the pole position awards that IMSA hand out. I kind of stole that idea for my team, and now everyone gets a sticker on their car when they win a race.
A lot of series do that though now. That's like a standard thing now.
I think it's really cool. I like it. It's nice to be able to look at your car and be reminded of everything that you've achieved of it. It's the sort of thing that I did with the Audi R18 for its last ever TMR livery. I did a sort of tribute scheme for it, so it had a slightly updated 2023 look. Well, it never got to race in 23, but that's beside the point. A slightly updated 2023 look, and then a spec map on it that had a track map on it for every single track where TMR had won a race with it. Because it's important to me personally that eventually, when all of sim racing is gone, when I'm all done with it, I have something that I can look back at and remember what I did. I do the same with Destiny, because I've thrown to completely derail the conversation, because I've put so many hours into that game. I've got all of the Triumph seals that I've unlocked. I've got a raid pin as well, and a copy of one of my favorite guns. So I've got a little 3D printed Ace of Spades, because when Destiny 2 is eventually gone, I want something that I can remember all the time that I've spent in that world, and something to bring back all the memories. And it's the same with sim racing. All those positive memories that I've built up with my friends and teammates who became friends over time, just something to commemorate that over the years. And that's why I really like this idea of putting stickers on the car. I know, nerdy.
No, I used to do the same thing with my champ car machine. Avian's actually got a sticker for Waste Wins.
You do?
Yeah, but I just don't win a lot, so I don't get to do that.
Actually, yeah, you do, because I've got a few of them up the side of my R18, because it did get to race in 2023.
Yeah.
Forgot about that.
Yeah, but when we get a chance to get another win in one way, shape, or form.
I still haven't decided what sticker is going to go on the side of the car for the race for a cause, because there isn't a little square-ish shaped logo for it. So I'm thinking it might just be the Rainbow Railroad logo with the French flag underneath it. But that's neither here nor there. Magic Arrow currently leading the way in GTP, 52 seconds from the number 76 Writer engineering car. Magic Arrow have switched on to that fuel saving strategy that we talked about earlier. Norbert Tomas coming around to complete his 28th lap. Not sure if they're going for 29, but with the way they've been matching the pace of Jan Kurbs and the Writer car at the moment, I can only feel like they might be, but we're not going to find out until they come around on this next tour of the circuit. SPD Racing, though, have come down pit lane at the end of another 27-lap stint. Those guys pretty safe at the moment. Sorry, only a 26-lap stint for them, never mind me. But those guys pretty safe at the moment. No pressure on them from behind. Doing a great job to just maintain that gap to Old Firm Racing Purple. And running a really clean race so far as well for those guys. I don't think they've even come up in terms of picking up any penalties so far. Just someone in chat posting something in relation to what we were talking about remembering achievements. Apparently, the Slipper 399 car has their mother's name on it because she loved motorsport, and it was put there in memory of her after she sadly passed away a few years. I think that would be last year before the Le Mans Centenary. And it is important to remember these things and make sure we remember the good times even when they're gone, and always celebrate the happy memories.
Thomas leads by 53 seconds over Jan Kors, but again, pit stop needed for the 55. Looking like there's one more 29 lap run for Kors and the driver change to the end of the race. So it looks like they're close to being good to go. So that's going to be very interesting to see as well.
I just jumped on board with Norbert Tamas for a second to listen to all of that lift and coast. Don't know whether you want to join us on that one, but this is his in lap now. So one more bit of lift and coast to go into Sunset Bend. Oh, clutching all the way in, carrying so much speed through Sunset on that outside line. That's going to help the fuel save as well, because you'll be spending so much less time on throttle and down to pit lane speed limit and on the limiter. A brilliant stint and a great show of flexibility from the Magic Arrow team to realize what Reiter were doing and switch onto that alternate fuel saving strategy to maintain that fuel advantage over the 76 crew. So another stint of this, and now then it's going to come down to a question of who's going to be the fastest come the end of the race, as Norbert Tamas gets out of the car and Balzaz Tirosi gets back in. I think we're expecting one more stint from Jan Kurbs before the last driver swap of the race. So it's going to be interesting to see what a relatively fresh Tirosi can do against an end of stint Jan Kurbs.
Kors back out in front here, and this is going to be a larger gap, I think. 19 on the exit, now 21 seconds, closer to 22. Jan Korb's on it here.
Not surprising, he's slightly lighter on fuel and has those already warmed rubber. We talked already about how the Porsche struggles to get those rear tires up to temperature, as she is a slippery customer. Jan Kurbs taking advantage of what should be the slightly faster Acura on those slightly warmer tires to try and extend that gap as much as he can. Balzaz Tirosi already starting that fuel save to go those 29 laps. So if you wanted a little bit of information on what the 55 strategy is right now, it is to do that fuel save and go as long as possible right now.
Right now leading again. He's got to go 29 laps, at least one more time, to try to set up Josh Tucker to finish this race. That puts Josh Tucker in control of his own destiny for the last, I would say, less than 2.5 hours here in Sebring. But that is obviously easier said than done, too. A lot can happen in those 3 hours. We've seen that before. We've seen a lot happen in the last 5 minutes. Bernardini continues to lead the way in GT3 Pro, opening up a gap of 1 minute 35 now over Vincent Awesomes, but pit stops, I believe, are coming not too far away for the GT3 field. Kiko Lekai already in. Ivan Spitz just came down pit lane as well. And I have to believe there's Alessio Bernardini coming around the final corner. He'll stay out at least one more lap.
Yeah, very much on strategy for the 07 Racing crew. Only 24 laps into this stint so far. Alessio Bernardini doing a fantastic job of race management again now, extending that gap to the cars behind by another few seconds at least in this stint. Pit stop still owed by all though, as the pit stop cycle has started in GT3 Pro. Sim Racing Sweden Esports currently in second place, coming up to the end of their, I want to say, 9th stint. And as I said earlier, we were talking about how the GT3 cars have to get to the top of the hour to be good on fuel for the end of the race and to get that optimum strategy. But look at where we're at. 9 hours, 4 minutes and 30 seconds. And Sim Race Sweden Esports still have another 2 laps to go before they even think about stopping. So they're going to be pitting around that 9 hours and 8 minute mark. And if it keeps going in that way, they're going to be very nice on fuel to the end of the race.
Bits and Awesomes in pit lane, second place there in GT3. About to lose a spot once again to Vladislav Shopov, and easily so. Shopov now once again back in second place.
Jan Curbs is off. Carmen, Jan Curbs is off. He's off the track at Le Mans corner. I don't quite know what happened there yet. It's contact with one of the GT3s. He's managed to touch the Firefly E-Racing Blue Porsche at the apex of Le Mans, which has checked him up, and he's been hit in the rear by Louis Gaspar. That is not what your race leaders wanted. That's going to cost them significant time loss, and if not, damage repairs.
There's definitely damage on the front of that car at least.
So,
just looking at
yeah, I can see that. Front left corner, bent. The question is, does Jan stay out and try and deal with it? He does. So let's see what happens here. Magic Arrow, the gap now down to only 11 seconds. If they've seen that, they are going to be hungry and hunting. Oh, what a shame for Jan Curbs. Just a little bit of poor judgment in traffic, which we know happens so late in the race. And it's cost them 10 seconds and some damage repair. Only 8 laps into this stint. So if Jan Curbs still wants to do the fuel saving strategy as the 07 Racing GT sets another fastest lap of the race. If Jan Curbs still wants to do this fuel saving strategy, he's got to do 20 laps with this damaged front end. So it's going to be well worth keeping an eye on his pace over the next few laps or so, because this is what's going to decide whether or not Writer Engineering need to pit early. Currently, the gap has expanded by a few seconds up to 14 from after Jan recovered, but a little bit of traffic for the 55 car perhaps hampering their progress towards the 76. I'll keep you updated on that gap as it develops. But yeah, this is a tense moment for Writer Engineering as they have to take a step back and really assess the rest of this race.
Yeah, this was definitely not what they needed, and obviously if they decide that they need to take repairs, it's going to kill a lot of the gap that they had. Now, much to, I guess, a little bit of relief, Tarozzi had to go through that group as well, and he got held up by 4 seconds too, so the gap ended up only dropping down to 15. But Tarozzi has no damage still, whereas Corbs definitely has something ailing on that car.
Yeah, we're just looking at the pace kind of change and grow at the moment. Curbs really isn't losing as much time as one might expect. Tarozzi currently pinned up behind a GT3 into the hairpin, trying to make that move work down the inside, and he does. But in doing so, compromises his line through turn 7, not really gaining anything on Jan Curbs at the moment. But here's going to be the real trial of fire, as Tarozzi's got a nice little bit of clean air through a section of track where Jan Curbs did not. So we'll see whether that 14-second gap starts to tumble at all. At the moment, the answer is no, but Jan Curbs is coming on a little bit more traffic where he had the accident not 2 laps ago. But again, that gap's just not really changing. Has Tarozzi picked up some damage in all of that as well?
I'm not seeing anything listing anything, but I also can't see much because of how dark it is on track right now.
It doesn't look like it. His car still looks straight at the front, which is where I'd expect the damage to be if he did. But the Writer Engineering team managing to maintain the gap and actually expand it a little bit. They're knocking on the door of getting that up to 15 seconds at the moment. So as much as they have a slightly bent front end, it's clearly not affecting them as much as we might have thought it would.
Right now we're looking to see what all's going to happen here. Again, we're trying to figure out if there's any damage on that 55 car because the gap's again not going down, and we know Corbs is definitely wounded. I'm not seeing anything on that 55 car.
No, neither am I. I don't think they are damaged. I'm thinking perhaps what's happening is Tarozzi and Magic Arrow are sticking with the fuel safe for now, and Jan Curbs is just going full push to kind of drive around the damage. And maybe take that 29 lap stint in the next couple of runs of drivers, because that might be their best bet, just to try and pull that gap out to Magic Arrow as bells as Tarozzi really wide coming out of turn 1 all the way over that dirt. That's not going to help him close that gap, but perhaps Magic Arrow need to open up the taps a little bit here, burn a little bit of fuel to see if they can close the gap to Jan Curbs rather than trying to save fuel.
Well,
because that... Go on.
So reports saying that there is now a fuel number that was previously okay is now in jeopardy for the 76. So I don't know if the 55 necessarily needs to push that much right now.
No, I'm inclined to agree, but I think they want to make sure they're protecting that pit stop advantage they currently have over the Writer Engineering esports car. Which is a smart move, to be fair, because they had a nice 8-lap advantage, which was 8 less laps of fuel they were going to need to take at the end of this race. But with the way the complexion of the race is changing as Ryto Engineering deal with this damage, I'm not sure they need to do that fuel saving right now and could probably do what Ryto are doing and save it for the end of the race. Reportedly though, that Acura down on top speed, making their fuel numbers nigh on impossible to hit. But to me, as I'm still following on board, from what I can hear, there is no fuel saving going on in that cockpit. Jan Curbs is doing what Jan Curbs does best and is full push in that GTP right now.
So we're keeping on this battle for 9th place. From watching the gap fall down, it was about 6 seconds. Now it's a little over 3. Jachura trying to catch up to Charlie Monroe and Dead Bull Racing right now. The gap has gone down rather significantly over the last few laps. It's continuing to go down 2.8 seconds. Charlie Monroe, I'm not sure what's going on with that number 16 car. Last lap, a 147.46, which is the slowest of all the GTPs. Jachura in the 145s.
Yeah, a little bit of traffic perhaps for Dead Bull Racing in the last couple of laps. A quick 5-lap average comparison. That 147 pushing Charlie Monroe's average lap time up to a 45.2, whereas Christoph, who's chasing, 147.0, so an average of 0.2 seconds per lap over the last 5, which will have closed down about half a second. But it's really starting to come down now as Christoph Jachura is within 2.5 seconds of Charlie Monroe in front with clear track in front.
.3 seconds the gap now. Jachura trying to close in. Bernardini in pit lane, the leader in GT3 Pro. Down pit lane at the moment.
Another second gained by Christoph Jachura in that last lap or so. We're going to start picking up the slipstream in that 51 Project Valorous car very soon, and then it's probably going to be a matter of when, not if. Charlie Monroe feeling the pressure in that Cadillac right now as the gap continues to close. Dead air though being thrown at that Porsche. But Project Valorous dealing with it brilliantly for now as Charlie Monroe tries to squeeze their way through a little bit of traffic. The BMW pulling over nicely for the Porsche behind and lets that gap get under 0.8 of a second. But Charlie Monroe going to have more traffic to deal with in front. Oscar Gonzalez only 2 seconds up the road. Let's see how well they're able to deal with this one. Charlie Monroe then slides down the inside of Sunset Bend. A little bit of traffic still in front to contend with for Project Valorous there. Checks him up a little bit on exit, and that's enough to get the gap back out to 1.5 seconds. So Project Valorous dropping out of the slipstream of the number 16 Cadillac, and that battle has to wait for another lap as the Project Valorous 52 car pits. Slightly early stop for the number 52 car, but a regular service up on the jacks for a tire change and no driver swap, taking on all the fuel they need. But yeah, concerningly short stint for the Cadillac there. But here we go. Here's that battle for P9. Yeah, it's starting to come to a head once again.
Yeah, let's see if Christoph can actually get around because he caught up quickly. But catching up and then passing, and not the same. Let's see what Chishura can do here, and if Monroe can actually hold off that 51 car.
A lot of traffic having to be dealt with there. But for the moment, it'll be interesting to see how it develops. Picking up that slipstream now. This is where you want to be picking up that slipstream. Look at the wide entry that Chishura just took through the mall, but still getting checked upon in the middle of the corner and on exit by that GT3. Not able to build the run that they want on the run down to Sunset Bend. But that gap still closing. Chishura just looking for all of that clean air that they can. Trying to get the run through the corner. They've got it for now, taking a really wide exit from Sunset and picking up that slipstream once again down the start finish line. Charlie Monroe moving over, half feign into the inside to defend. Scrapes the wall on the inside ever so slightly, and both cars wide at turn 1.
Now
this is great stuff. Yeah, this is great stuff from both drivers. You can see how much they both want it. As I've said from the start of the race, it is about the racing, not the position. These two want to, one of them wants to protect it, one of them wants to take that P9, but they've still got plenty of traffic to deal with here. This is a multi-class race after all. The 51 getting a little bit pinched behind the Porsche GT3. Nowhere to go, but the GT3 does give a little bit of space on the inside of the Fangio chicane, and the battle continues. The gap now at 0.8 of a second as Ballas Tirozzi is looking for a way through.
And Tirozzi's going to find a way through here. And this does not help Tirozzi either, because now he's dealing with lap GTPs, which are a little bit harder to pass.
They are able to compete for cornering speed, but Tirozzi closing that gap very quickly to Charlie Monroe, but is also dragging Christoph Chishura along with them. So, Charlie Monroe's best bet: run whilst you still can. Let Baltas Tirozzi get up the back of you and then choose an opportune time to let them go after they've built a gap to the 51 car, but no sooner. They don't want to see what happened to one of the GT3s earlier when a lapped car was able to slide through the car in front and let them through. That's the last thing Monroe wants here. 1.9 seconds. The gap actually increasing to over 2 seconds.
Yeah, opened up to 1.6 there. Chitura's got to make it all the way back through, and there's GT3s to deal with. Pressure is on.
Oh, he gets well pinched into the hairpin that time round. That's going to really extend the gap because there's absolutely nowhere for that Porsche to go through this little field of GT3s. The Cadillac being given every opportunity to pull away again here. And the battle for P9 fizzles out just as quickly as it started. But can the Project Valorous car now close that gap again over the next few laps? There's only one way to find out, and that's to go out there and do it.
Now 2.4 seconds behind, losing a lot of time here. Shopov in pit lane now as well, about to leave pit lane it looks like, after getting refueled here. As the battle for 9th continues to pass by pit lane here.
Gap dropping now back down to 1.7 seconds at about the same rate as it opened up last time round. No GT3s to contend with this time though for Christoph Jachura, and all of them to contend with for Charlie Monroe, who gets into the side of one of the Mercedes. They're off into the wall on the inside on the run down to Cunningham, and that's not even going to decide that fight because Christoph hasn't even closed back in yet. But that Cadillac now probably carrying a little bit of damage around the rest of this lap. We're going to have to wait and see how that affects their pace as Christoph is off in the background. The number 51 Valorous racing car off in the background as well, as the car they're chasing round has gone off too. What a dramatic turn of events in the race to P9.
Holy cow.
I know.
And now the gap is 5 seconds almost. Got to close that gap back down again.
And that's it. That's just how that's how endurance racing works. You can close up, you can close up like that, and all of a sudden you can lose time to the car behind, but then they can lose time as well. It's a coin toss as to whether or not you get through traffic safely, especially this late at night. But a fantastic bit of driving from Charlie Monroe and Christoph Jachura to keep that racing nice and tight until it wasn't. 4.2 seconds currently the gap as Jachura sets the team best lap of a 48.4. No, sorry, my bad. The average pace has dropped to a 48.4, but that's still a second slower than Charlie Monroe at the moment, helped by that off track just there. Me not being able to interpret my own data that I'm showing myself. It's a skill issue.
Meanwhile, Jan Korbs has opened the gap back up to 19 seconds.
Yeah,
which is crazy.
Fuel safe. Yeah, it's that fuel safe strategy that Magic Arrow have switched onto now. They're trying to maintain and build that fuel advantage that they've got over Jan Korbs in the Writer engineering car right now. But what that's allowing to happen is for the number 76 team to extend the gap where they can take all of the optional repairs, whether or not they eat into race time after they've got the fuel on board. So it's going to be interesting to see how that one develops, because Magic Arrow are just giving that gap. They're just giving them the gap to get that car repaired and for them to go full push again, once again.
Yes, Korbs leading right now by about 19 seconds there as Jachura trying to now regain the time that was lost there to Charlie Monroe. It's absolutely wicked stuff here at the moment, and then you still have a battle between Dominic Hamiter. Dominic Hamiter, sorry, read that wrong. It's Vaslav Shopov and Tom Sachetto that are duking it out now.
Taking a look down the field, we have a bit of a fight evolving between RPM Racing and Negative Delta by Sim Gear. Shopov starting to close the gap to Tom Cicchetto. It's down to 1.2 seconds, and it's really been coming down over the last couple of laps. Actually, were the roles reversed a few laps ago? Trying to keep up with this race in my head. No, I think that's Shopov closing in, yeah. Gap under a second now, and Shopov picks up the slipstream on Cicchetto down the back straight, but Cicchetto tucked up under the rear wing of Miroslav Todorov, trying to make some work into Sunset and get through on that lapped Amcar, which he does, and then puts a car between him and Shopov, as they've got a GTP to try and squeeze their way through in all of this as well. So Shopov getting bookmarked by Cicchetto, and now got Todorov to deal with through Sector 1, carrying much more speed through Turn 1 than both of the GT3s in front, even in all that dirty air. Todorov getting a bit wide onto the grass. Going to set up that opportunity for Shopov to slide on through. Todorov not fighting that at all. The gap now under a second. Shopov trying to take as much of that slipstream as he can on the run down to the hairpin. Way too far back to go for anything on the brakes into the hairpin as it stands. But with the way the pace advantage has been, it's not going to take long for him to get under the rear wing of Tom Cicchetto.
So still trying to battle with Cicchetto as Jakurovic still trying to catch up to and pass Charlie Monroe. Set a personal best there, 144.86. Jakurovic did. Still dealing with Charlie Monroe.
It's funny, you wait all race for some more battles, and then two come along at once. The gap between both of these fights on track roughly the same at about a second and a bit. Wondering how long it's going to take for them to come together on track. Tom Cicchetto then still holds on to P3 for now. The gap's starting to stabilize between them and Shopov. Negative delta by Simgear BG not really being able to make any inroads right now in the traffic, as race leader Jan Kurbs coming up behind them to put them another lap down, swinging to the outside, easily getting past the GT3 as you'd expect, but perhaps going to cause problems for Cicchetto in this sector. But equally, Ryan Harden's going to be doing the same thing to Shopov, minimizing the optimization of Tower Corner for both of these GTs, getting checked up just a little bit by the lapping GTP traffic. That gap opening up just a little bit. Shopov needs to get themselves back into slipstream range if they want to stay within a chance of making anything happen, but they've dropped back away to 1.2 seconds back, coming onto the longest straight section on the circuit. Meanwhile, Charlie Monroe in the number 16 Cadillac doing everything they need to keep a hold of that gap at the moment. It's currently sat at 2.5 and running on average 0.2 of a second faster. As your race AM class leader, Lithium Motorsports, piloted by Milo Spielman, come into pit lane.
See if there's a driver change here. I don't believe there's going to be. And indeed,
No, that's going to be Milo Spielman staying on board. Smart thing to do. Their pace has been electric over the last few laps or so. So keep them on board whilst they can still set those lap times. As Christoph Jakura still trying to close that gap. 2.3 seconds is what it currently stands at. Tricky to make anything happen around this circuit, especially with all the traffic coming through as well.
Less than 2.5 hours left to go in this race. We got two potential battles on our hands. See how they resolve. Obviously, pit stops also coming in soon for the GT3 cars. Right now we're watching Shopov, and again, we watched Shopov, but Stachetto just had personal best for that car, 2 minutes flat, 0.57. Right now, sitting for the 210, so they've stepped up the pace, but now they got to do, I believe that is with the that's 253. 253 is the Project Valorous Academy car that they just got around.
That makes sense, because all the pro cars have to have 2 in the front, and the Project Valorous cars go 51,
it looked like
50, 51, 52, and 53.
Yeah, it looked like the 220, which was the A0 Motorsport pro car at first, because they're also they also have black and yellow to them, but...
I may have a solution for that one. Just let me... Yep, the AZR Motorsport car has purple lights on the front of their car.
Yeah. That's the big difference there, but...
Yeah.
I love
the different colored lights on the cars. The Acura doesn't actually have them anywhere, from what I can tell. But
they have them on the front. They're beside the they're on the sides of the windshield.
So those are actually the electrical safety lights. If you flick through the GTP field, you'll see that they're on the front of all of them. So what those lights indicate is whether or not the car's safe to be touched. So if any of the hybrid system is short-circuited, those will turn red.
Okay.
GTP facts with Taylor. We'll start a segment.
Needs to start a podcast.
I'd never done commentating before this year as well. I've never done a podcast before this year as well, so perhaps this is the year to start. Following then your third place GTP car of the XPD racing team, Mark Hageli. Yes, no,
Hagel.
Maybe. Hagel. Mark Hagel on board. The Spaniard just trying to cut his way through a little bit of traffic for now. Relatively anonymous race from the XPD racing team. We saw them in a fight with Old Firm Racing back during the daylight portion of this race, but since then they've just built and built and built that gap. Loads of fuel saving going on board that car at the moment. But yeah, doing a great job to build that gap to P4 in class. And just, again, do exactly what they need to do to make a P3 finish happen. It's going to be a fantastic result for that team if they can make it work, but there's still 2 hours and 20 minutes to go here, as I'm just jumping on board to follow the fight for P9. Charlie Monroe and Christoph Jakura, currently separated by only half a second down the back straight.
Yeah, I really want to see this be resolved, and it's going to be resolved because in comes the 16 to pit lane.
Yeah, just like that then, it's going to release Christoph Jakura into completely clean air. So keep an eye and watch how that gap develops, as I will try to follow the Dead Bull Racing car and see what sort of service they're going to take. We expect 4 tyres and fuel, as with every stop in a GTP, but are we going to see a driver change? Yes, we are. Charlie Monroe gets out and Reagan Carty gets back in. Reagan Carty, who put on a show for everyone at the start of this race. One of the more aggressive drivers on track and current holder of that car's fastest lap time of a 44.7. So swapping back in the fastest drivers in the car, could that be the final driver swap for Dead Bull Racing? And what can Reagan Carty do to hold back words to hold back that Project Valorous car?
Obviously, we'll find out here. Obviously, this also got to get repairs done as well. It looks like some of that's being done 50 seconds, a little bit longer than normal, by about a couple seconds there. Watching now, Shopov losing touch now with Sachetto for RPM Racing. So both these battles beginning to pull away and separate here, although there's still a couple pit stops at least left for the GT3s as well, where that could also change as well. We are approaching the final 2 hours of this race. We've not had a break since we had lunch a few hours ago. So we're going to take our final refreshment break here in the 12 hours of Sebring. After we come back from the break, it'll be non-stop until the end of this race. We're going to take a second, our last break here. Non-stop coverage continues here. Remember, if you want to control onboards during our breaks, please use the stream commands in the live chat. We appreciate everyone tuning in. We hope you stay with us for the final 2 hours and change of this race. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, from the other side of our last refreshment break here for the 12 hours of Sebring here on ABN Esports 1, the penultimate round of the Platinum Endurance Championship season. I'm watching a pit stop take place here for Christoph Jakura, Project Valor's number 51 car. For those tuning in, I'm Carmen, Sienna alongside me, sports car champion Taylor Mills, as we watch pit stops take place here. Should be about 3 stops left for the 51 car. Jakura staying in the car. He's been battling with Ray and Carty and Dead Bull Racing the last couple hours here. And we're going to see Carty will take over the 9th spot once again. So now Jakura has something to chase once again.
Yeah, but Jakura's got to get those tires up to temperature once again. The Porsches, infamously, always struggling with them. So a bit of work to do to get that gap back down. Reagan Carty already done a fantastic job of opening that gap back up on the fresher rubber. That later stop and running lighter on fuel for longer, not helping out the number 51 car right now. But once they get the tires up to temperature, perhaps they can start chasing them down again. But of course, Carmen, I believe there has been a little bit of news from the steward's room.
Yeah, there has been. Hendrik Ibsen, driver right now, the Rider Engineering Esports number 76, will have to serve a stop and go, a 5-second stop and hold for the contact that was made while Jan Kors was behind the wheel, running into one of the GT3 cars several laps ago. They gave an official rundown on that, which will put them well behind the 8 ball and in need of a little bit of help to try to go forward and win this race. They're still going to sit firmly in the 2nd position. They've got a lot of time over the XPD Racing GTP, right now being piloted by Alberto Garcia Blasco, but that may just kind of put the race win out of reach for them here. The defending champions looking set to hold on here at Sebring. He's going to keep an eye on Christoph Jakura, seeing what he can do here. We're on board with him. Running out wide, using all the racetrack possible.
So the good news is I do think Hendrik Ibsen has already come in to serve that penalty. So that gap, that 13-second gap is real. I think that's overhaulable by the Racer Engineering car if they get their heads down and get on with it. There's still plenty of racing to go in this one. 2 whole hours left on the clock. That is a lot of time in terms of motorsport. That's 3 or 4 stints in these GTP machines. So plenty of things can go wrong in the pit stop, plenty of things can go wrong with other traffic. It all depends on what sort of pace the Rider Engineering team still have locked away inside that Acura. Reagan Carty then still holding on to that P9 position at the moment, around half a second a lap on average faster than Christoph Jakura behind right now. But of course that pace does include the pit stop, so it's going to take a little bit of time to cycle out that pit stop lap time to see where the pace really lies. But the gap currently sat at 4 seconds and closing. Reagan Carty just not as fast down that back straight as the Porsche, despite the big naturally aspirated V8 in the back of that Cadillac compared to the Whistly twin turbo V8 in the back of this Porsche 963 that we're currently on board with. But a lovely sound it produces, although low revving. There is a engine upgrade planned for the Porsche 963. I don't remember which way it was going, so I will double check my facts on that. Bear with me 2 seconds. So we're going to be expecting a revised crankshaft on the 963. They wanted to, the ACO wanted them to bring it to Imola, but they couldn't, and they didn't want them to do it in Le Mans, but it has to do with the engine crank. So when it comes to V8s, there's like two types of cranks, right? There's the flat crank and the other one that I don't quite remember what it's called.
I have no idea, Heather. I'm not an engineer.
Okay, cool. I will delve into it a little bit more.
Yeah, I was trained to talk on a microphone, not to look under the hood of the car. Fortunately, that is where my talents come to an end. Jatura trying to chase down Rayton Carty. 4 seconds is the gap as right on board with the number 51 car in 10th. Car in pit lane, Mohit Raina behind the wheel. That car in pit lane at the moment as we speak, that Audi. Sitting right now firmly in the top 10. We'll lose a spot to Kiko Lakai. Looking through, we have 36 cars still running in this race. 7 in GT3 AM, 16 GT3 Pro, 13 GTP, as the Canadian driver for the 286 rolls back out on track.
Right, got it. I'm following. So, there is an engine upgrade planned for the Porsche 963, as apparently it's been suffering vibration issues with the flat plane crank V8 currently in the back of that car. So they are swapping it for a cross plane crank. So of course that's going to come with a significant sound change for the 963s. So, and it'll be for Le Mans as well. So I will absorb as much information as I can on the engine sound itself, and live from Le Mans this year I will report to you on whether or not it's an improved sound. Because since it is a homologated a homologation formula nowadays, it does mean when they introduce the upgrade on the factory cars, they're going to have to upgrade it on all of the cars as well. The upgrade was announced in January, but of course, since it's a pretty big engine revision, they need time to design the part, test it, and then make enough to go on all of the cars across both series. So those 10 chassis that we were talking about earlier in the broadcast are all going to need the new cross-plane crank upgrade and then spares for it as well, which is going to be a massive task for the manufacturers at Porsche.
Now keeping an eye on Shopov as he lose time to Tom Sachetta here. David Martin back on track here in the Go Esports number 288. As you look throughout the field here, not a lot of closed in gaps here except for Vieira, who's about to go by, and does go by here for 9th place in GT3 Pro. And now David Martin's gonna have to chase down the SR Technic Porsche that was struggling with long run pace earlier in the run.
Yeah, David Martin just coming out of the pit lane there, waited to get those tyres up to temperature from, again, stone cold. No tyre blankets in these cars, so he's going to have to get them up to temperature by just driving them. The gap currently opened up to about 0.8 of a second, but David Martin already looking fast on that fresh set of rubber, not letting that Porsche out of his sights so far. SR Technic 11 laps into their stint though, so plenty warm tyres on that car, but maybe that the tyre scrub experience by the Porsche 911 GT3 Rs starting to affect the pace of that car already, as the gaps come down from 0.8 of a second to half a second, just as quickly as it went up.
Mark Luna Heredia getting back on track with the SPD Racing GT3 car. So a lot of final driver changes being made now. Mohit Raina goes back up to 6th place for the Team Radix car. William Mesh coming around Sunset Bend.
Yeah, this is all well on time as well, pitting way after the 2 hours to go mark. Most of these GT3s very safe on strategy right now, but David Martin, who we were following in that fight for P9 in class, dropping back a little bit. Well, dropped back a little bit on entry to Sunset, but clawed it all back on corner exit. Still hunting for that slipstream down the start-finish straight on Sergio Vieira in front. Not able to make anything happen into turn 1, but still trying to close that gap. Leon Misch then in the number 276 Reiter Engineering BMW. Bit of a tumultuous race for these guys so far, involved in a couple of incidents early on that meant they had to come down pit lane a couple more times than they might have otherwise wanted to. That car in itself just come out of pit lane not 6 laps ago as a GTP. That must be the pick up the pace Porsche, and the race 2 esport car coming through as well. Still getting bullied by those GTPs, but yeah, not a fantastic race for those guys. So to see them still 8th in class has got to be a good bit of a consolation prize, all things considered.
Alex Cowan back in the car now. Looks like Cowan will be finishing the race for the race leading GT3 Pro cars. So
yeah, Alex has been so fast. He's so fast over the course of this race.
Yeah, he really has been.
So I think they're certainly the best choice to bring it home. I don't know about the rest of the teams on the grid, but the end of a race like this isn't always necessarily decided on who's been the fastest in the car. Sometimes it's a bit of a ceremonial, a sentimental thing. You might want to give the last stint to a driver who you feel like deserves to bring it home. So if they've been the MVP of the car throughout the entire race, if the gap's big enough, you might put them in at the end as a gesture of appreciation for all their hard work. So for some of these GT3 teams who are safely out in front of the rest of the field, perhaps that's one of the options they've gone for at the end of this race.
Patrick Gannon in the car for RPM Racing, a lap down from Alex Cowan, just behind him on track. Let's pivot away from him for a second. We're not for him, but now we got to talk about David Martin and Sergio Vieira, because they're within a second of each other right now.
Yeah, that gap still maintaining at about 0.8 of a second. Not much between them at the moment. The average pace pretty much identical between the two cars. Sergio Vieira just not able to get away, but we do have a couple of GTPs about to filter through. 3rd and 13th place respectively. Alberto Blasco not really going to hold David Martin up much through Tower. Jakub Selezki going to slide on through that BMW as well. But Sergio Vieira, mate, was David just pulling over to take the optimal line through the corner, slightly blocking your previous race leader. But Jakub Zalewski is going to really throw that Porsche offline through Le Mans. But no, the Porsche are able to just still set up the corner nicely, but the gap just creeping down by 1/10 of a second. Again, still not much to choose between these two right now, but David Martin is trying to get that gap closed and try and take that position from the SR Technic Porsche.
This battle on track is right now between these two. Greg and Cardi and Deadpool Racing are still ahead of Christoph Jakura. And Project Valorous, number 51 car for 9th in GTP. Keeping an eye on that potential battle as well. Now in the final 2 hours of this race. Hour and 50 minutes left to go. Terozzi leads by 11.7 seconds. So this fight's not over.
Not at this rate by any means. That Magic Arrow car still set to take a slightly shorter stop at the end of this race relative to the Reiter engineering team. So going to be something to keep an eye on. Looking at things though, no, I stand by that. Yep, the Magic Arrow car still set to take that slightly shorter stop by the end of the race. They're going to need about 4 laps less fuel come the end of this one. Which is actually significantly less than it was. So it's time for Reiter Engineering and Hendrik Ibsen to get the lead out and put that pedal to the metal and start pushing to try and close that gap, because it is going to matter. 2 hours on the clock is still plenty of time to try and make something work. And if anyone could do it, it's Reiter. If they want it hard, and if they want it enough, they'll go and get it.
Now watching, Dave Martin's lost a little bit of time there too. Sergio Vieira. Yesterday, the car's now pulled a 1.3 second gap. And Dave Martin keeping it nice and tidy through the Sunset Bend. Which I should argue in the nighttime should be Moonlight Bend, but what do I know?
I mean, the moon doesn't set over there.
No.
The sun sets over there.
Yeah, the sun sets over there, but the sun's already set.
Yeah, the sun still. Oh my goodness. The sun still sets over there when it does. Therefore, it's still Sunset Bend.
It still should be Moonlight Bend when the sun's already set.
Do you have a name for the corner at the other end of the straight? Come on.
Is that Sunrise Bend?
Me and my friends have nicknamed it Sunrise.
Okay, if it's not actually called Sunrise Bend, then there's not really a name for it.
No, but some people nickname names different corners. It's like back in the day we used to call Tower Corner Blue Groove.
Yeah, I'm not that attached to Sebring.
I love this track. It's one of my favorites. I can never figure it out,
As a
but
driver,
I still love driving it. What makes you have such disdain towards it?
The fact that the bumps are its entire personality.
But they are personality.
I said that it's their entire personality, though.
Yeah,
like,
it is a good racetrack as well. I mean, the corners are pretty great. Turn 1's brilliant. Sunset's amazing. 3, 4, and 5 are a unique challenge. The hairpin feels nice. Good, nice stop at the end of a straight, necessary for a bit of overtaking. Cunningham's the same. Multiple lines through it. You can run side by side as well through that entire sector. You can overtake into Tower. It's got a little bit of camber down there, but you can sit the car in as well. That feels really nice. That double left over the curves is pretty lovely. Gendebien and Le Mans are unique challenges where you can use the curbs. And then that brings us back to Sunset. I don't know, I don't think there's a bad corner on the track, to be honest.
Yeah, you're going to say that, but you're also looking through rose-tinted glasses, too, because it's a sports car track.
Oh, no, I'm not like that about sports car tracks at all. If it's a sports car track that's bad, I will call it bad. Like, I don't like Watkins Glen.
Okay, I just disregarded everything you just said. How are you in the broadcast booth? What?
I don't enjoy Watkins Glen. I don't find it fun. I can never get into the flow of it, and whenever I try to go faster around it, I always end up just understeering off the circuit. That's it. It's just, I don't find it fun.
Are you ill?
Generally speaking, probably.
Yeah, you gotta be.
I mean, if you say that you like the BMW, I can say I don't like Watkins Glen.
I can say that I like the BMW. I didn't say I'm good at it. I didn't say
Yeah.
I didn't say it's a good car.
I said I don't like the Watkins Glen. The Watkins Glen.
But it's a great track.
I like watching other cars race there, if that helps. And I enjoy watching motorsport occur at the Glen. I just don't like partaking in the virtual version of it.
Okay, minus this one major sin that you just committed, what other tracks do you not enjoy?
What, just in general?
Oh, well, I guess we'll keep it sports car themed. I guess.
Okay, hold on. Let me bring up a track list because
Okay, so
I can't remember.
if it's a Tilk drum, it's an automatic. Like, okay, you can dislike it. That's fine. Those are freebies.
I actually kind of think Kota is okay. I just don't like driving it.
I kind of am in the same opinion. I've turned around on it a lot since COVID, really.
Oh, hang on. I've got a couple that are going to trigger a lot of people. I don't enjoy Imola or Interlagos.
I don't either. Being honest with
Okay,
you,
good.
I don't.
I'm glad we agree on that one.
So, I don't like Imola, and I know a lot of it's because of the safety innovations they had to do after 1994, but it really hurt. At least Tamburello really hurts. They could have just shortened the run to Tamburello and made that turn further inwards and kept it. Now, you can keep the Villeneuve chicane, which is the second chicane after Tamburello, I believe.
Yeah.
You can keep that. That one's the okay-ish chicane. But Tamburello didn't need to become a chicane. They could have just shortened it and extended the run off, and made more runoff with that shortened run, while keeping it fast. The changes they've done to sort of save face on the back half of the lap don't do enough to save the track. In Interlagos, it's just it's way too confined for most modern cars.
I have an opinion that some people won't like. Then definitely, I don't like Mid Ohio.
You're not alone on that.
No, I figured I wouldn't be, but it's just not a fun racetrack in my opinion. I can't. It's another one of those I can't get to grips with, and I don't know why it's so highly rated.
It's better in slower cars because it was made for a bygone era.
Alton Park's growing on me. I used to not like it. I love Road America. Road America is like up there as one of my favorites. I'm starting to realize there aren't a lot of tracks that I don't like.
All right, so it seems that we're talking about unpopular opinions while we're watching this battle. I say battle in quotations because Vieira is pulling away from David Martin in this battle. Tracks that I don't enjoy. Because it's going to be interesting. All right, so we're going to exclude ovals because we're talking to a road course-based crowd here. I love Algarve. Portimao is top 5 on my track list.
I don't think it's that good.
I love Portimao. I also love Mugello.
Oh, Mugello.
Yeah.
Mugello.
It came to my head like late, and it came to my head in sections. Yes, it is Mugello, but I said it weird. It's whatever. Love Mugello. My favorite track ever is Barber.
What, your favorite track ever? Like above everything?
Yeah, my favorite road course track ever is Barber.
Right, that's a strong opinion when Silverstone and Le Mans exist.
Silverstone is garbage.
You just don't like Silverstone because they redesigned Sector 1.
No, I never had any attachment to Sector 1. I'll make it even more controversial. I think the bridge section that was part of Silverstone is overrated.
Yeah, same.
But I also think that Silverstone and Populous Group as a whole are horrible.
Wrong. Flat out turn 1 on the edge of grip through turn 2. Hard braking zone into 3. Tricky hairpin at 4.
Unique for the sake of being unique is useless.
Flat out kink at 5. On a massive run down to a very tricky braking zone whilst turning. then a big long right-hander with a million different lines through it, edge of your seat flick through cops.
Silverstone should have had the nickname of Lunesta Grand Prix Circuit because it
Hold
puts you
on.
to sleep.
Hold on, it gets better.
No, it doesn't.
And then some very fast left and right-handers that gradually slow down as you get through them before opening up onto another very fast straight before you rise up the hill to go through an off camber, very fast right-hander into admittedly a very piddly chicane, but then getting on throttle, back end stepping out the entire way through Club Corner to complete a lap, and you're saying that's not fun?
I'm saying the Stowe Circuit's the best thing that Silverstone's ever provided.
That is no.
Silverstone is slightly better than Brands Hatch. Brands Hatch is horrible and should be turned into a parking lot.
I don't think it goes that far.
Neither of them are better than Donington.
No, Silverstone's better than Donington. I think out of those three, it's Silverstone, Donington, Brands. We can agree that Brands is bad, but Silverstone is
ABN will never go to Silverstone ever again.
Why not?
It's horrible.
No, it isn't.
Doesn't race well. It's not popular. It's bad.
What has ABN raced at Silverstone?
Sports cars. Twice.
When?
Super Sprint.
Was I there?
You were there for the ISCC race at Silverstone.
Did I win that one?
No, you crashed out.
Did I?
Yes.
No, I didn't crash. Why did I crash?
I don't remember because we didn't broadcast it.
I don't remember crashing.
But we did with Super Sprint first, and that was bad. And then we did with ISCC, which was also bad. Because that was the...
ISCC was fun. It was just a little bit dead.
It was a little bit dead, but like, Silverstone didn't help. There's good and bad tracks. Silverstone was a bad track for it. But Donington's better.
I'm getting up the PDF because I'm gonna check. The PDN. Let's have a look.
Let me look at the chat here.
No, I won. I won at Silverstone. I won Daytona, Circuit Villeneuve, Le Mans, and Silverstone. And then I didn't win the rest of the championship, which is what cost me the championship.
Let's see. So let me look at the chat here. So
definitely won Silverstone. It was my home race.
Let's see here. Let me look here. Mosport in Texas and the R18 are goats. I hate Mosport. Texas is great. I love Texas. I don't like Mosport. But they also need to update Mosport too.
Mosport's a great track. So much fun.
I don't like it, but admittedly that is a track I don't like because I don't know how to drive it.
Fast, really fast. It's basically flat. Turn 1 is like basically flat in the GTPs.
That's not interesting to me. If I wanted flat, I'd do an oval.
One corner.
Let's see. Mid-Ohio is mediocre. Yes, it's literally mid.
Yeah, except I wouldn't say mid because I'm not a zoomer.
My favorite tracks, Monza and Mugello. Monza in the right field is great. Just getting the right field. Mugello is fantastic.
GTPs don't suit Monza. I'd rather drive it on Le Mans Ultimate.
Oof. Barber's amazing in the IR18, correct. Silverstone only in the F1 car.
Barber's great in IMSA as well. IMSA should go back to Barber.
Correct. VIR, I hate VIR. VIR is America's Brands Hatch.
I really enjoyed VIR in the GTP once I actually learned it. Difficult, really good fun.
Le Mans best track in the world.
We won one race. Apart from Le Mans this weekend, VIR is the only track that the number 41 car has actually won at since GTP got released. So VIR holds a special place in my heart.
It's a lot of great tracks. There are so many great racetracks. Daytona definitely isn't one of them. I will admit the Roval for Daytona is when Charlotte does Rovaling better, you've got a problem. Daytona is just iconic. It's definitely not one I enjoyed racing, but you sort of do it out of like almost obligation. I don't like I know that as being an IndyCar fan, I'll always defend the Indianapolis Road Course. The Indianapolis Road Course is also not great.
I don't hate it though. I think
don't hate it. There's worse. Yes.
IMSA when it goes there IMSA when it went there last year actually in real life was a lot of fun, and I enjoyed driving it in iRacing as well, because that pit lane opened up. As I was talking about earlier, that alternate fuel saving strategy that was the first time we tried to pull off something. That we tried to pull off something differently.
Looking here, let me see what I can grab information-wise.
Oh, Zandvoort's a dreadful racetrack as well.
I've not driven New Zandvoort. Old Zandvoort I don't like. I'm reserving judgment on New Zandvoort, but I do not like Zandvoort as it was. I still have to learn that one.
That is the most American way of saying Zandvoort I've ever heard in my entire life.
No.
They say it like there's an E at the end. Voort. Where's the E?
We make it up because America.
Zandvoort.
What other tracks? I think Hockenheim. I think I'm going to make something very
Great
controversial. So the GP track's the best part of the Nürburgring. I do not like the Nordschleife.
They're both great individually, IMO, and together. I like them both equally.
I don't like the Nordschleife. I love the GP track. Hockenheim's better than both.
Honestly, Hock and Nerbs are on the same level for me. I think they're both as good as one another, and I think they've both got their bits that I really like. I can't explain it, but there's something that I really like about flying through turn 1 at that speed, braking for 2, and then that slow acceleration through 3 all the way around the Parabolica up to turn 5. It's just a lot of fun. Oh, and also, I don't like Old Hockenheim Ring.
I don't either.
No, I think it's awful. The chicanes are so they're just placeholder, and they were never fun. No. I've driven them in cars from the era on AMS2, but I can't get into it. I don't enjoy it.
Let's see, other tracks that I don't like. I don't like Zolder.
It's got its place. It's got its place.
I think its place really was back in the 90s.
It's really good fun in GT3s though.
The best Japanese racetrack is the one we don't have.
It's not Motegi. Sugo?
Autopolis.
Autopolis is a good, yeah.
Autopolis, I think, is the best Japanese track that exists right now. Sugo's okay. I don't think I think it's lower than Motegi. It's ahead of Fuji, pretty easily. I think Fuji is great to race on because everyone messes up the final sector, but it's not fun.
So Motegi only has one good layout.
The oval?
IMO. No, Motegi oval chicane.
No, we're not bringing that cursed.
Yep, Motegi oval chicane is the best racetrack at Motegi.
I've never laid someone off before.
For those who have never seen it, go onto YouTube, search Motegi Oval Chicane. There is a 50-minute video of an all-star race that was held there. Go and watch it. It is the most cursed layout of any racetrack you will ever see
almost as bad as
in your entire life.
It's almost as bad as the time that they brought the V8 Supercars over to race at Coda, but they only raced like the national course. And the transition to the national course is so bad.
Me bringing up Motegi Oval Chicane is ABN's version of, remember kids, if you can't have cake, the only alternative at, 2 o'clock in the morning. But I won't say the next word because I'll get demonetized. No, not that.
Let's see. Looking here at this, Ryder Engineering's in pit lane. They just came down pit lane. So it's Hendrik Ibsen in pit lane now.
There's an early pit stop for Reiter, by the way.
So,
oh wait, no, they haven't pitted. Oh yeah, they have. Yep, I see them. This is still an early pit stop for them.
So are you including
I'm lying. I'm lying. Yep, I'm completely lying. I can't read my own data again. Goodness me, yeah,
the
this
last
is,
pit
this
stop
is
that was
unchangeable.
tracked was the stop and go.
Yes. So keeping an eye on that now. This should actually be their second to last pit stop, I want to
Should be.
say. Just
Yeah.
about, yeah.
Yeah, keeping an eye on this fight, because the reason why we're keeping an eye on David Martin is because Sergio Vieira for Extra Technics just ahead of him by about 3 seconds. And just behind David Martin is Ruben Llorente. So this is a cool 3-car battle inside the top 10 in GT3 Pro. That's why we're keeping an eye on this one. But we do have our eye on the timer all around the racetrack as well, because it looks like there's also another battle between Isaac Arvidsson. No, not Isaac Arvidsson. Patrick Gannon, RPM Racing. And Vladislav Shopov and Nate Delta by Simgear. So there's 2 different battles in GT3 Pro that could be building up here. That we're trying to keep an eye on in this race as we talk about racetracks that are good and racetracks that are bad, and why Taylor's opinions on Watkins Glen are still a cardinal sin.
You'll get over it, I promise. This is like your reaction to me not liking.
I will get over it because Watkins Glen's not my home track. There's some people that would take that news way, way worse.
All I'm saying is, your reaction to me saying I don't like Watkins Glen is like everyone else's reaction when I say I'd prefer to choose not to have cheese on pizza.
That's just weird. But for people that are lactose intolerant, I get it.
I'm not lactose intolerant.
I know. I figure you're not, but like there's situations where like I can't judge it, so it's like whatever.
You're right.
Watkins Glen, not liking Watkins Glen's a bit of a problem. Not liking Kentucky is a fireable offense for all the oval fans. You know, that's the requirement.
Kentucky.
Daniel Larson, I bet you like pineapple on pizza as well.
Oh, me? No. No. Pineapples don't belong on pizza. You know what does belong on pizza, though? Barbecue sauce. Barbecue base with
I keep forgetting you're a fan of Kansas City.
Sweet corn.
Forgetting that.
Chicken, beef, pepperoni, sausages, just beautiful. Probably a bit of pulled pork as well would be ideal.
I'm gonna lose my mind. Responding to Josh Tucker, Kentucky is ABN's home track. Since ABN's based out of Cincinnati, Ohio, Kentucky's our home track. So yeah, we're always gonna have Kentucky. Kentucky's based. Kentucky's amazing. Anyone says otherwise, it's not a part of ABN. Let's see, what tracks, so Lime Rock's not great, but I think it appears a lot of people try taking cars that are faster than they should be to Lime Rock. I think Lime Rock and slower speed cars are fantastic.
Ohio isn't Kentucky.
Okay, geographically, Kentucky Speedway is closer to Cincinnati than Mid-Ohio by about an hour and 20 minutes.
So why does that make it Kentucky? What even is Kentucky?
Kentucky Speedway, it's the oval that we're doing the charity race in June. It's like Texas, but better.
Yeah, but Kentucky's a state, so wouldn't Kentucky Speedway be in...
Kentucky Speedway is in Kentucky, yes. Cincinnati,
yeah,
Ohio,
right.
Technically is Ohio and Kentucky, because the part of Cincinnati that's in Kentucky is Covington.
Oh, so it's a Kansas City thing.
Kind of.
Except it's not called Kansas City, Missouri.
Yes, but we also,
right, I'm
in
following.
the United States, we base our home tracks based off of for proximity, not based off of state.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So Kentucky
I was really
Speedway,
confused. I didn't know Cincy was on the border.
So Cincinnati's on the Ohio River.
Okay, so confession time. I thought Cincinnati was northwest, like Toledo area.
Oh no, you thought
no,
it was
that's
Toledo.
northeast. I thought it was close to Toledo. I didn't know it was southwest.
Yeah, Toledo's northwest. Dayton is midwest. Columbus is central. Cleveland is northeast. Akron is central east. Cincinnati is southwest. Technically, you've got Youngstown and Portsmouth, south and southwest.
Cleveland. At least it's not Detroit.
Yes. But no, so Kentucky Speedway from Cincinnati is about an hour and a half away. Mid-Ohio from Cincinnati is almost 3 hours.
I'm just randomly zooming in around Google Maps. I found Taylor Mill by Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Huh? That's weird. Okay. That's fine.
Yeah,
Just weird
Cincinnati's an interesting place.
coincidences. I'm okay. I am in Kentucky as we watch the seventh placed AZR Motorsport GTP come down pit lane for a drive-through. I believe, or did I miss that stop, or is that a drive-through?
I believe that's a drive-through.
Yeah, I don't quite know what for.
I would have to go and look at the race report. I have to pull up Discord again.
I'm looking at it, but I can't see a penalty for that car at all. Interesting.
Unless they appealed it and lost and had to serve it after the appeal. I have no idea.
Every chance. Every chance. So let's keep an eye on then, but yeah, just a jump scare drive-through penalty.
Oh, unless it's... I don't know if it's an incident point limit, though. I don't know if they have those.
Good question.
Because it could be an incident point. Because that's also an automatic drive-through, too. And I know we've seen a couple, because we saw a couple at Daytona.
Perhaps then. Self-policing that one.
So Valela drive-through penalty, it looks like we're going to assume it was, because he didn't actually stop for service.
Missed this box, but it doesn't seem to be lifting and coasting to try and make up that time. Just a quick glance at the front of the field, though. Magic Arrow 55 still owing us a pit stop at the moment. Gap between them and Writer Engineering currently sits at 1 minute and 19 seconds. Writer doing what they can to try and close that gap down, to try and challenge for this lead come the end of the race with less than an hour and a half on the clock. Magic Arrow looking at the barrel, staring down the barrel of their second to last pit stop coming in. We expect not this time, but next time by. We don't expect a driver change, but you never know. Balzar Tirosi has definitely been one of the faster drivers in that car so far this race. So keep an eye on whether or not they swap him out.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on this. We're also keeping an eye on this battle for 8th place forming up between Ruben Llorente and Carbano Esports JD in the GT3 Pro car, and David Martin for Go Esports. Right now, about 1 second and 3/10 separating the two of them. 5 seconds between Llorente and Vieira in 7th place for SR Technic, as things currently stand at the moment. So watching this battle take place on track, cars in pit lane together. Mark Hagel for XPD Racing GTP and Julian Joy for Old Firm Racing Purple in pit lane for what should be their
Second to last stop.
Yeah, should be second last stop now that they've crossed into the last 90 minutes.
That should be relatively easy from here. We saw cars going 45 minutes without any fuel saving on those 26, 27 lap stints. Not too much of a challenge to get to the end from here on one more stop. It just depends on how long that last stop is. The only real question mark in terms of the last stop at the moment is that Writer Engineering car who stopped 4 laps ago, just within that 90-second
I think there's a lot of question marks right now in GT3 with their pit stops. But as far as GTP, yeah, it's only Ryder.
Let me have a gander. It should be relatively easy to figure out where the GT3 cars are though, by the time we get to those final round of pit stops. We've got a lot of those guys who've been pitting just after the 1 hour mark, which has been ideal for them because it's going to get them to the end of the race nice and cleanly. Trying to pick up on if we've got anyone that's going to be close on fuel. I think SR Technic are probably going to have to do another stop on top of what we should be expecting from the GT3 field. They're only a couple, in fact they should be boxed in this time by for what I expect to be their second to last stop, whereas the likes of Go Esports and Carbano Esports and Lithium will all, in fact Lithium may have to stop again. Only 3 laps on their stint so far. It's going to be interesting to see where the GT3 field shake out, and we're not really going to know where they're at until a few laps to go before the hour mark.
And keeping on this battle that's now less than a second as Tirosi comes down pit lane. as does Nuno Migales for SR Technic. So they've made a pit stop here, and that means that they are short by about half an hour on their last stop. And we're gonna see, I think we're gonna see a lot of people short, at least a little bit of time here.
Yes, indeed. Just trying to keep an eye on where that number 76 car is right now. So they are, wow, they're on the back end of the circuit on the run down to Genderbien. They are very far away from the pit lane as Magic Arrow have come down it.
Yeah.
Already been stopped for 50 seconds. They're only going to be stationary for another 20. So this gap is going to be, it's going to be real. Jan Curbs is actually back on board that car now for the last push to the end of the race.
And Norbert Thomas coming back on board as well. So no Aaron Avener.
Yeah, no laps completed for Aaron in this race. Perhaps sitting this one out and just playing race engineer. And letting the other two drivers do all the heavy lifting today, as the gap looks to be about
Less
6,
than 10
maybe
seconds.
5 seconds.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
close.
Definitely a lot less than it was.
It's going to be
So
very
it depends
close.
on who's fresher. Can Jan Curbs now push and get that gap closed? He was able to pull away when Magic Arrow were doing their fuel saving, but Magic Arrow was still managing to maintain that pace quite well. And you're looking at still 6 extra laps of fuel needing to be taken on board that number 76 Writer Engineering car, as compared to the 55 Magic Arrow team. So that's going to cause them some extra pain in the final pit stop. So not only does Jan have to catch and pass, he has to build enough of a gap to make it nice and easy to slide through in the final stint of this race. So a quick update on that fight for P9 in GTP. The gap is now up to where is it?
It's now
57
right
seconds. No, it's up to 57 seconds now because Dead Bull Racing. Sorry, wait, are Dead Bull Racing having to take a drive through? No, it's Writer Engineering that are going to have to take a drive through. Apparently, a little bit of contact between those two cars. It's going to be costly for Writer Engineering in the fight for top 10 overall in GT3, and perhaps will ruin their chances of getting it.
Well, I was more looking at the battle between Carbono Esports JD and Go Esports, because that was the battle I was looking at in the actual race. And Llorente just got around David Martin.
So we could pull up a replay of that one. Was it, I assume,
we watched it.
Le Mans?
It was, I believe, going in. I believe before Le Mans. But yeah, we watched it on the screen live.
Yeah, David Martin just going wide on the exit of Tower, completely destroying his own run on corner exit. Rubens Llorente just getting the normal corner exit and drafting past like it's no one's business. Nice and easy, no stress. That is the number 266 up to P7 in class.
Yep. Yeah, David Martin's going to try to do the same thing. Going to try to catch up and get around. BMW is filing out here for 7th place right now in the class, but they have a pit stop that they owe us. Matter is if they can get past the 11-hour mark. Can they get this done with just one more pit stop? Which is a very important question. I don't think so. I believe the answer is no, but...
which team were we asking about? Go Esports?
Well, both of them.
Go Esports, yeah, Go Esports and Carbono can both make it to the hour mark with about 2-minute lap times and 29 lap stints they're looking for. Go Esports need to go 10 more laps, which is equivalent of about 20 minutes. They can even go a little bit shorter than that and still make it. Same for Carbono. They've done 12 laps so far and are looking at 28 lap stints, so they're well within the window of getting past that hour mark. So it's one more stop for 07 Racing, Sim Racing Sweden Esports, Negative Delta by Sim Gear, RPM Racing, Team Red X Sim Sport, XPD Racing, Carbono, and Go Esports. Nice and easy to the end for those guys, whereas Esotechnic, Lithium, and Carbono, the 13th place, the Carbono, GT3, Amcar are all going to have to take extra stops towards the end of this one.
Here goes the fight here, and I believe that was a slow. No, it is a slow down car. Mark Luna Heredia had an issue, went off track and had to come back on track. Was that an issue with Jacob Zalersky, the 50 car?
Could it be? Gotta wind that one back to see if we can get a replay of that one. As we do cut to a replay of
that's Heredia
the XPD Racing
around.
GT3 already spun.
Oh,
no,
this is out of turn 1.
Ooh, yeah. We talked about those bumps and how you got to respect the bumps at Sebring. Perhaps carrying a little bit too much speed over them, throwing the rear end of that Porsche GT3 into the air, just losing all grip and spinning it right around on the exit of 1.
So that's gonna be interesting because there's another car in this mix, in this battle that's now moved up to a battle for 6th place in the class in GT3 Pro.
Yeah, but XPD Racing not falling too far off the back of it, only 1.1 seconds behind this fight. Plenty of time for them to get back through and maybe retake P6 with an hour and 15 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, Heredia a second behind Martin, 2 seconds behind Llorente. But all 3 cars in this mix now for 6th place in class.
Mark Heredia definitely been the faster driver out of these 3 so far. But currently rolling around on what are probably some very overheated and slightly worn tires. So if he can get those tires back down into the window, he should still be able to pull off the lap times that he's been doing recently, as he has been faster than the 2 cars in front of him. But the gap currently sits at 1.2 seconds, and catching is a very different story to getting by.
Yeah, Heredia right now cutting it really close again in turn 1. Really close again in turn 1 there. Sitting right now in the 8th position as Martin and Llorente just ahead. Closing in once more. And right in with the 8th place car. 7th and 6th just ahead, as well as a lap car. "75 minutes to go." Wind speed due north, 14 kilometers an hour. Temperatures continue to go down a little bit, 21 degrees Celsius in the air, 23 Celsius on the track. Ruben Llorente running right now in 6th place, ahead of David Martin by 6/10. There goes the 52 Project Valor's Academy car through Le Mans corner, separating those 2 cars just a little bit.
Yeah, that's not what David Martin's going to want here. He's going to want to stay under the rear wing of that. In fact, I don't even know what the BMW.
Yeah.
I want to stay under the rear wing of that BMW as much as possible. It is some cheeky BMW on BMW action towards the end of this race here for P6, with one of the Porsche GT3 Pro cars trying to hunt them down. After a small incident from Mark Heredia a couple of laps ago, he seems to have got his tyres back into that window because that gap has come down.
Trouble, Moit Rana for Team Rennick Simsport, the 286. In trouble, trying to get rolling again, but that's in a very dangerous spot. That looks like it's in sector 1 still.
It is, that's Christensen on the run onto Big Bend. Plenty of patience from the Team Red X driver to just wait until the track's clear to pull back onto the road. But that makes that fight for P6 that we were following
even more interesting.
And now a fight for the top 5 places in GT3 overall.
Yeah.
Mark Heredia then, only 1.3 seconds off the back of David Martin, who is only 0.6 of a second off the back of Rubens Lorente.
Lorente very, very nicely.
Yeah, the pace has been electric from him so far in these last couple of laps, and he just keeps getting closer and closer. The last thing he wants now is a GTP to get involved with this fight and slow him down. Quick glance at the front of the field. The gap between Reiter and Magic Arrow is starting to come down once again. It's still sat around 5 seconds, but last time around, Jan Kerb's 44.5. Magic Arrow practically matching with a 44.6. So still plenty of racing to happen here in the 12 hours of Sebring.
See a lot of time left in this race. And you see a little bit of fog, a little bit of haze, and the reason why, 98% humidity on track, so that makes visibility a little bit more difficult here. As they roll through Sunset Bend. GTP going through there before turn 1. Pretty nice and stable there. And is that trouble for Heredia again?
I was thinking exactly the same thing. He looks to have been really slow. No, he's actually had a spin through Sunset completely.
This is the replay
unassisted. Yeah, no contact from that GTP. It looks like it might have been, but the rear end of the car just coming around on him and not able to get it. The control almost rejoining in front of another GT3, but gets control of the car, gets back control of the car very quickly and just pulls it over to the left to avoid being in anyone's way. But yeah, that's not what Mark Heredia wanted. Those rear tires are going to be shot by now. So that fight for P5 in class goes from a 3-car battle to a 2-car battle. David Martin just 0.5 of a second behind the other BMW of Rubens Lorente right now. Just doing what he can to try and close it down. Last lap times are 2 minute and 1.4 compared to Go Esports 2 minutes 0.989. So again, David Martin has the advantage at the moment in terms of lap time, but Rubens Lorente has the track position, which is going to come out on top.
Again, this is BMW, so they're going to know their strengths and weaknesses pretty well. It's down to the minute differences in the setup.
And driver ability, it all depends on which one out of them is faster. They look to be relatively well matched at the moment. Nothing to determine between the 2 cars right now. But David Martin picking up that draft down the back straight. Norbert Tamas is actually coming up behind them. Your current race leader, less than 5 seconds in front of the 76 Reiter engineering car. Didn't get checked up by these guys at all, but now Jan Kerbs has got to get through a fighting pair of GT3s. He's had plenty of experience doing this, but it's whether or not he can find the right opportunity to get through. As Go Esports and David Martin set their personal best of the race of a 2 minute 0.567, 0.6 of a second faster than the Carbono Esports car in front of them. Just see that Acura of Jan Kerbs in the background trying to maximize his exit off the corner. Gap between him and the leader about 4.5 seconds, 5 seconds right now. A little bit of being held up by this fight for P5 in GT3. He's going to get well clear of them though, as we focus back on David Martin, only 0.3 behind Rubens Lorente now. That gap just getting closer and closer as the seconds tick by. Plenty of draft again on the run down to Cunningham. Not going to be an opportunity through here, but it's really been on the brakes and through the corners where David Martin has had that pace advantage on Rubens Lorente. Lorente now getting the corner exit he needs out of tower to keep himself safe on the run through Gendebien and Le Mans at turn 15 and 16. They don't cap that middle one as a corner, apparently. David Martin been looking pretty strong through Le Mans. but matches Lorente that time round. Another GTP joins the fight. Slots between the two, picks up the slipstream. I think that's one of the Carbono Esports GTPs. It is, in fact. Slightly wider line for David Martin through there, trying to get the exit relative to Rubens Lorente. Robert Lancaster, though, only a couple of seconds in front of these guys, lapping slower than them at the moment. So he might throw a bit of a spanner into the works for this fight.
In the final hour of this race here, 67 minutes to go in this race. Coming to 66 minutes to go in this race. Still plenty of time left to go. We've got a battle here for the top 5 that is down to the half-tenth.
David Martin, now that he's deep in the slipstream of Rubens Lorente, doesn't seem to have that pace advantage that he's been enjoying for the last few laps. The difference in pace, literally 100th of a second between them over the last 5 laps. So that gap maintaining very, very strong as Sienna Sweden Esports have set their personal best of the race. A little bit too late now. They're still 1 minute and 46 seconds behind the class lead, so I doubt only going, not even going faster than the car in front is going to do much for them at the moment. But our focus still on the fight for P5 between David Martin and Rubens Lorente. The gap between them and Robert Lancaster is starting to really come down though. And we're waiting for that spanner to be thrown in the mix here, that cat to be thrown amongst the pigeons to try and unsettle this battle and maybe give David Martin a way to go through.
Yeah, this is the closest battle on track at the moment as some cars come back down pit lane. Again, for GT3 cars, you need to make it past the top of the hour to make it without doing another stop.
You want to make sure you have a nice safe margin to make that happen. As long as you come out of pit lane at least a minute after the hour, you should be okay in theory. But
I would say try to
just
make
a
it
theory.
at least 5 minutes. That way you cover yourself up in case you have to do the extra lap after the at the checkered flag.
Mm-hmm.
That's
yeah, a lot of teams have been opting to make that gap earlier in the race. A lot of them are stopping just after that mark, as that laps GT3 has got a little bit involved and separated this fight for P5 a little bit, as David Martin side by side with one of the GTPs through Cunningham there, as they rocket off into the distance to go and harass Rubens Lorente for a little bit there. Not too much of an issue, getting through nicely on the exit of Tower Corner. Is going to open that gap up though to 1.2 seconds.
David Martin still chasing down Ruben Llorente and dealing now with GTP traffic in a tight part of the racetrack. Still going to have the draft to try to make something happen.
Whilst this particular battle is taking a little bit of a pause, the fight for P3 in GT3 has started to wake up.
That's not great.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we got iRacing again.
Are we cold?
No, we're still hot. We are still hot. And I believe the stream is still going.
I won't swear then.
Wait, what?
I said I shan't swear.
Yep, we are still alive. Yeah, it almost dropped. It almost dropped the stream, but we're still good. We just gotta wait for Iris and let me back in. So Taylor, you can narrate.
And the racing drivers were heading towards the end of the race.
Okay, please don't be. Please not
No,
like.
no Attenborough. You don't want Attenborough.
No, no, this is not planet Earth.
Listen to the roar of the Mercedes GT3 as it goes past pit lane. A rare sight is the Mercedes GT3. Its twin-turbo V8 grumbling into the distance, almost sounding like a plane engine. Did you know Sebring used to be a World War II airfield?
No, never.
Closest gap on track right now, though. The team race killer Blue finally making something happen in their race after a very tumultuous run-in so far. They have a little bit of lapped traffic between them and the 276 of Writer Engineering Esports. Mishk on board that car at the moment as they continue their run through the lap and through Tower Corner. Alex Schmidt in another Mercedes between these two at the moment, though, and keeping that gap at arm's length. The three closest battles on track at the moment are in GT3. You got the fight for 22nd overall in GT3, the fight for 8th, and the fight for 3rd, all starting to hot up as the race comes to a close. Less than an hour on the clock. The Magic Arrow Porsche currently leads the 12 Hours of Sebring after a late race penalty for Writer Engineering Esports, who are currently rolling around in second place. A lap behind them, XPD Racing are comfortably in third place, a lap behind their closest competitor of Old Firm Racing Purple, who they were fighting for the last step on the GTP podium earlier in this race. P5 in class at the moment, Project Valorous Academy, the 52 car, Jeffrey Arroyan currently on board. Another lap behind that Old Firm Racing car, but considering all of the bad luck that has befell all of the other Project Valorous cars so far, the fact that the Academy team are still in the top 5, it's a fantastic bit of driving from that lineup.
And now we have pictures back.
In the lead then, for GT3 Pro is the 07 Racing GT car. They have been there all race bar the first stint, just making the smart decision to hang back a little bit and chose to save some fuel. They got them way past that cheeky little hour mark where they needed it. Second place, Sim Racing Sweden Esports have only got up there in the last couple of hours or so, but have been absolutely dominant in that second place position so far. Currently ahead of P3, negative delta by SimGear BG by 50 seconds. But that car of Vladislav Shropov has the Mercedes of RPM Racing with Patrick Gannon on board to deal with. The gap currently sat at 1.6 seconds. Carbono Esports JD GT3 Pro, Rubens Lorente currently on board that car, no longer involved in this fight. I believe they may have taken a pit. No, they haven't. They're just behind at the moment. But yeah, those are behind this fight at the moment, unfortunately. In GT3 AM, Lithium Motorsports lead the way after an incident for the, I believe it was, I'm trying to see them on my list. Where are they? After the So I'm currently following RPM Racing's Patrick Gannon, only 0.6 of a second behind Vladislav Shropov at the moment, coming through turn 1. As they continue into Christensen, the gap's starting to close a little bit now, currently sat at 0.7 of a second. Plenty of opportunities for draft for Patrick Gannon on the run down to turn 7. Big stopping power available in that Mercedes GT3 thanks to all of the weight that gets thrown over the front axle of this car. Able to close the gap up nicely into turn 7. Shaves 0.2 of a second off the gap, goes a little bit deep, just heading wide and touching those marbles. He's going to run out of a little bit of grip for the moment. Still maintaining that gap for Slipstream though on the run down to Cunningham Corner at turn 10. tucks the car in nice and late. It's a really lovely run out of the corner through this double left-hander. Kisses both of those curbs, just doing what he can to close that gap as it stands in that fight for P3. Both of the drivers of these cars fired up to try and take that last step on the overall GT3 podium, and there's almost nothing between them right now. Turn our focus to the front of the field for one moment. Magic Arrow 55 have lost a little bit of time to Writer Engineering. Jan Kurbs managed to get the gap under 4 seconds, but we're expecting a pit stop from them in less than 7 laps time. So that's something I'm going to be keeping an eye on for now.
Now, right now, we apologize for the technical issues that have emerged here in the final hour of all times. It seemed like we were doing okay, and now it's not. So we're trying to figure out what's going on with this. As we try to bring back live pictures here, we were following the battle with that was really emerging to be 4 or 5 cars in the battle for top 5 in GT3 Pro. Hopefully we can return to that once we get everything back and going and stable. Kiko Lakai had just gotten back into the car for Go Esports, taking over from David Martin. A lot of GTP cars still have a pit stop to make in this race. The question is one pit stop enough for Writer Engineering at the front of the field?
Easily, one pit stop should get these guys to the end. They've still got 7 laps to go on their stint for now.
Oh yeah, hope we can get everything rejoined and back in together.
I've got you some pictures up in case you need it.
You're gonna
So
see
at least
what we can
something.
do. See if we can get back on track here. All right, I believe we're back in. Give it one more shot. Appreciate you sticking out with us here. We have 54 minutes to go in this race.
And speaking of Patrick Gannon in the RPM Racing Mercedes have taken their last stop of the race. Simrace Sweden Esports also joining them a lap earlier, and Negative Delta by Simgear still out on track at the moment, as well as 07 Racing GT with Alex Caon still on board. Gap at the front of the field has now opened back up to 4.2 seconds and has been fluctuating moment by moment. Nothing to choose between the 2 lead GTPs, and at this rate I don't think it's going to be enough for Jan Kurbs to get back through. Because remember, he needs to pass and pull a bit of a gap for the extra fuel that he's got to take on board.
Yeah. That's Cowan in pit lane as well, the leader in GT3 Pro in pit lane. It's the Darates, confirming he is the race engineer for Writer Engineering at this point. Confirming that it is intense, as we can imagine it would be, being less than 4 seconds away from a potential victory that could make the championship a breeze at the 24 Hours of Le Mans on May 18th.
Just like in the real life WEC, that is the race that everybody wants to win. The only reason so many of those manufacturers are in the WEC is because they have the 24 Hours of Le Mans slap bang in the middle of the championship, and for good reason. It is an iconic event that is the absolute pinnacle of every sports car driver's virtual career or real career. That, the Daytona 24, Nürburgring 24 are all up there in terms of the most important races on the entire sports car calendar. As mythic to the drivers as it is to the fans. A wonderful place to spend a week. A festival of speed, not quite Goodwood, but a festival of speed nonetheless. 3 classes of cars on the track at the same time, racing around an extraordinarily long racetrack that has existed in its current form since 2000 and, well, technically 2018. But before that, has been on its current site at the Circuit de la Sarthe in the south of Le Mans since 1909.
Now looking at Kiko Lakai and Nuno Magales. This is Go Esports and SR Technic taking on each other for the 6th position here. Waiting for Ruben Llorente to make a pit stop and join them back in this battle for the 5th position. He's pulled away at the moment thanks to off-cycle pit stops there, but he does have to make a pit stop in this race still. Just important to note that he's also going to have a shortened stop here with how late he's going to be going into this final hour. Right now we're in the final hour. You see the fog that has rolled in here. 99% humidity. We are deep into the dawn of heavy fog and dust conditions here at Sebring into Sunset Bend. This battle for 6th place continuing to rage on. Tanya Lopez falling backwards a little bit. 10 seconds adrift of this fight. Also entering Sunset Bend now. There's Magalhães. Right now, leading the way over like Kai. Fun battle here going on track at the moment.
Yeah, Kiko Lakai not quite able to find a way past yet. But we've seen where that Porsche's strongest is on corner exit, so plenty of opportunity in this next sector of track to eke that gap out, but not so much advantage to be gained from the slipstream down here as Jan Kurbs swings around the outside of those two battling GT3s, but Kiko Lakai might be close enough to have a look here. Nothing between them right now. They're side by side on the brakes for the hairpin. Kiko Lakai going a little bit deep into the hairpin, but making that block pass work to perfection. Pulls out straight away on that Porsche, but that Porsche is going to at least have a bit of a run on the way down to Cunningham, looking towards the outside of the corner, but the BMW moves back across to take the racing line away from the GT3 behind and pretty much seals that move. The gap opened back up to 0.3 of a second. Great racing from our two drivers for P6 there.
Lakai now in 6th place. My guy is trying not to lose that fight. Llorente setting personal best before his pit stop because he knows the battle that he's about to emerge into.
Yeah, Llorente having to take, well, one of those cars having to take that extra stop at the end of the race here. Not too sure how many laps left in their tank at the moment.
Llorente last pit on lap 298. On lap 246.
This was Kiko Lakai going a little bit wide into turn 1 there. The 213 SR Technic car still behind for the moment though. That doesn't look like it's over yet, but it has opened up to about 0.6 of a second, whereas this time a lap ago they were side by side on the entry to the hairpin. Really good use of the BMW's brakes from Kiko Lakai to make that move work. Just get right in front of the SR Technic Porsche on corner exit. Just block any advantage to be gained from the Porsche's traction zones. Seeing a lot of really smart driving from a lot of the field at the moment. It's exactly what they need to get the positions they want. The gap though at the front of the field down under 3 seconds. Jan Kurbs 2.7 seconds to the leader right now. But he still loses a pit stop and he is very close to it. It's on lap 25 of the stint. He's got a few laps to go before he needs to think about pitting. but it's certainly in the back of his mind now.
Yeah, he's definitely setting back-to-back personal best laps at the moment, which is, at this stage of the race, hard to do with all the fatigue you're dealing with in that car. And there he is.
Jan Kerb's pits. That is an early stop for the Writer Engineering car, but thinking about the traffic they've got ahead of them, we've got to see what the Magic Arrow car has to deal with. Already sliding past one of the GT3 Mercedes, trying to get a look at the track map here to get a bit of a picture, a bit of an idea what the 55 car has to deal with. I'm not gonna lie, that is a relatively clear track in front for now, but depending on how long he stays out, there's a few clusters of GT3s in front of him at the moment, and I don't think that number 76 car is going to come out in some very clean air. Could this be the decision that cost Writer Engineering the win here?
Well, I mean, they made it right to the window of being able to make it to the end of the race. So I don't blame them for just trying to make it this far.
Gonna keep an eye on them now, waiting for them to start rolling. They are still stationary on pit lane. Don't expect them to be stationary for too much longer. Maybe in 3, 2, 1. Yep, they are rolling once again, but there is an Audi slowly coming up behind them on pit lane. Not gonna get out in front of them. Jan Kerbs back out on the racetrack. Deficit to the leader, 1 minute and 8 seconds.
And he stays in front of the Audi.
1:13 even. That gap will open up over the course of the next lap or so. But now it's all up to Jan Kerbs to see how much he can get out of these fresh tires and try and close that gap. Magic Arrow can choose to respond at this point because they will come out a good chunk ahead, and maybe being on an even set of rubber is what they might need just to keep them in this race. But they do choose to stay out this time by, but they do have some GT3 traffic in front of them that they may choose to pit before they get to.
Kiko Lakai and Nuno Megales waiting for this man, Ruben Llorente, to come back out on track in pit lane now for service. Standard stop there for Llorente. There's Lakai coming down towards Sunset Bend. So Llorente should come out ahead of these two as they lost time battling with each other. And Llorente, short stop, 35 seconds for Llorente. He's going to stay well clear of Lakai, but he definitely did not take a full stop.
Yeah, pay attention to that time advantage, because something about that is going to feel very familiar when Magic Arrow pit in a few laps' time. That's the same sort of advantage that the leader of the GTP field right now has over Writer Engineering. But Rubens Llorente and the 266 crew of Carbono Esports playing that strategy perfectly and bringing themselves out 14 seconds in front of a fight that was putting them under threat earlier. Brilliant job from that crew.
So Lakai now having to chase down Llorente, who pulled a 13.7 second gap there. Svatoslav Shopov also coming down pit lane now. Arvidsson pit. Arvidsson, I think, he's got a pit stop to make as well. So this will end up coming back around in favor of Shopov for second place, but Arvidsson will take it from now. Patrick Gannon also has a pit stop, I believe, that he needs to make. So some work to do here in GT3 still. Lakai and Megala still battling for 6th place. Llorente trying to secure 5th.
Jan Kerbs, though, not having the best of time of things at the moment. The gap to the leader has opened up to 1 minute and 15 seconds as it stands, and he's having to deal with a heavy bit of traffic. Oh, has he had a moment? Jan Kerbs slow on track, really slow on track. He's off the road. Jan Kerbs has gone off the road at Indepien. He's had a spin, I think, after a bit of contact with an Audi. Oh, a late move down the inside of one of the GT3s that just didn't see him coming. And just no time for the GT3 to react. Jan Kerbs cutting across the nose of the GT3, spins himself in front of the Audi and off the road onto the concrete on the outside.
Luckily, didn't hit the wall. That could have been absolutely devastating, but...
Yeah, it's still going to be P2. It's still going to be P2 for the Right Air Engineering car, but that could be any hopes of the race win dashed in the final 40 minutes.
Yeah. That made it a lot easier for Thomas.
So now the roles are reversed. All Magic Arrow needs to do is bring the car home safely. They don't need to do anything special. They don't need to push. They have 1 minute and 23 seconds to an ailing Writer Engineering Acura. Solid effort from the 76 crew all day today, though, to overcome those drive-through penalties. P2 still puts them in the championship lead with a gap of 26 points, which is still commendable for the 76. And isn't something to shake a stick at, because that is still the championship lead. Magic Arrow, though, still owing us that pit stop, as they've stayed out yet another lap. Definitely coming up to the end of their stint, though. 40 minutes left on the clock. Lakaye, though, trying to hold off the advances of Nuno Magalhaes. I got there. So the second time I've said that one. Gap, though, currently sat just over 0.2 of a second between these two, with the Porsche getting all the draft down the back straight. Oh, never mind. I am behind after watching that replay. I'm with you now. Getting none of the draft down the back straight because they're not there yet. The SR Technic car then trying to set up a run down towards the hairpin, which is where Kiko Lakai got past this car a few laps ago. As Jan Curb slides on by. Lakai just placing that car perfectly through the chicanes. This Paulo Fonseca putting the pressure on the SR Technic Porsche at the moment. It's a little bit of a distraction in the rearview mirror, but Kiko Lakai defending from nothing on the run down to Cunningham Corner. Both of them making the apex nicely as they head towards Tower Curve yet again. BMW's getting lovely exits at the moment, which is exactly what they need to try and hold on to that place. SR Technic Porsche not having anything for the BMW at the moment. Still 40 minutes left on the clock as the SR Technic Porsche goes wide, kicks up a bit of dust, almost loses the back end. So easy to do on the grass. The dirt, not the sort of place that's going to give you any grip. Managing to keep a hold of it for now and stay right in touch with Kiko Lakai for P6. P5 very much off the cards now. Carbono Esports pulling off a blinder of a strategy to take P5 by over 14 seconds when they came out of pit lane. So it's a straight fight for P6. Rubens Lorente well out of the question. A bit of GTP traffic to contend with here. I mean, Nuno can't quite get the car to the apex like they want to. It's in all the curves that they can, but Julian Due not going to give Kiko Lakai as much trouble as they did the SR Technic Porsche. 0.8 of a second is the gap now. But as we're talking about that, a little bit further down the order, for P12 in GT3, David Narbonne just in front of Stefano Narcisi in the 269 Code Esports car. Smurf Racing Team seeding side by side even with Code Esports right now to hold on to that P12. It's still going to be a second place for David Narbonne if he doesn't hold on to this place, but he is fighting a racer through and through, just about holding on to, sorry, just failing to hold on to that P12 in GT3. Stefano Narcisi moves up a place in GT3 overall. Now 42 seconds behind P11, and I don't think there's much that he's going to be able to do from here, except for run away from David Narbonne.
Right now leading the way in that battle for 6th place. Mark Hagel went down pit lane. Now Julian Joy is in pit lane as well for his final stop. Still waiting for a pit stop from Norbert Thomas. Let's keep an eye on this battle here. David Narbonne battling with a GT3 Pro car at the moment. But I think losing that fight slowly but surely. That Audi sitting second in GT3M as everything goes ahead.
Not expecting this pit stop to take too long to pop up from Norbert Thomas. 26 laps on this stint so far. Should be doing this lap. Gap to the car behind, a minute 23.5. Been pretty stable since that spin for Jan Kurbs, where he lost 10 seconds. Which is the last thing he wanted to do in this fight for P1. Still in a strong position for the championship though. As long as there's no more mistakes in that Reiter engineering car, should still have a relatively comfortable lead coming into Le Mans.
Right now sitting second in that class, and yeah, getting pulled on by the Cody Sport car there, as Mangle is still trying to chase down Lakai.
It has been a fantastic day of racing, end to end. We've had a bit of drama, lots of contact and tripping up over traffic up and down the field. Reiter Engineering and Magic Arrow providing us most of the interest of the day, fighting the entire way through this race for that race lead as the Magic Arrow car pits, but after early race damage for Project Valorous number 50, who really haven't had the day at all. Gomez and Earnhardt fighting earlier on in this race as well, with another one of the Project Valorous cars and the Race 2 esports car. GT3 class had strategy all over the place. The 07 racing car taking the chance to drop back at the start of the race and save fuel to get the margin they needed on the timer. We had a disconnect after the fight for P3 in GTP as well. Old Firm Racing doing a fantastic job to recover to P10.
Yeah.
What have I missed?
No, I thought because I saw their time stop.
Oh, you thought it happened again?
Yeah, I thought it happened because I saw their time stop. I was like, oh no, not again. Nope. There they are. At the P4.
But then some late race fighting from Brachinov and Chichetto as well. Whilst we were away, there was a lead change in, sorry, not a lead change, a fight for P8 in GT3 Pro. And that panic later on in the race as well, when Reiter reported to us that they had screwed up the strategy, to paraphrase, and needed to save a couple of extra laps of fuel. And whilst they were doing that, made contact with a couple of GT3s that caused them not only a drive-through penalty, but made them run around with some damage for a short while there. The gap though now between the leader and the second place Reiter engineering car at 21 seconds. 31 minutes left on the clock. All Magic Arrow need to do now, barring a miracle in favor of Writer Engineering, is bring that Porsche home.
Yeah, 22-second gap. So yeah, this should be straightforward for them. Queuing on this battle for 6th in GT3 Pro. Running on board here with Magalhaes as he tries to chase down Mackay, closes in on the braking into the hairpin.
Could this race go the way of Magic Arrow Car 55? This will be the first non-Acura win of the entire season so far. Project Valorous, Car 50 wrapping up the win in Daytona and at Monza. And then at Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, Writer Engineering in their Acura coming back to put the entire field 2 laps down, leading 216 out of the 243 laps. But no Porsche has won a race so far this season. So Porsche fans, hold on to your hats. This could be one for you.
Keep an eye on this battle here. 6th place, there's Mackay just in front of Magalhaes. They got traffic behind. Spins it in deep there in turn 1. Everyone getting as close to the wall as you can there through turn 1. Here comes DTP through. That's the 52. The Pride of Valorous Academy. Jeffrey Arroyan behind the wheel of that car right now. And it's going to check up Mackay just a little bit. Again, riding on board with the Porsche of SR Technic. Magalhaes behind the wheel.
Similarly interesting statistics if things stay the way they are. In GT3 Pro, it will be the 4th time this season. Yeah, the 3rd time this season that 3 different GT3 manufacturers have finished on the podium. So we were saying how well balanced this class is. There's only been 1 race out of this entire championship so far, and that was the first round at Daytona, where 2 cars from the same manufacturer finished on the podium.
Yeah.
Hiko Lakai then doing everything they need to do at the moment to hold on to that 6th place. Closest fight on track in the entire field right now. The next closest gap is about 3.5 seconds in the fight for P17 overall in GT3 as AZR Motorsport tried to recover and get past the 3rd place GT3 AM car of Slippers Racing Team. Thomas Berling currently on board that car. And at pace fast enough to maybe get that done before the end of the race. Less than half an hour to go. It stands though, that SR Technic Porsche is still all over the rear end of that BMW. Not really been able to make anything work since Kiko Lakai got past in the last stint before the last pit stop. As your previous race leader, Jan Kurbs, sliding through at Le Mans on GT3 traffic once again, time without hitting them. Even run out of Le Mans for both of these cars. That's slipstream though, helping Magalhães close up a bit. No opportunity this time by, but getting that little bit closer to Kiko Lakai. Every moment passes. Magalhães pits. Was that expected?
I don't think so.
Potentially unscheduled pit stop. Looks like it might be a splash and dash. Also, I believe Writer Engineering have been awarded a drive-through penalty for causing a collision, I can only assume. Although I thought that one would have been self-policing, to be honest with you, Carmen.
Yeah, that's what I would have thought too, because Ryder was the one that went spinning.
Steward's gonna steward, you know how it is. Everyone has their own way of doing it, and people, to be fair, fair play to them, they are penalising the incident itself and not the outcome. And that is what we like to see from a steward's room. You penalise everything that happened up to the moment of contact and do not even judge for a moment anything that happened afterwards. So I respect and appreciate the consistency from the stewards on that one. Fair play to them. But I can imagine Writer Engineering very much in the opposite camp on that one and disagreeing with me. That perhaps they shouldn't have been awarded that penalty.
At this point, it's kind of just insult to injury.
Certainly feels like it. It won't cost them P2 though. It won't cost them the lead of the championship. Okay, correction. Apparently.
Oh, it's on 286.
Yeah, the GT3 got the drive-through.
Which I also don't quite agree with.
Yeah, I find I disagree with that one as well, to be honest with you. It was a very late move from Jan Kurbs into Gendarbienne, and I don't think there was anything much the GT3 could have done to avoid after the GTP got alongside, but maybe worth another look at. But yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by that one, because at the very least that's or the very most that's a racing incident. Perhaps discussion post-race when we get to hopefully talk to our podium sitters in GTP, or at least race winners in class. Yeah, of course, don't forget, if you are listening into the broadcast and you are one of the race-winning, class-winning teams, please feel free to drop into the broadcast waiting room, or the stream waiting room even, and we'll pick you up and bring you in for an interview. It'd be lovely to talk to you after the race, after a grueling 12 hours. It's so difficult for so many people. But much to discuss after this race is over. From strategy drama, late race incidents, poor luck on the part of some of the cars in the field. Project Velos 50 still rolling around 18 laps off the lead. P13 in class. Carmen, if you had to pick a moment of the race so far, with 20 minutes left, what would it be for you?
So much it kind of blends together. You think about the penalties, though. I think honestly it kind of stems off of Zaleski getting caught up in that accident early on. That changed the entire complexion of this race. It was going to be a very much a fuel save race through and through. That accident with the 50 completely flipped this race upside down, and it never really came right back side up.
It definitely kept it interesting. I think that was definitely the pivotal point of this entire 12 hours of Sebring, as the clock slowly ticks down into the final 20 minutes. So plenty to talk about. Looking like a change of lead at the top of the championship, and a new race winner in GTP for the championship so far. 07 Racing GT looks set to return to their winning ways at the end of this one. A dominant race from them. Minute 41 seconds in front of the P2 Sim Race Sweden esports car of Isaac Arvidsson.
Yeah, just a reminder, Rider Engineering into this race is a 1-point gap over Project Valorous and the number 50 camp. They'll end up with a 26-point gap after tonight's race as things currently sit. Which means for next time out at Le Mans, they'll need to finish 5th or better to lock up the championship if Project Valorous wins. Gap staying stationary at 23 seconds. Less than 20 minutes to go. It's all about doing what you can at this point, and Jan Kors, I think, is kind of stretching himself as thin as he can in this process. Just trying to make it any time he can in hopes that an issue does befall the 55. Here is your race leader. Entering the hairpin. Dispatching one of the GT3s there as well.
Late stop then from SR Technic, breaking up the last close fight in the field. Go Esports and Kiko Lakai easily able to hold on to that P6 at the moment, unless they owe us a stop towards the end of the race that we don't know about. Jan Kurbs, of course, doing what he can to chase down Magicaro of Norbert Tomas. XPD Racing holding strong in P3. Old Firm Racing all on their own lap in P4. The best finishing Project Valorous car at the moment is looking to be the Academy car, Jeff Royan currently on board. As Zero Racing still hold the lead in GT3 by over 1 minute and 40 seconds. It's a completely dominant performance from that team so far. Doing it right every step of the way. As the Smurf Racing team set the fastest lap not only their fastest lap personally, but the fastest lap in GT3M. That Audi's really, really pushing at the moment, trying to make something happen towards the end of the race. Oh, there's a late spin for
Magalhaes right there.
Magalhaes is there. Yeah, just the back of the car getting away from him. We've seen a couple of the Porsches doing that at this late stage of the race. And just making it nigh on unrecoverable. Just once the back end's gone, that's it, the car just goes. Of course, SR Technic not really in competition for anything right now. 20 seconds behind the XBD Racing GT3 of Canio Lopez. Yeah, a late incident maybe costing them an improvement in track position at some point. Never know what can happen at the front of the field. So I was surprised by though, Rubens Lorente had a 15-second gap to Kiko Lakai a few laps ago, but that lap is very quickly, that gap even has very quickly come down. Kiko Lakai closing that gap by about a second per lap as it stands. If it continues at this rate, Lakai's going to get really close to the back end of that Carbono Esports car come the end of the race. So let's keep an eye on here as we enter the closing stanza of the 12 Hours of Sebring.
This will be interesting to see if Lakai can actually bring up a challenge in the last 15 minutes of this race towards Llorente. Lucas Koenig back in the car for Firefly E-Racing Blue, 15th in the pro category, behind the top 6 in GT3M.
Wow.
Still running, so definitely a challenge there. I would have to believe we're down to 35 cars. I believe Christoph Zander is out of this race, the 7th place car. Yeah, we're down to 35.
I don't think as much of a race of attrition as we were expecting here. Sebring has proven to be a difficult racetrack for a lot of these drivers, but I think we're expecting to see a lot more DNFs come the end of this race. But I think it's been rather impressive that a lot of these drivers have decided to stick it out until the end of the race, no matter how good or how poor of a race they've had.
Right now, Lakai still trying to trim down that time. I don't think he's going to get enough out of that time unless Llorente makes a mistake. It's still 10 seconds, 10.1.
It's closing surprisingly rapidly.
It is closing, but we're also like the last 13 minutes of the race.
7 laps for these GT3 drivers, but
yeah,
Kiko Lakai can pull a really good lap time out, and Rubens Lorente starts to struggle even more. We could see some fireworks towards the end of this one, besides the ones that are going to get automatically generated within the iRacing engine, as Negative Delta Academy set their personal best of the lap, personal best lap of the race.
Yeah, we got a couple of different battles to keep an eye on here as Lakai chases down the top 5 and Canio Lopez tries to chase down Mohit Raina.
It's 6.7 seconds is that gap and growing that you just mentioned. I don't think there's much to be gleaned from that one before this. All about breathing it in and soaking up the atmosphere before the end of this one. Less than 11 minutes on the clock now. By 11 hours and 49 minutes in. ABN Studio has been with you the entire way, bar some very necessary breaks for food and drink. It's been a pleasure to be sat in the virtual ABN broadcast booth alongside Carmen Sienna for all 11 hours, all 12 hours of this race. And I'm excited to welcome all our winners across the start-finish line together as well. There's a special air about sports car racing that I really enjoy. It's especially at night at a track like Sebring. It's almost mythical. There's something about how when you follow in a GT3 and then the prototypes slide into shot and then just disappear, like very phantom-like off into the distance as if they were never there. The speed differential between these two classes is always so impressive. We see some fantastic sportsmanship across the Platinum Endurance Championship today, especially in the chat on AVN Studios. If you are watching, thank you for being with us. It's been a pleasure to exchange words with you all as the race has gone on, talking about GTPs, Indy cars, stock cars, our favorite and least favorite racetracks, because that's what it's all about. There's a race going on, but the race forms the basis and a platform just to have conversation. Motorsport and racing events are all about spending time with people that you care about, talking about a thing that you share. So talking about a thing that you share a passion for. And Carmen and I have been motorsport fans longer than we both can remember at this point. Sure, we've both played the Gran Turismo or Forza titles when we were kids. And if you told us then that 20 years later we'd be sat commentating on a league race with some very well-made prototypes and GT3s rolling around, a very accurate representation of Sebring, with massive grins on our face the entire way as we get to talk about something that we both love. We'd have thought you were crazy. Jet Ray Carty with a late off for the Dead Bull Racing team. Again, that driver fatigue we alluded to just starting to creep in now.
I wonder if it was
going
fatigue.
a touch.
Oh, nope.
Yeah, all fatigue. Just checking up for that Porsche, not quite gauging the speed right, avoiding the crash. So good effort there to keep it clean and only have a bit of a half spin.
Yeah, that definitely could have been a lot worse in that fight. Looking at Isaac Arvidsson trying to bring it home second.
So they're going to do it for another 7 minutes and 16 seconds, which should equate to only 4 laps for the GT3s, depending on when the GTP leader crosses the line. 26 seconds is the gap between our race leader, Magic Arrow in the Porsche, and the Writer Engineering Cadillac. Relative to Isaac Arvidsson, though, who is coming through, I believe that's Genderbien now. No, coming up the back straight in the 219 car. I believe he does actually have, yep, the race leader behind him.
Vladislav Chopov sitting right now in the 3rd position. Doing a decent job. They're 12 seconds ahead of Patrick Gannon and RPM Racing. For the GT3 Pro leaders, this is very, very, very important. Looking into this, they had a 20-point lead over Simrace Sweden going into this race. They'll gain just a little bit more. Simrace Sweden will finish second, as well as things currently sit. Native Delta by Sim Gear. Hot in a battle for third, what should be third place here. Carbon Esports, JD, GT3 Pro, RPM Racing, and Native Delta by Sim Gear all going to be in a tight fight for third in the points. Leaving Sebring if things remain as they are. Project Valorous Academy, not the race that they wanted to have tonight. They were 6th in points entering. They will not be 6th in points leaving. Go Esports, likewise, going to be pretty happy with tonight. Going to gain a spot, looks like, in the points there. Lakai up to the top 5. I think. I don't believe that's right. I believe it's still Lorente. It is Lorente still in top 5. Lakai is still 6. Still not a bad race for Lakai and Go Esports. Carbon Esports, JD, GT3. Gonna tighten that gap even more. It was 11 points entering. It'll be less than that. It'll be less than 5 exiting here tonight.
Lots still to play for then, entering the next race at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And that's the number 66 Carbono Esports car setting their best lap of the race. And Writer Engineering answering with their own PB of a 143.7. Some of these guys are trying to do their best to take the fastest lap of the race away from those who currently have it. It's still the Project Valorous car. I can't quite see on my standings at the moment. Yeah, it is the Project Valorous car with a 143.714. So Yankeb's getting within 300th or so of that lap time, but not quite able to take hold of it for the Writer Engineering Esports car at the moment, but still a couple more laps where he can have an attempt to try and make it work. And I wouldn't put it past him.
On GT3 AM, Blake Aaron and Olympic Motorsports, after the issue by the 396 earlier in this race that saw them end up eventually retiring from this race. Unlucky Luke Racing. Blake Aaron and Lithium Motorsports have led and dominated in GT3 AM. They had it offered to them at the 4-hour mark with that issue from the 396. Up until that point, Unlucky Luke Racing did have the pace of the field to kick off the race here in Sebring. Now they hold a 1-minute 20-second gap over David Narbonne and Smurf Racing Team, who are looking to once again put the Audi on a podium in this series. Gilberto Allen a lap behind David Narbonne, sitting right now in 3rd. We'll round out the podium there for the Carbono Esports AM Class Ferrari. Yeah, we're going to see about 35 cars take to the finish here. Last car running will be Lemmy Mishk and Writer Engineering Esports GT3. Down in the 16th position in GT3 Pro. Battling with not really anyone, 2 laps behind Lucas Koenig and Firefly E-Racing Blue. I think that's battling with, I believe that's the 320 AM class car. 320, that's Asia Motorsport White, currently being piloted by Carlos Miguel Duarte. Norbert Thomas just set the fastest lap of the race, a 143.61.
They're all chasing it now, Carmen. A few more laps left in the race. They all want that big purple set of numbers next to their name on the scoring sheet. Do they offer an extra point for fastest lap, or is this just bragging rights?
I do not believe so.
It's just bragging rights then. Norbert Tomas and Magic Arrow keeping their noses clean the entire way, end to end, keeping themselves out of any issues all race. It's been one heck of a drive for this team. We expected a showing from Aaron Avena, but it never happened. Norbert Tomas, definitely the MVP of this team. As Norbert Tomas comes through Sunset Bend, and you look towards the flag stand on the left-hand side of the circuit, you might just see the white flag being waved. I hope so, at least. I think I've done my maths right. So we are expecting then lap 399 to be the final lap of the race. Norbert Tomas and the Magic Arrow crew lead the way by 30 seconds. I think perhaps Jan Kurb's having a bit of a slowdown lap to try and give himself some space to go for the fastest lap of the race. I wouldn't blame him if he wants those bragging rights. Of course, if things stay as they are for the next minute or so, the Writer Engineering Esports team will take the lead in the championship.
They already had the lead in the championship by a single point.
Will retain the lead and extend their lead as Norbert Tomas then makes his way down to Gendebien. 2 more corners to go through Le Mans. Kisses that apex right out to the exit curb. Team can almost start the celebrations. Norbert Tomas with one final GT3 to navigate through Sunset Bend. Takes it nice and carefully around. No mistakes. Flawless drive from Magic Arrow 55. Norbert Tomas and Magic Arrow win the 12 Hours of Sebring.
And we have to wait a little bit to see more of the driving there. Blake Aaron from Lifting Motorsports, the AM class. They win that class, finishing just behind the race leader, Norbert Tomas. Alex Cowan will be the last one to win the class. He'll win GT3 Pro and put themselves as a team right on track to go into Le Mans, aiming for a three-peat. Jacob Zaleski got the fastest lap of the race in GTP, a 1:43.58. Alex Cowan, Lorenzo Castellani, Alessio Bernardini, the 3 drivers that have made it tick for 07 Racing in the GT3 Pro category. Now 3 seasons running. Not going to be champions tonight, but going to be very hard to defy when we head to France on May 18th. Out of the last corner, Alex Cowan will drive the car across the start finish and wins in GT3 Pro over Isaac Arvidsson and Vladislav Shopov. And they will stop there near turn 1 as well. Norbert Tomas, the defending champions, still a long shot in the championship fight in GTP, but it is not impossible going into Le Mans, which is a double points event. 50 points for the race winner on call for Le Mans in 3 weeks' time on May 18th. One of the most important weeks of the year in ABN, where we have our 500-mile race, our 500-kilometer race at Indianapolis on the 15th. And then we have the 18th, the 24-hour race in France. Thomas will come back down pit lane. No burnouts for the Porsche, but a great result nonetheless for the team. Again, I've put so much on the line here. First time a non-Acura this season has won, and we go into Le Mans in 3 weeks with the chance of doing something that we didn't think we could see, and that is a non-Cadillac race winner all season long. Not quite seen something like that before this season. Very interesting situation to be in with Norbert Tomas. Gonna make that way to Parc Fermé. Winners here in Sebring for the 12-hour race. Not sure if they're second or third in the points. I'll have to double check and see what the point standings will look like here after the results are officialized. But definitely going to put themselves in range to be a problem when we head to France. A lot of burnouts still happening on the front straightaway through turn when you see the flashing lights of the cars spinning around here. Let's go ahead and look at the results here. It's been a wild time here in Le Mans. Not in Le Mans, we're in Sebring. I'm already thinking ahead 3 weeks. Magico 55. Yeah. Well, Magico 55 wins here tonight in Sebring. The Advent Health Board in the background, helping guide us all through here. Rider Engineering in second. Did a great job here tonight. Obviously, issues kept them from actually challenging for the race win when it mattered. But a second place gives them a good chance to go for a championship that they were so close to back in Season 3. 2 seasons later, they're in range again, this time with destiny in their hands. XPD Racing in third, a good race for them. Mark Hagel brought the car across the finish line there. Old Firm Racing Purple from a disconnect back up to the top 5. And on the same lap, technically, as third place. They were lapped by the leader, but not by the third place car. So technically still on the same lap there at the end. Project Valorous Academy, top 5 for them. They were the leading car for that team here tonight. Carbono Esports JD, Asia Motorsport GTP, Randell Racing, Project Valorous' 51 car, and Dead Bull Racing, the top 10 here in Sebring. And as we look a little bit further down the order here, let's see if we can just pan down the results here just a little bit. Here's the remaining of the 18 cars. 13 saw the finish. You have Pick Up the Pace, Race 2 Esport, Project Valorous' number 50 car, the last car to see the finish. They also took the fastest lap from Magic Arrow on the final lap. They were the last ones to finish. The 86 of Team Red X, Sean Brown, was the last driver behind the car there. Did not get to see the checkered flag. Neither did Team FFSR or 07 Racing's GTP team, as well as Really Slow Motion Racing Red and the 56 car, the 6th car for the race winner. Magic Arrow bookending the GTP field in not so excellent fashion there, but it is a team win for Magic Arrow once again here in the Platinum Endurance Championship. They did a fantastic job here tonight. We will also move our way down. We'll also look at the GT3 class as things run here. Let's go ahead and show the GT3 cars as they were. We'll scroll right back up to the top 10. 07 Racing GTP leads the way there, and they have a firm grasp on the championship here after race 4 in Sebring. Simray Sweden Esports a firm second place ahead of Native Delta by Sim Gear. They round out the podium here tonight. RPM Racing, Carbono Esports JD GT3 Pro, they round out the top 5 over Go Esports, TeamRedX.com. Their 807 car, the 286, finishing in 7th. XPD Racing GT3 is finishing in 8th. SR Technic 9th. Enosis Esports rounding out the top 10 here at Sebring International Raceway with a 12-hour race. And you see again, 07 Racing had a commanding lead on the field here tonight. Looking further down the order, again, a long list of cars in this event. We go all the way down to 20th. There's more cars behind this. Code Esport, RPM Racing Orange, AZR Motorsport, Project Valorous Academy's the 253 car, and Firefly E-Racing Blue, the top 15. The last car to see the checkered flag was the 276 Lemmy Mishk behind the wheel at the finish there, finishing in 16th ahead of Really Slow Motion Racing. The green car that did not see the finish, all the cars beyond 17th also not finishing here. Shementi DS Racing, Core Motorsports, the Lithium Motorsports Pro car, finishing in 20th, technically speaking. And looking even further down at the rest of the order, 23 cars in Pro took the start. Simray Sweden Esports Academy, Team Race Getter Black, and then the admin car, technically, is a Pro car, the 383, also not finishing because they didn't start a lap here tonight in Sebring. And then we'll look once more at the AM class cars. Give you one look. It's a single page with 10 cars in that class. 6 of them saw the checkered flag here tonight going into this event. It was the Lithium Motorsports AM leading the way in this field. Smurf Racing Team, the Audi in AM class, did take the checkered flag once again on the podium and on the lead lap with the race leader in that class. Carbono Esports JD GT3 AM finishing 3rd ahead of Slippers Racing Team, AZR Motorsport White in 5th, and Native Delta Academy finishing in 6th. Team Race Gator Blue, Unlucky Luke Racing, Central United by EE, and the Team Radix 323 Amcar, all failing to see the checkered flag here tonight. We had 15 retirements in this race, 35 finishers, all throughout this event. Again, a wild turn of events here. Doesn't look like anyone's interested in doing interviews as we went through the entire rundown of the race. However, it's a 12-hour race, and it is for most of the Europeans. Almost all the race winners are Europeans here tonight. So it's already 3 a.m.
in Eastern Europe.
Yeah. So it's a little bit late, and some of them are a little bit further out than the Greenwich Mean Time. So it's even further ahead. For some of them, it's closer to 5 a.m. I think it's 4 a.m. in Germany, 5 a.m. in Hungary.
3 a.m. Eastern Europe. So for the race leaders, race winners, they're going to be absolutely exhausted after all of that.
Yeah.
Still chill over here in GMT, only 1:20 in the morning. That's it's pretty normal for me over here in Blighty. But it was a heck of a race, Carmen.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal stuff here tonight. Again, a long race, and it's going to be even longer in 3 weeks' time. The 24 hours in France, the European 24 hours. Obviously, we can't call it 24 hours Le Mans officially because of licensing issues, but it was a ton of fun here tonight. 12 hours in the United States. A lot of fun. For the drivers that are involved in the series, there's track voting still going on to determine the calendar for Season 6 that we're going to be able to broadcast here on ABN. Season 6, I can confirm, will start on June 29th. So we have that information. That's all I have because we don't have the actual dates, or we don't have the actual calendar events, what races are going to be where. But we do know that little piece of information. So we already know that Season 6 planning's underway. They've been looking at a lot of data and a lot of information. For everyone else, though, get to focus up and practice over the next 3 weeks for the most important race in the Platinum Endurance Championship, and that is the 24 hours there in France at the Circuit de la Sarre. For Magic Arrow 55, for 07 Racing GT, and for Lithium Motorsports AM, the class winners here tonight. They did an outstanding job, bell to bell, flag to flag, earning a very earned win here at Sebring, respecting the bumps, and the bumps respected them back here this evening. Double checking to make sure that we don't have any last stragglers in the waiting room. We do not. So we're going to just make sure we're in that situation. The class leaders, none of them's waiting, so we're okay. I believe we are in the clear to go ahead and sign off here tonight from Sebring International Raceway. For everyone that spent your day with us here and helping make this a historic day for ABN Studios and ABN One, we appreciate you all the way through. It's been a lot of fun, and everyone that watches and tunes in is a fantastic and a large part of that. And again, we couldn't be any more proud. On behalf of everyone here for ABN Studios, for ABN Esports, the Platinum Endurance Championship, and all the teams involved here, like a commentator, the sports car champion, Taylor Mills. I'm Carmen, Sienna.
24 hours of Le Mans race winner.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm Carmen, Sienna. We appreciate you. We'll be live on ABN 2 at 7 p.m. tomorrow Eastern Time for the ARCS A Square Cup Series from Gateway, and at 7:45 p.m. Eastern right here on ABN Esports 1 for the Winstall Cup Series from Charlotte Motor Speedway. 2 long races, 2 very different challenges tomorrow on ABN's Family Networks, and then Monday 8 p.m. the 5th HCL Daytona 500. We hope you're all there. I'll be on track, and our A+ squad will be in the booth for that race. It's going to be one you're not going to want to miss. Speed Weeks has been absolutely hectic, and it's going to cap off with that race on Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time here in the U.S. We appreciate you all so much. Enjoy your weekend. Stay safe. Stay healthy. We'll see you tomorrow here on ABN. So long, everybody.